Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Optimus Prime. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Cybertron, homeworld of the Transformers. For eons now it has been in a constant state of war and devastation between two factions. The Autobots, led by the courageous Optimus Prime, and the Decepticons led by the fearsome Megatron. For eons, these two sides battled. So much so that it eventually led their shared home to be nothing more than a barren wasteland. The war continued on a primitive world called Earth. There, the key to restoring their home was found. After much strife and much sacrifice, the Autobots were successful in reviving their world. Now that it was capable of sustaining life, it was time to bring back its ability to generate new life. As such, Optimus left on a quest to return the Allspark to Cybertron. However, Unicron, the Chaos Bringer, sworn enemy to the creator Primus, took control of Megatron's destroyed body and sought to destroy the planet. Autobots and Decepticons united and managed to hold him back before Optimus returned with the Allspark. Together, they trapped Unicron's essence into the container used for the Allspark. After being freed, a revived Megatron disbanded the Decepticons and left into self-imposed exile, having now understood the true meaning of oppression. It seemed as if all well it ends well. However, Optimus Prime stood over the gathered group of Cybertronians standing in front of the well of the Allsparks. Optimus, in order to both protect the Allspark and secure Unicron's defeat, it was necessary for me to empty the vessel's contents. Bumblebee, into where? Optimus then looked down to his chest, which housed a very important artifact. Optimus, the matrix of leadership. As such, my own spark can no longer be separated from the multitude of others within me. Ratchet, are you telling us you are now one with the Allspark? Smokescreen laughs. That's what you say when someone kicks the young Autobot trailed off as realization dawned on each of their faces. They knew and feared where this was going. Optimus, to not return the Allspark to the well would be to prevent future generations of new life from existing on Cybertron. My quest must be completed. Ratchet, Optimus. I didn't return to save a life, only to lose the one I care most about. Bulkhead, Ratchet's restored planets. He'll find a way to save you. RC, we can turn to Vector Sigma, just like we did before. Optimus was happy that his friends and comrades were willing to go so far to save him. It greatly warmed his spark. However, as the saying goes, no sacrifice, no victory. And this was one victory he had to achieve, no matter the cost. Optimus, because the Matrix must now be relinquished with the Allspark, it cannot be restored or passed down to another. But while this may very well mark the end of the Age of Primes, leadership can be earned with or without the Matrix. And in my view, you have each acted as a Prime. He said as he looked over all of his soldiers and friends. Knockout, the sole Decepticon defector there, looked a little embarrassed because of the praise. Knockout, well, I never really had the best role models. Optimus turned off to the side and looked toward the horizon in deep thought about his old friend and mortal enemy. Optimus, as even Megatron has demonstrated on this day, every sentient being possesses the capacity for change. His wings then sprouted out from his back before he turned back to the others. Optimus, I ask only this of you fellow Autobots. Keep on fighting the noblest of fights. The gathered Cybertronians didn't know how to respond at first, but in their sparks, they knew the answer. Bumblebee, you can count on us to keep the peace. That caused Optimus to smile. Optimus, I know, old friend. I know. Without another word, Optimus blasted off into the sky one final time. A look of determination was on his face as he prepared himself. The next moment, he blasted down into the well and towards the core of Cybertron, Primus itself. His chest plate opened up to reveal the matrix of leadership. Optimus, above all, do not lament my absence. As the last Prime approached the core, he closed his eyes and accepted his fate with no fear or hesitation. Optimus, for in my spark, I know this is not the end, but merely a new beginning. Simply put, another transformation. And then he was gone. Cold. That was the first thing he noticed, was how cold the ground felt on his back. Struggling for a moment, Optimus managed to open his blue eyes, and what he saw was a clear blue sky, much like Earth. He sat up and looked around, seeing he was in an alley, but it was much bigger than he thought. Optimus, what happened? Optimus blinked for a moment as he registered his voice. It sounded younger and less robotic. Why was that? What was going on? And forgot to mention, Optimus' voice, when he's a human, will sound like his voice actor from the Transformers animated TV series, which featured a young Optimus. I love Peter Cullen, but I can't imagine him voicing a teenager. His body also felt different. He didn't feel like metal, but rather warm and squishy. Optimus stood up and began to exit the alley. He covered his eyes to block out the sun, and when his eyes adjusted, he gasped at what he saw. It was official, he was on Earth, but not a place he recognized. Judging from the signs and the symbols he saw in the various shops, he must be on the island nation of Japan, where Miko lives. Thanks to downloading languages, Optimus could understand what all these signs were saying, but that wasn't what surprised him. What surprised him was the people. Most of them were humans, but some looked as if they were hybrids of various Earth creatures, or even had strange add-ons. One human in particular had long fingers, and another was able to pull his eyeballs from his head. Optimus, by the Allspark. What happened to the humans while we were gone? He then looked in the window of a mirror and stopped as he stared at his reflection. He was a human. One with dark, wild blue hair and bright blue eyes. He had a muscular build and was wearing a dark red and white jacket with a black undershirt. His skin was fair and smooth, much like those in North America. He looked to be around Jack and Miko's age, which was 15 and 16 last he checked. Optimus, what happened to me? His exclamation caused several passers-by to look at him oddly. To them, he looked like a foreigner who had glimpsed his reflection for the first time. And they were right, his first reflection as a human anyway. After calming down from his shock, Optimus began walking down the street aimlessly, thinking about what could have happened to him. Did some space bridge portal open up before he merged with Primus and teleported him to Earth? But how did he become human? What was happening? He stopped when he saw a crowd gather, looking at something excitedly. He looked at what was causing the commotion and blinked at what he saw. A large shark man was currently fighting a man made out of wood above a train station. They were causing much devastation, but what really surprised Optimus was the crowd. Optimus, why isn't everybody running away screaming? Indeed, instead of people running in fear of the two beings doing battle, many of them took out their phones and took pictures. He noticed a man talking with someone on the phone, mentioning because of the attack he would be late, but he treated it so nonchalantly. Seriously, what was wrong with these people? Who's fighting him? Optimus turned to the excited voice standing beside him and saw a young man with wild green hair and green eyes. He had freckles shaped like a diamond on his face and a bright and excited smile. Optimus, have no idea. Optimus admitted sheepishly. It's Kamui Woods? A rising young hero. A nearby man chuckled. Man? A running commentary. Are you a fanboy? The young lad quickly began to act shy and tried to play off his excitement. That just did more to prove he was a fanboy in Optimus' eyes. But the sight of the young man smiling caused him to smile. Seeing the youth be so excited and carefree was the kind of thing he fought for. Here it comes. Optimus blinked and looked back up to see what the boy was talking about. It seems the woodman, Kamui Woods, he reminded himself, was preparing to finish this. It's his preemptive binding lacquered chain prison. Kamui Woods looked about ready to wrap things up, but Optimus' sharp blue eyes saw someone charging in front the side. Someone that was growing bigger. Giant woman. Canyon Cannon. The giant woman came in and delivered a devastating kick that knocked the shark man down before Kamui could finish capturing him. In Optimus' eyes, that was extremely reckless of her, especially if the woodman had everything taken care of. The woman then turned back to the crowd and struck a pose as the cameras started flashing. Giant woman. Today's my debut. Nice to meet you all. You can call me Empty Lady. Debut? Okay, now Optimus was even more confused. What in the name of his mentor, Alpha Trion's beard was going on. Was this how things normally were in Japan? Next to him, the young man had begun to write something within a journal he pulled out of nowhere, and speaking at an incredibly fast pace. Muttering, gigantification, huh? It's a common and quite powerful quirk, but could the threat of public property destruction limit its use? Depends on whether or not she can manipulate her size as well. To be honest, despite hearing every word of his, working with a speedy Autobot like Blurt allowed him to develop an ability to understand someone when they talk so fast. A lot of what the young man said went over Optimus' head. But one word stuck out to him: quirk. Man, taking notes. I guess you want to be a hero yourself. Good luck. The young man turned to the older one and smiled brightly. Thanks. I'll try. Soon enough the crowd disappeared and everyone went on with their day as if nothing had happened. Again, Optimus was just confused at how these people were acting. Deciding it was time to get some answers, Optimus approached the youth. Optimus, excuse me, young man. The boy froze before looking back up at Optimus, who stood almost half a foot taller than him. He started shaking before Optimus spoke again. Optimus, I was hoping you could tell me what just happened. The boy blinked at the question. What do you mean? It was just a villain attack. Optimus, you say that like it is an everyday occurrence. Isn't it? The two were silent for a long time. And a tumbleweed blew past them, which was odd considering tumbleweeds weren't common in Japan. Optimus, maybe I need to try a different approach. I come from a place where things like this aren't very common. So when I saw it for the first time, I was surprised. Oh, so you're a foreigner? I couldn't even tell, since you speak Japanese so well. Well, let me explain real quick. For the next 5 minutes, the boy explained to Optimus in a super fast-paced way what just transpired. That shark man grabbed someone's purse and a young hero moved to stop it. Before he could complete his capture, the other hero, MT Lady, came in and defeated the villain. The boy explained this was all because of how the hero profession works. The more popular a hero is, the more they get paid, so it encourages competition among the heroes, especially newbies. Optimus frowned at that. A society that encourages competition, that sounded too much like Cybertron before the war. Oh no. Optimus, what's wrong? I'm gonna be late for class. Optimus, I apologize. I shouldn't have taken up so much of your time, young man. Forgive me. No. It's okay, I'm glad I was able to help. Optimus, you helped a great deal, my boy. My boy? Why is someone my age talking to me as if I'm younger than him? Optimus, 2 more questions. Do you know where any libraries are nearby? The boy gave him directions. Optimus, thank you. And what is your? My name? Optimus. Yes, I am Optimus Prime. Oh, it's Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Optimus. Izuku Midoriya, I am in your debt. Thank you. He bowed, causing Izuku to blush in embarrassment. Izuku, oh, you don't need to thank me. Anyway, I gotta go. With that, Izuku ran off. Optimus smiled at the boy. Now it was time to get to work. Finding the library wasn't too difficult thanks to Izuku's directions. It wasn't as massive as the Iacon Hall of Records, but it was impressive all the same, for humans. One could get lost for hours trying to find the books they needed. But being a former archivist had its perks. Optimus was able to quickly figure out the setup of the library and gather the books he wanted in less than 10 minutes. Among the books he gathered were a history of Quirks, human evolution, the age of Quirks, and other related works. He sat down and began reading. Another perk of being an archivist, especially under Alpha Trion, you learn to read quickly. About an hour in, Optimus had already finished more than half of the first book. He soon finished all the books he gathered after several more hours. Exiting the library, he rubbed his eyes. Optimus, it's been some time since I've done that much reading in one sit-through. Now let's summarize what I read. It all began about 200 years ago in China. Also a side note, it was 21XX. The last time he was on Earth it was 2013, so he couldn't dismiss time travel when a baby was born glowing. Since then, humanity started to develop superpowers that people called quirks. Society collapsed for several decades and technology stagnated. That would explain why things didn't look too different from what Optimus was used to regarding Earth technology. Eventually, superpowers became the norm and people began to accept them. Soon a new profession was created. People are legalized by the government to use their quirks for good. And those who didn't have such authority were called vigilantes or villains. This reminded him much of those comics he saw Jack, Miko, and Raph reading. Except this was reality. But was it his? He had considered the possibility that he had somehow traveled to an alternative reality. After all, the kids had inadvertently discovered the Shadow Zone when the two ground bridges, and he had read tales in the Hall of Records about the dead universe, as well as stories about the shattered glass. But this didn't seem like the stories he read. Time travel could also be a possibility, but he wasn't so sure, since the first reported quirk happened years before the present day back on the Earth he remembered. In all honesty, Optimus didn't approve of this world society. Turning heroism into a job, forcing young heroes to try and compete with each other just to make money. It didn't sound right to Optimus. A hero is someone who stands up to protect others because it's the right thing to do, not because they want fame or glory. And to label people as villains simply because they wouldn't conform to society's standards. That reminded him too much of the corrupt High Council on Cybertron. He just hoped this world didn't raise its own Megatron before it was too late. He was pulled out of his thoughts by a low grumbling sound coming from his stomach. Optimus, perhaps this human body needs some refueling. He looked around for a place to refuel and found an interesting establishment called BurgerBot. While it didn't have tanks of energon to have him recharge, they did have good burgers, as the humans called them. Optimus had the biggest smile on his face as he dug into the food. Oh man, this was heavenly. Now he understood why humans consumed food. It was so much better than energon rations. Though maybe he did get carried away after the third bacon and cheeseburger. Waitress, here is your receipt, young man. As Optimus saw the price, he then realized a huge problem. He didn't have any money. He's never eaten human food before, so he didn't know the proper customs, nor what rituals were appropriate. He then began to sweat nervously. What should he do? He couldn't just not pay them, that wouldn't be right. But he also didn't have the money, and he didn't want to threaten anyone. The waitress was waiting patiently for her money. Before he could panic any further, a new voice spoke up. I'll pay for him. Both Optimus and the waitress turned to the voice to see a beautiful girl, around Optimus' age. She had raven black hair tied in a ponytail with a bang on the right side of her face. She was slightly shorter than Optimus and had an impressive body, by human standards anyway. She what looked to be an expensive dress. Flanking her was a gruff man in a black and white suit, a bodyguard from what Optimus could tell from his posture. That told him that this girl was either someone important or very rich. Possibly both. Bodyguard, Miss Yayarozu, you don't need to trouble yourself with hi. Yayarozu, it's no trouble at all. Besides, with the way he was eating, it looked like he's never had a bite to eat in his whole life. Optimus, she has no idea how right she is. After paying for his food, Optimus, the young lady, and the bodyguard left the establishment. Once outside, the bodyguard left to grab the car. Being alone now, Optimus bowed to the young lady. Optimus, I am indebted to you, ma'am. I swear I will find a way to pay you back for this. Yayarozu, oh, believe me, there's no need to go so far. This wasn't even a drop in the ocean for me. Optimus, still, you really saved me there. It completely slipped my mind to pay for my food. Yayarozu, I know exactly how that is. Because of my quirk, I can end up using too much of my lipids so it can make me extremely hungry. Optimus nodded along, though he wasn't exactly sure what lipids were, considering he wasn't human before now. He was about to ask when a long black limousine pulled up. Yayarozu, oh, this is my ride. It was nice meeting you. She trailed off as she realized she didn't know his name. Optimus, I am Optimus Prime. Yayarozu, Optimus Prime. I must say, I've never heard of a name quite like that. Optimus smiled as he held out a hand for her to shake. Optimus, I get that a lot. Nevertheless, thank you once again for your help, miss. Yayarozu, Momo. Momo Yayarozu. She shook his hand before entering her limo and driving off. Driver, young lady. I know you wish to be a hero, but why would you stick your neck out for some stranger you've never met, a foreigner no less? A stray thought soon entered the driver's mind, causing him to have a teasing grin on his face. Driver, don't tell me you fell in love with him at first sight, young lady? Momo, of course not. Momo denied, her cheeks blushing red as she pouted and looked out the window. Honestly, Momo didn't know why she helped Optimus. Just when she first saw him when they stopped by BurgerBot for a quick bite after a day of training, she couldn't help but be drawn to him. The way he held himself, the confidence and absolute certainty in himself drew her to him. But he still seemed so lost, like a lamb that had found its way separated from the herd. And besides, she was aiming to become a hero, so why shouldn't she help someone who needed it? Momo, I'll admit he's also easy on the eyes. Momo admitted to herself with pink cheeks. Optimus was once again walking through the city of Mustafa, which sounded much like a planet from a movie Jack, Miko and Raph watched at the base once, his stomach full, and he now had a better grasp on his situation. That left one big question though, what now? He was on Earth, but not his Earth. And he was alone. No comrades, no friends, no mission, no purpose. What was he to do now? He could try living out the life of a simple human. Go back to being a librarian. But deep down, he didn't think he could do it. He stared down at his hands. The hands that have been stained with the blood of his people. He'd been fighting for so long, it was a part of who he is now. He knew he couldn't just go back to who he once was like nothing had happened. He needed to find a way to move forward. Boom. He was pulled from his musings at the sound of an explosion. He turned to see smoke rising in the air. More sounds of explosions followed. Optimus, someone could be in trouble. I need to get over there. Transform. He then shifted his body and closed his eyes as his face became one of intense concentration. Little boy, mommy, why does that boy look like he's trying to poop? When nothing happened, he opened his eyes and saw he was still a human. That's when realization hit him. Optimus, right? Human body. He ran on foot. This would take some getting used to. Optimus eventually made it to the source of the explosion, hiding in a nearby alley. It was a massive being that looked to be made of sludge, and it had gotten the hold of a blonde boy. And it seems the explosions were coming from the blonde. This means the sludge villain has gotten a hold of the boy and holding him hostage. And the boy didn't look so good. He was running out of air. He looked terrified. Suddenly, someone shot from out of the crowd. Someone familiar to Optimus. Izuku Midoriya. The boy looked utterly terrified. He didn't have a plan. It didn't look like he had any power, but he ran into chaos. Izuku took off his backpack and threw it into the villain's eye. That seemed to stun him as Izuku closed the distance and began to claw away at all the sludge surrounding the blonde. Izuku, Kacchan. Kacchan, the heck? Why are you here? Izuku, I don't know. My legs suddenly started moving. I couldn't just sit there and watch you die. Hearing that lit a fire in Optimus' spark. Optimus, once again, the human spirit never ceases to surprise me. It was true. Time and time again, Optimus has had a front row seat to the best of humanity and its potential for greatness. Like when Jack risked his very life to get the disruptor into Thunderwing's core. Seeing this spirit in action once again ignited a raging inferno within him. Optimus, time to see what my human spirit is like. And with that, he jumped into the inferno, his hand morphing as he did. In hindsight, Izuku Midoriya had no idea why he charged into the inferno. This was his childhood bully, the one who tormented Izuku for years and even told him to kill himself so he'd have a chance to get a quirk in the next life. So why did he rush in to save him? He knew why. Because, despite how much pain he'd caused him, he couldn't just let someone die in front of him. And now he was going to die because of it. If he was lucky, maybe he would get a quirk in the next life. Izuku braced himself for the incoming attack from the sludge. Slice. Arg. Only to open his eyes when he heard the sound of something cutting the air, and someone screaming, someone that wasn't him. He opened his eyes and looked in amazement at what he saw. The foreigner from this morning, Optimus Prime, stood in front of him. His right arm from the elbow down made of metal instead of flesh, and a glowing orange sword was in place of the hand. Either Prime lost his hand and got a replacement in less than a day, or that was his quirk. But what captivated Izuku was Optimus' face. His face was calm and stoic, showing no fear, no anger, just a focused expression on his face. And in that moment Izuku just knew everything would be okay. It was like All Might but different. Sludge villain, Yusunofa. The sludge villain, enraged at having his disgusting limb cut off, moved to attack the Prime again with his other limb. But Optimus, with superhuman speed, swung his blade and sliced through the other appendage with ease. Then he brought the blade down in a vertical slash in front of the sludge villain. It didn't cut deep into the villain, but that wasn't Optimus' goal. He had cut just enough that he managed to free Bakugo without cutting into his flesh. An impossible feat for most, but for the Prime, this was nothing. Then shot his left and, grabbing the boy by the school uniform, pulled. Using his raw strength, he managed to free Bakugo from the villain's grip and threw him over to Izuku, who caught him. Both Izuku and Bakugo were amazed. There was no hesitation in his movements. No doubt in his actions. He knew exactly what to do and knew how much force to apply to free Bakugo from his captor. To the two boys who loved heroes, it was awesome. Optimus, stay behind me. Both of you. Bakugo, don't tell me what to do. Optimus turned back to glare at Bakugo, causing the boy to shut up those eyes. There was something about those blue orbs that just made him not want to question the tone of his voice. Optimus, I wasn't asking. But sludge villain, you brat. You're dead. Pro hero, save the boys, they're gonna get themselves killed. As the sludge villain reeled back his reformed limb for an attack, Optimus stood firm. Sword arm held back, ready to counter any attack. But it turns out he didn't have to because, at that moment, someone else stepped in and blocked the attack. I really am pathetic. Optimus and the two other boys looked up. It was a large, muscular, blonde-haired man, towering over 7 foot tall. He had a regretful expression on his face. Izuku, All Might? All Might, I told you the traits that make a great champion. But I see now I wasn't living up to my own ideals. The hero, All Might, managed to break free of the villain's grip to the awe of the 3 boys, even Optimus, who only managed to cut the slime thanks to his energon sword. All Might, pros are always risking their lives, and no matter the cost. That's the true test of a hero. At that moment, Optimus' combat instincts screamed at him to brace himself. Trusting in them, he stabbed his energon sword deep into the ground and grabbed hold of the other 2 boys. Optimus, hold on. Sludge villain, All Might. All Might, Detroit smash. The moment All Might threw the punch, the wind picked up and a tornado formed around them. Empty Lady shielded the civilians from the whirlwind. Optimus screamed as he felt his human body almost be torn apart, trying to keep his sword in the ground and keep hold of the 2 boys in his arms. But he held strong. The wind soon died down, and Optimus and the boys fell back to the ground, all of them gasping for air. Optimus, feeling drained from his first surge of adrenaline and use of his newfound quirk, retracted his sword, and his hands soon became flesh and blood once again. He turned his head to All Might, his blue eyes full of awe. Optimus. He managed to change the weather with just 1 punch, putting out all the fires as well. Incredible. All Might, in turn, looked at Optimus with amazement. All Might. This young man jumped in so soon after seeing young Midoriya charge in, stood his ground against the villain, and rescued the other child. Inspiring. Pro hero, you idiots. A pro hero's shout caused all 4 to look as 3 pro heroes came walking up to them, their faces extremely displeased. He first looked at Izuku. Death Arms, how could you be so stupid as to charge in like that suddenly? That was reckless. You could have been killed. He then turned to Optimus. Death Arms, and you charged in right after him. Just because you have a quirk doesn't mean you should rush in like that. You fool. Optimus, who was feeling so tired from the whole ordeal just now, allowed his frustration to get the better of him. Optimus, I'd rather be the fool who rushes in to save those in trouble than the coward who stands by and lets innocents die. Everyone who heard him flinched at his words. Death Arms, what's that supposed to mean? Optimus, too tired to control himself, continued. Optimus, Exactly how it sounds. A young boy was in trouble, yet you all stood on the sidelines, doing nothing to help him in his time of need. Kamui Woods, it's not that simple. None of us had the right quirk to deal with the situation. So we had to. Optimus, don't you dare give me that excuse. Again, the heroes flinched back. Already, the film crew was filming this moment live on the cameras, and some people were filming with their phones. Optimus, I have lost count of the number of times I've heard the same excuse from the lips of others. And every time they say such a thing, innocent people have paid the price. You are supposed to be heroes. It is your duty, your responsibility to risk everything to save the life of another. While it is true that none of you had the correct quirk to deal with the situation, when lives are on the line, things like the right power or tool become secondary. When someone dies because of the inaction of another, there is no excuse. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Nobody said a word. Not the pro-heroes, not Izuku, not Bakugo, not even All Might. Though given his downcast expression, he agreed with every word Optimus said. Finally, Death Arms regained his bearings and glared at the Prime. Death Arms, you listen to me? He didn't. Because at that moment, all the strength Optimus was using to keep himself standing and awake left him, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Optimus. Optimus stirred, hearing someone call his name. Someone familiar. Optimus. Can you hear me? Optimus then opened his eyes and saw he was standing in a void of open space, the ground beneath his feet being clouds, and the sky resembled the infinite cosmos. Optimus, where am I? You are home, my disciple. Optimus turned to the voice and his eyes widened at who he saw. His silhouette was made of pure light, but with his thick and long beard and kind eyes, and referring to Optimus as his disciple, Optimus could recognize who this was immediately. His silhouette was made of pure light, but with his thick and long beard and kind eyes, and referring to Optimus as his disciple, Optimus could recognize who this was immediately. Optimus, Alpha Trion? Alpha Trion, it's been a long time, my old friend and student. Welcome to the realm of the Primes. Optimus did not pay much attention to his mentor's words, rather a deep sense of shame and regret fell upon the human Prime. The last time he saw Alpha Trion, he was a lifeless husk of metal with a fusion cannon blast in his chest from Megatron when he raided the Iacon Hall of Records. Optimus bowed his head. Optimus, please forgive me. For not being able to save you. For not being able to save Cybertron like you hoped I would. For not stopping Megatron when I should have. Alpha Trion, raise your head, my student. Optimus did so. Alpha Trion, I do not blame you for any of that, Optimus. I know you did your best to save Cybertron. And while you did indeed fail, you didn't give up. You kept fighting. Despite all you've lost, you stood strong in the face of impossible odds and emerged victorious. I couldn't be more prouder of you, my student. That praise caused Optimus to smile. Alpha Trion soon held a regretful look on his face. Alpha Trion, which is why it pains me to do this to you. Optimus blinked in confusion. Alpha Trion, your arrival in this new world and your transformation into a human was our doing. Me and the other Primes. Optimus' eyes widened in shock. The Primes were the ones who sent him here? Alpha Trion, before you ended up becoming one with the All-Spark, we saved you and used our power to send you here. Optimus, what about the core? If you stopped me from becoming one with the core, does that mean that the All-Spark didn't? Alpha Trion, do not worry. New life breathes in Cybertron, and will continue to do so till all are one. Optimus then sighed in relief, glad to know his sacrifice wasn't for nothing and that his home was able to create new life. He then focused back on his mentor. Optimus, for what purpose did you bring me to this world then? Alpha Trion, tell me, Optimus, what are your thoughts on the world we've sent you to? I want your honest opinion. Optimus took a moment to gather his thoughts. Optimus, it is a lot like Cybertron before the war. Alpha Trion, how so? Optimus, the world has put too much focus on quirks. Much like on Cybertron, the power or quirk you're born with largely decides your place in life. People with powerful and flashy quirks are paraded around at a young age, believing they are destined for great things without working to earn them. On the opposite end, those with weak or no quirks are cast aside, made to believe they are worthless and have no place in the world. And those with quirks that suit that of villains are instantly categorized as such, without taking the time to look into their character. The heroes, people who are responsible for protecting the innocent, are more concerned with their popularity than they are for the lives in danger. The ordinary people are not much better. They seem to accept what has happened, grown too accustomed to the world, believing that a hero will step in and solve their problems instead of doing it themselves. This society is fragile, and if continues down this path with its current views, I fear there may be a repeat of the war that doomed our homeworld. Alpha Trion had a proud smirk on his face, pleased with his disciple's wisdom. Alpha Trion, you always were an insightful one, able to pick all that apart after less than a day in that world. I'm impressed, and it was one of the reasons that we sent you here. Optimus looked back up at his mentor. Alpha Trion, you are not a native of that world, not even human, but you were able to spot the problem instantly, while those native to this world have lived their entire lives blind to the problem right in front of them. As such, you have a greater chance of changing the course of this world from ruin. Optimus, how could I possibly do such a thing? Alpha Trion, that is for you to find out, Optimus. It would be best if you found your own path to achieve your goals. Optimus understood the words from his mentor's mouth, but he had another question. Optimus, you said changing the mindset of the world was one of the reasons I was sent here? What is the other? Alpha Trion looked away from his disciple, a pained expression on his face. Alpha Trion, I'm afraid I cannot share that with you now, Optimus. Optimus, why not? Alpha Trion, because you are not ready. His mentor's blunt remark caused great shock on the human Prime's face. Alpha Trion, while it is true you have achieved impossible feats and are an experienced and hardened warrior, right now, as a human, you are nowhere near strong enough to face what is coming. And knowing you, you would immediately seek to challenge this evil. And if you did as you are now, you would die, and all hope would be lost. Optimus had a shocked look on his face. Was this evil that his mentor was talking about really that dangerous? But if it was, why wouldn't he tell Optimus anything? Before he could ask, he felt a shift in the air around them. He looked at his hands and saw that his form was beginning to glitch. Optimus, what is happening? Alpha Trion, it appears our time is up. Optimus, pardon? Alpha Trion, it took considerable energy for us to speak, Optimus, and now it seems that energy has been used up. You will now return to the world we sent you to. Optimus, will we ever speak again? Alpha Trion, I do not know, Optimus. That is up to the whims of the universe, but know this, my disciple. I, and the other primes as well, are always with you. Through the matrix of leadership. Optimus smiled in comfort, knowing his mentor and predecessors were always with him, if not in person. Alpha Trion, one last piece of advice. Optimus looked up at his mentor, his attention fully on him. Alpha Trion, if you are to defeat this threat, you will need both training and allies. Despite how strong you are, Optimus, you are but one person. There is little you can accomplish by yourself. Seek out friends and allies, and become stronger in this world of quirks. Optimus had a determined look in his expression. Optimus, I promise I will not let you and the other primes down. And with that, Optimus was gone. Alpha Trion had a regretful and worried look on his face despite his disciple's words. Alpha Trion, I hope you don't. You didn't tell him? Alpha turned to the side and looked at the Prime Minicon, Micronus Prime, who was floating in the air cross-legged. Micronus, why did you hide the truth from him? I know he was your former student, but that doesn't give you the right to coddle him. We are running out of time. Alpha Trion, I know, I wanted to give him a chance. Micronus, a chance? Alpha Trion, a chance at happiness. He's been so focused on saving Cybertron for eons that he's never had the chance to live a normal, peaceful life. I wanted to give him that, if only temporarily before he has another impossible burden placed upon him. Micronus sighed. Micronus, I understand, but we don't have much time left. We all felt it. He is coming back. We have to be ready. Or else everything, not just us in this world, but all worlds and realities, are doomed. Alpha Trion sighed as he looked up at the starry night sky of the realm of the Prime. Alpha Trion, why must the whole of existence pay for our mistakes? My Cronus, 'cause the author wrote it that way? Alpha Trion let out a chuckle at that. Alpha Trion, you always were one to break the fourth wall. My Cronus smirked. My Cronus, what can I say? I'm the prankster of the Primes. Optimus slowly opened his blue eyes. He sat up and rubbed his head with his left hand. He felt as if what he had just seen was but only a dream, but the human Prime had enough experiences with visions and dreams to tell the difference. Now that he thought about it, did he ever have dreams when he was still a Cybertronian? Optimus looked around and saw that he was sitting in a hospital bed. He looked around and saw that he was in a hospital room, the bed and equipment. He had seen such while checking on June Darby, Jack's mother, who was also a nurse. He tried to stand, only to stop when he felt something retraining his right hand. He looked down and saw he was handcuffed to the bed. While he could easily break out from this with his abilities, that would most likely get him into greater trouble than he already was, though he didn't know what trouble he was in already. The door to his room then opened. I see you're awake. Optimus looked up to see a man dressed in a large brown trench coat with a matching fedora. He looked to be in his mid to late 30s. My name is Naomasa Tsukachi. I'm a detective with the police force. Optimus, greetings Detective Tsukachi. My name is Optimus Prime. Tsukachi, never heard of a name quite like that. Tsukachi said as he pulled up a chair and sat down next to Optimus' bed. He then pulled out a notepad and began writing. Optimus, I get that a lot. The truth is it's the name I was given after completing a trial in the past. Tsukachi, really? Then if you don't mind me asking, what was your original name? Optimus, Orion Pax. Tsukachi chuckled. Laughing at the humor, he still had the same initials. Tsukachi, seriously? Optimus, I see no reason to lie to you, Detective. Tsukachi, fair point. Optimus, however, if I may ask a question of my own for the moment? Tsukachi, he's not like most people his age. Acts more mature, almost like a soldier. Go on. Optimus then began to lift his right arm, only for it to be stopped by the HFS. He gestured to them. Optimus, what is the meaning of this, if I may ask? Tsukachi looked sheepish as he rubbed his head. Tsukachi, oh that's mainly used as a precaution given what happened several hours ago. Optimus, have I broken the law? Tsukachi laughed out loud for a moment before he took a look at Optimus' expression and stopped. He seemed taken aback by the reaction the detective had. The way Optimus asked that question made it sound like he genuinely wanted to know, which made Tsukachi laugh because he thought the kid was joking. But he was seriously asking. Tsukachi, wait, you don't know? Optimus, I wouldn't have asked if I did. Tsukachi seemed to be silent for a long moment, a look of curiosity forming on his face, before he answered. Tsukachi, you interfered with hero work and broke several Quirk laws. Optimus, Quirk laws? Tsukachi, please don't tell me you don't know what those are either. Optimus shook his head, causing the detective to sigh. Tsukachi, when Quirks first came into appearance, there was chaos. Order was non-existent and society almost collapsed because we didn't know how to manage this new phenomenon. As such, the government put into place special rules that help people manage how to use their quirks. Some of the rules you broke include using your quirk out in the open, using it on a person, using it to interfere with hero work, and so on. Do you understand now? Optimus, yes I do. But I would like to clarify that I only used my power to save both those boys from dying at the hands of that sludge monster. Plus it was my first time using this power. Tsukachi blinked. Tsukachi, wait, are you saying you only unlocked your quirk today and at that exact moment? Optimus, I believe that to be the case, yes. Tsukachi had a suspicious expression on his face. Tsukachi, well, you certainly didn't seem like you were struggling to use it. Optimus, I have had much training in the art of combat over my life, Detective. Tsukachi, I can see that. The detective admitted, taking note of Optimus' well-toned and athletic body. He soon frowned as he remembered something the doctor told him. Tsukachi, while you were under, the doctor took a look at you. He told me that over 70% of your body was full of scar tissue, a lot of which seemed to have formed years ago. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly happened? That couldn't have come from the sludge villain? If you don't mind me asking, what exactly happened? That couldn't have come from the sludge villain? Optimus looked away from the detective and out the window at the starry night sky, his mind flashing back to the countless battles he experienced, and where each of those scars may have come from. Some of them were from his countless duels against Megatron, most prominently on the Ark, space bridge, near the volcano, etc. He had a stab wound on his side from his evil counterpart that Mech created, several energon blasts that looked like bullet wounds, not to mention the amount of scaring he must have gained when the base was destroyed. Thankfully, most of the scars from that horrific event were removed when Smokescreen revived him with the Forge of Solus Prime, but some remained. And it wasn't just physical, there were scars mental as well as emotional. Optimus, let's just say, I've lived a long and harsh life, detective, and faced many enemies who showed no mercy. Tsukachi's look became soft as he looked at the boy. At the moment, he didn't look like a teenager, but a veteran soldier who had suffered battle after battle with what was probably no end in sight. But it also made him curious as to what kind of life he may have led. He was about to ask when the door opened and the doctor walked in. Doctor? Oh good, it seems you are awake. The doctor was a fairly old man with a portly and short stature. He was completely bald and had a large and bushy mustache. He also has special goggles on his face with an emerald tint in them. Doctor, we didn't have time to introduce ourselves, what with you being unconscious from pushing the use of your quirk. Doctor, we didn't have time to introduce ourselves, what with you being unconscious from pushing the use of your quirk. My name is Dr. Daruma Ujiko. I'm the head of this hospital. Optimus, pleasure to meet you, Dr. Ujiko. Optimus shook the doctor's hand, but the moment he did, he felt something. Something dark and sinister from the man, despite the kind smile he gave the human Prime. He blinked and then the feeling was soon gone. Dr. Ujiko, is something wrong? Optimus then shook his head. Optimus, my apologies, I just didn't expect the head of a hospital would spend his time checking in on someone like me. Dr. Ujiko laughed. Dr. Ujiko, why wouldn't I? You're the hero of the day. Despite the media giving all the credit to All Might. The doctor seemed to growl that last part, something Tsukachi missed, but Optimus picked up on it. He soon smiled and became excited. Dr. Ujiko, besides, I had to treat you. Especially after I examined your blood. Optimus, my blood? What does he mean? Energon should flow through me, not normal human blood, right? Dr. Ujiko then reached into his lab coat and pulled out a vial of red blood, much to Optimus' surprise. But as he looked closer at the vial, he noticed there were traces of blue sparks in the red liquid. Dr. Ujiko, we took a sample so that if needed, we could give you a blood transfusion. But when we tried to do tests, we couldn't find a match among any type in existence. At first, we thought we discovered a whole new blood type, but it turned out to be so much more than just that. I don't know what they are, but it seems the blue sparks act as a sort of self-repair. If you end up losing blood, these sparks can be used to quickly heal the damage fast enough so you wouldn't need a transfusion. Not only that, but they also seem to strengthen the white blood cells, enhancing your immune system. Not only that, but we did several tests, and this blood is compatible with all types, including type O, which is the universal donor. Essentially, you have the perfect blood. If I hadn't read the reports and seen the news, I would have thought your quirk was perfect blood. He laughed at his jest, but Optimus was zeroed in on the vial of his blood. He knew immediately what those blue sparks were, energon. Somehow, his human body was pumping both blood and energon through him, which shouldn't have been impossible if what he heard from Ratchet was true. His old friend mentioned the human body couldn't contain the power of energon and it would most likely perish. Raph did survive after being exposed to energon, but that was used to purge the dark energon from his body. Was this another side effect of becoming human? Tsukachi, is it safe? I admit I don't know much about medicine and proper procedure, but using blood with little blue sparks taken from an unconscious kid doesn't seem very smart. Dr. Ujiko, I promise I've done the tests myself and it's perfectly safe. I've even tested it with a patient who needed some blood, and believe it or not, Only a drop of it was required and the patient was immediately back to full health. He should be able to walk out of here in under a week. Tsukachi was slightly suspicious, but he didn't detect any lies from the man with his quirk, lie detector, so it must be true. The doctor then turned back to Optimus. Dr. Ujiko, please, if you don't mind, I would love to continue to take blood from you. Your blood could revolutionize the entire industry. We wouldn't have to worry on blood shortages again with your help. So if you would please. He started to approach Optimus' bed with a large syringe when Optimus leaned back greatly. If he wasn't handcuffed to the bed, he would be moving to jump out the window. Optimus, I thank you for the idea, doctor, but I'm afraid I'm gonna have to decline. That certainly wasn't something the good doctor wanted to hear. Dr. Ujiko, but why? You could do so much good for the world if you give us much of your blood to study. Help so many people. Save so many lives. Are you willing to let those people die? Why? Are you that afraid of needles or something? Tsukachi, doctor. Tsukachi almost had to restrain the doctor who looked as if he was going mad. Optimus understood where the man was coming from, and to be honest, all that sounded well and good, but Optimus just couldn't. There were too many risks of whatever may come with giving his energon blood, and coining that term from here on out, to others. They didn't know the true effects of the blood on another person in the long run, as it hadn't been a day since Dr. Ujiko had given his blood to that one patient. Maybe after more time and more observations, and after knowing it was completely safe, he could share his blood with the world. But there was another, more prominent reason why he was so hesitant to give the doctor his blood, and that reason was Dr. Ujiko himself. While the doctor presented himself as someone polite and caring, as well as enthusiastic about saving lives, there was something underneath. Something dark and twisted. It reminded him much of the Decepticons' mad scientist Shockwave. That and the fact the man moved to test his blood on a living human being without Optimus' consent raised a lot of red flags for the human Prime. But he couldn't share his suspicions here. It would be the word of him, a stranger and a teenager, against a highly reputable doctor. It would only land him in more trouble, so he came up with an excuse that was also the truth. Optimus, I want to be completely sure this is safe before we begin any more trials. It hasn't even been a full day since you gave my blood to that patient, without my permission no less. Dr. Ujiko looked away, appearing ashamed of his actions. Optimus, while I do see the benefits of sharing my blood with others, I fear we are ignoring any disastrous consequences that may come from it. Dr. Ujiko, if you're worried about being blamed for any lives that may be lost if it doesn't work out, don't worry, I'll take full responsibility. And if you're worried about me stealing all the glory, we can write up a contract so that. Optimus shook his head. Optimus, I do not care if I am blamed for anything that may go wrong, or if I gain praise from anything that may work out. All I care about is the lives my choice can touch. If even one life is lost because of my blood, I will never forgive myself. Both the doctor and Tsukachi were surprised by his words. Tsukachi was more because of his unwillingness to want fame from this. Most people his age are desperately trying to become heroes to receive the same level of fame as both All Might and Endeavor, and if Optimus did this, he would reach that level of fame without having to go to a hero school. To see his humbleness caused the detective to smile. Tsukachi, he's a lot like you, Tashinori. Maybe he could even be your successor. Though unbeknownst to the detective, the #1 hero had already found his successor. The doctor seemed less than pleased with this outcome. He was hoping to get his hands on more of Optimus' blood. His mind was already thinking of the countless ways he could utilize it on his patients. But he could do nothing if Optimus flat out rejected him, especially in front of a police officer. So he aimed for a compromise. Dr. Ujiko, very well. It is your blood. However, may I at least draw another sample? At least to use this on further tests to determine if it's safe. Optimus thought about it for a long moment before nodding. Optimus, very well. Soon, the doctor had gotten his blood drawn when he turned to leave. But before he left, he turned back to Optimus. Dr. Ujiko, please consider my offer more. If your blood really does hold the key to a brighter future, I would love to continue working with you. Here's my card. He then handed Optimus a card with his name and phone number on it. In all honesty, Optimus wasn't going to accept. While he did want to use his blood to help others if he could, he would do so after finding a different doctor, as he did not trust the man in front of him. Dear Ujiko, other than that, your injuries aren't severe. You just passed out due to exhaustion from using your quirk and adrenaline. As soon as you finish whatever business you have with the detective, you're free to leave. And then he left. It was silent in the room for a long moment, neither the detective or the human Prime speaking. Eventually, the detective decided to break the silence. Tsukachi, I'm surprised. Most people would have taken the deal the doctor gave you. If not for the fame then to help a lot of people. Optimus, I will repeat what I said before, I cannot live with myself if an innocent life was lost because I was careless with my choice, whether it would save lives or not. Tsukachi, I agree. The two were again silent before the detective broke it with a cough. Tsukachi, well, let's get back to you. Starting with, who are you exactly? We have a name, but that's all. We checked and can't find your fingerprints anywhere in the world. Nor can we find anyone who looks like you in our database. You're a foreigner, look to be American, or even Canadian, but I don't know many foreigners who look like you. So who are you? Where did you come from? And why are you here? Optimus was silent as he pondered his answer. He didn't want to lie to the man, nor did he feel like he could. But it was highly unlikely the officer would believe him. Who would believe that he was once a transforming alien robot from another dimension that was transformed into a human? But he had to say something. He was about to open his mouth when the door opened again. Both Optimus and Tsukachi looked at the door but blinked when they saw no one there. Look down here. Both men followed the voice and saw. Optimus wasn't sure what he saw, but it was a short white mouse. Person thing with a tail standing in front of the door with a smile on his face. He was dressed in a fancy business suit with a scar over his right eye. While Optimus was confused at the identity of this newcomer, it seems Tsukachi was well acquainted with him. Tsukachi, Principal Nizu? Nizu, yes, it's me. I could be a mouse, a dog, or even a bear, but the most important thing is, I'm the principal of Heroics, he declared with a bright and cheerful expression. Optimus, principal of Heroics? What could that mean? Tsukachi, what are you doing here? Nizu, why the answer to that, my dear Tsukachi, is simple. The Chimera then looked Optimus directly in the eye. Nizu, I've come to meet the hero of the hour. Despite stating his intention, Optimus could feel there was more to it than that. But nonetheless, played along, grateful for the distraction. Optimus, it is a pleasure to meet you, Principal Nizu. I am Optimus Prime. However, I must point out that what I did requires no need for praise. I merely did what others would have done in my position. Nizu's eyes seemed to sparkle at his words. Nizu, polite and humble to boot. Oh, he's just perfect. Optimus and Tsukachi were both confused. Optimus and Tsukachi, perfect for what? Nizu, to join my school, of course. Both Optimus and Tsukachi had different reactions. The detective's eyebrows shot wide open in surprise, not expecting such a response from the eccentric Chimera, though he probably should by this point. Optimus was just confused. School? What school? The Chimera did say he was a principal, so it would make sense to be the head of a school, but why did he want Optimus? Seeing the Prime's confusion, Nizu spoke up. Nizu, let me introduce myself properly. My name is Nizu, and I am the principal of UA High School. Optimus' eyes widened at that name. UA High. During his research, that name had come up several times. After the profession of hero started, a lot of schools focused on nurturing young heroes were created. And out of all of them, UA was the best in the country, if not the whole world. He didn't read much beyond that, so he didn't know any of the staff, including who the principal was. Optimus, it is an honor to meet you, Principal Nizu. Though if I may ask, why do you wish me to join your school? Nizu, that is the wrong question. The real question is why not? You showed incredible bravery earlier today in your rescue of both middle school boys. Not to mention the skill you showed in doing so. UA would be honored to have someone like you in its halls. So what do you say, would you like to join my school? Optimus seemed to consider the offer. He knew that UA was the best and the hardest hero school to get admitted to. Many young aspiring heroes would probably kill to be given the offer he had just been given on a silver platter. However, if he did join, then most likely he would be drawn into this world's society more than he would like and eventually be swept up in the corruption he can see clear as day, much like many of this world. He didn't want that to happen to him. Not when he had a mission to accomplish. Optimus, I appreciate the offer, Principal Nizu, but I'm afraid I must decline. Nizu, while he did seem a little disappointed, had an almost proud twinkle in his eyes. Tsukachi had a different reaction. Tsukachi, you're saying no? Nizu is practically letting you into UA with no problem. And you just flat out rejected his offer after less than a minute of considering it. What kind of kid are Nizu, Detective Tsukachi? The detective stopped his rant as he looked down at the chimera, whose face was full of disapproval. Nizu, I will admit I was upset that he has refused, but I do not need you to throw a tantrum in my place and condemn him for his choice. He has every right to refuse if he wants to. Tsukachi seemed to look ashamed of himself after the lecture and looked off to the side, rubbing his neck. Nizu sighed before looking back at Optimus. Nizu, while I am upset by your answer, Optimus, I know I cannot force you to come to school, as that is the exact opposite of what a hero is. Optimus. Thank you, Principal Nizu. Nizu, however. Optimus looked at the principal, who had a mischievous look in his eyes. Nizu, may I ask you to accompany me for a little walk? After getting his HNDCFFS removed and his clothes back, Optimus was walking side by side with Principal Nizu down the street. Detective Tsukachi tried to follow, but Nizu told him it was fine, causing the man to slump. It seems that the principal of a hero school has a lot more power than the average officer. Or perhaps that was just in the case of Nizu. As they continued to walk, Optimus had asked what Nizu wanted to do, but the chimera waved him off, saying he was looking for an excuse to stretch his legs after being stuck at his principal's desk for months managing heroic brats. Optimus felt there was more but stayed silent. As the two walked, they would pass by several pro-heroes, some in the middle of making an arrest, others doing a commercial, like that snakehead woman that reminded him much of a person from Earth's mythology. He only hoped she didn't turn people to stone like the being he heard from that legend. As he saw the latter group though, he fought to keep the look of disappointment off his face. He still didn't agree with all this propaganda that was going around. It just reminded him too much of Cybertron before the war. Eventually, the two found themselves back at the hospital but now standing on the roof. The two looked out at the city before them. To Optimus, it was beautiful. The light and stars. It reminded him so much of his time on Cybertron before the war. A time he yearned for more often than not to return to. Nizu, beautiful isn't it? Nizu spoke up for the first time since they started walking. Optimus, yes it is. The two returned to silence for a long moment before Optimus spoke up. Optimus, why did you invite me on this walk, Principal Nizu? Was there something you wished to show me? Nizu had a sly smile as he continued looking out at the city. Nizu, more like there was something I wished to know by watching you as we walked around. And now I have my answer. Optimus, and what is it? Nizu then turned to look Optimus dead in his blue eyes. Nizu, Optimus. You're not from this world, aren't you? He tried. Really did try to control his emotions so he wouldn't give anything away. However, he made one small slip-up, and that was all Nizu needed. Nizu, I knew it. As Nizu crackled like a madman, Optimus let out a sigh. It felt kind of annoying to have his facade seen through so easily, but it felt almost liberating. To have someone else know his secret, or at least part of it. Optimus, how did you know? Nizu, well, it was obvious. To anyone as smart as me, that is. While others can change the weather with a punch and grow to the size of skyscrapers, I have my intelligence. You may appear calm and focused, but on the inside, you are doing everything you possibly can to keep yourself from falling apart. And it's not because you are on Earth. You seem comfortable on Earth, but not this Earth, which makes me think you have come from someplace like Earth but not. Nor are you comfortable with your own body, not completely. It feels new, like you're wearing completely new skin. Which means you most likely were something other than human before you arrived. Optimus, I see. He has to admit, he was shocked and impressed that Nizu had managed to pick all that apart after less than an hour after meeting him. Optimus, was there anything else? Nizu, it was how you viewed the world. Optimus arched his eyebrow. Nizu, you view the world differently than everyone else. Everyone born in this world looks at it through multiple lenses. Some people accept the world as is and go on with their lives. Others hate it and wish to destroy it, some wish to become a part of the world, some wish to change it through force, etc. But you see the world in a way I've never seen everyone else do before. Optimus, how so? Nizu, you see the problem, don't you? How fragile this society of heroes is. You can see how close it is to falling apart. Optimus nodded. Optimus, yes. While this society has placed a large amount of faith in heroes, it has blinded them to their strength as individuals. They believe that no matter the danger, no matter the situation, a hero will come in and save the day. While such a belief is admirable, it keeps them from becoming their own heroes, from saving themselves from their own problems. Nizu, yes, indeed. Humans, in their admiration of heroes, have forgotten how to stand up for themselves. Optimus, not only the civilians but the heroes themselves. They look upon everything as a competition, the saving of lives as a chance to get ahead of one another. All for glory and fame. Something a true hero shouldn't concern themselves with. Nizu, I agree. This society has focused so much on competition that we've forgotten what it truly means to be a hero. Optimus, lastly, this world seems to place those with powerful and flashy quirks on these pedestals. They worship those with strong quirks while ignoring those with less noticeable quirks and outright shunning those without one. And that's not even beginning to cover how they see those with quirks one might categorize as villainous. Nizu looked at the Prime, noticing the tone he carried in his voice. Nizu, you make it sound as if you've seen something like this before. Optimus, I have. On my homeworld of Cybertron. He confessed. Nizu, could you please tell me more? And he did. For a long time, Optimus would be explaining to Nizu the history of Cybertron leading up to the war, his role in it, what his species was, and how they eventually came to Earth and ended the war, before he eventually sacrificed his life to breathe new life into his world before arriving here and the mission his mentor tasked with him. Nizu was silent the entire time Optimus explained his tale. While it was difficult for him to comprehend, he knew beings like All for One and powers like One for All existed, so it wasn't so much of a stress. When Optimus finished his tale, Nizu rubbed his eyes to stop any stray tears that may threaten to leak out. Nizu, you have had quite a harsh life, young man. Optimus, I am far from a young man, Nizu. Nizu, to me you are. You are nothing more than a young man asked to carry too many burdens on his shoulders. Nonetheless, I am amazed to see you still standing strong despite all the responsibility, that it hasn't turned you into someone bitter and cynical. It takes a special kind of person to keep that from happening to them. Optimus said nothing but nodded in thanks for the principal's words. The two stayed silent for a moment longer, looking out at the city before them. Eventually, Nizu spoke again. Nizu, Optimus Prime. Now knowing all that I know about you, I ask you once again, will you join my school? Optimus, Principal Nizu. Nizu, hear me out. I know you have no desire to conform to the ways of this world, and I'm not asking you, rather I am asking you to help in changing this world. That caught Optimus' interest. Optimus, what do you mean? Nizu, like you, I too see the problem with our current society, and I know that if nothing is done to change it, our foundation would collapse beneath our feet before we know what happens. But there is nothing that be done about the current generation of heroes, but maybe, just maybe, we can save the next generation. Optimus, how? Nizu, as you know, I am the principal of UA High. For years I've been working to try and change the mindset of the students in my school, trying to implement classes and courses that help remind the students what a true hero is. I've even hired teachers who share the same beliefs as me. But something has been missing. It wasn't until I first saw you that I realized what that something was. Optimus, and what is that? Nizu, a leader. Optimus' eyes widened at the word. Nizu, it hit me right then and there. I could give the students the best guidance possible, give them all the tools they needed and the right teacher, but without someone to lead them, someone among them, they wouldn't know what to do with all that they were taught. That's why I want you to join my school. Because I know you won't lead them astray. Optimus, how can you be so sure, Principal Nizu? You only met me today. Nizu, I know because of this. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, then played a video. Optimus' eyes widened as he saw it was a video of him telling off the heroes during the sludge monster. The video had only been up for a few hours but already had close to 1 million views. Nizu, they tried to take it down because it was putting such a negative view on heroes, but it kept getting reposted. This is the real reason why I want you to come to my school. While your skills and quirk would be a wonderful addition to this school, it is your heart and spirit that are truly invaluable to me. You know what is wrong with this society, and you're not afraid to speak your mind. I admire that greatly. I need someone like that in my school. Someone like you. Nizu then put his phone away and looked Optimus Prime dead in his eyes. Nizu, so Optimus Prime, I ask you, no, I beg you. Please come to you. Nizu bowed. Optimus was stunned. This chimera, which held so much power and influence in the world, someone who was in charge of the most famous hero school in the world, was bowing to him and humbly asking for his help. Optimus thought for a long moment. He saw the points that Nizu made about needing a leader among the students. And he could tell the principal was completely genuine in his desire to change the world and this society. But Optimus had his doubts on whether or not he was that important to the Chimera's plans. He was but a soldier, one that had no war to fight now. What could a simple soldier do to change the world? However, he then remembers Alpha Trion's advice before he left the realm of the Primes. Alpha Trion, if you are to defeat this threat, you will need both training and allies. Despite how strong you are, Optimus, you are but one person. There is little you can accomplish by yourself. Seek out friends and allies, and become stronger in this world of quirks. Remembering the words of his mentor, the advice he gave him before he disappeared, Optimus' resolve hardened. Where else would be the best place to gather allies and train his human body than a school that trains heroes, and the best one at that? He's made his decision. Optimus, raise your head, Principal Nizu. The chimera lifted himself from his bow and widened his eyes when he saw Optimus' outstretched hand. He looked up and saw a warm smile on the Prime's face. Optimus, it would be my honor to join you. Nizu's smile was brighter than the full moon as he took the Prime's hand in his paw and shook it vigorously. Nizu, I think this might be the start of a beautiful friendship, Optimus Prime. Optimus, as do I, Principal Nizu. As do I. Kamino Ward was a large town in Yokohama that held many inhabitants and businesses, but fewer heroes. And those heroes who were there were mostly small-time, barely D-list. This was because there was virtually no crime in the town. Most people assumed it was due to the presence of All Might, but it was a much darker reason for why there was so little crime. Hidden in this city lies an ancient evil, one as old as the dawn of time itself, hidden under everyone's nose. Manipulating everything from the shadows to keep itself hidden from the heroes. And it was exactly where a certain doctor was currently heading with a vial of stolen blood. Dr. Ujiko, bah, that arrogant brat. Just because it's his blood and it's special, he thinks he knows what's best. If it wasn't for that detective, I would have taken that boy with me and repeatedly essayed him dry. He entered an abandoned warehouse. He entered a secret elevator and made it down to a certain level. He then flipped on the light. All around him were monsters, terrifying monsters being grown in purple and green liquid tanks. But he wasn't afraid. Why should he be? After all, these were his children, and there was no way a child would ever think of striking their parent. He made it to the other end and entered another secret code which led to an elevator that took him further underground. He was nervous to be doing this, but he needed to let his master know what he found. It could be a great asset for his master's plans. Eventually, he entered a pitch-black room, the only source of light being the many screens surrounding a single individual. He was turned away from the doctor and looked at the screens, but he felt his presence and addressed him. "Why are you here?" The doctor shook at the voice of his master. Even after over a century of serving the villain, it still frightened him a great deal to speak to the demon lord. "Dr. Ujiko, apologize, my lord, but I have something here that may interest you. The man was silent before he slowly turned his chair to face the doctor. Ujiko winced at the state of his master. Where was once a feared and imposing-looking figure looked close to a man near death. He had multiple life support tubes plugged all over his body, keeping him alive. His face above his nose was heavily scared, showing he had no eyes, ears, and a barely noticeable nose. This was the most fearsome villain in existence. The villain who called himself by the same name as his quirk. The symbol of fear, all for one. "F.O., why have you disturbed me, Kyudai Garaki?" Ujiko, his real name known as Kyudai Garaki, flinched at his voice before explaining himself. "Garaki, I have something to show you. Something I think you'll be pleased with." He reached behind himself and pulled out a vial of blood. All for One used one of his many stolen quirks, a telekinesis one to attract the vial to him. "F.O., what is this?" "Garaki, that is the key to your return as the most fearsome villain in the world." All for One would have raised an eyebrow if he had any. "F.O., explain." "Garaki, this blood comes from a teenager who recently saved a couple of boys' lives before All Might stepped in. I know you watched it given it had All Might." Garaki knew the intense hatred his master had for the smiling bouffon. So much that he would spend so many hours watching All Might videos, just so that he could come up with ways to mock the man when the two finally faced off again. "F.O., why would I care about some insect's blood?" "Garaki, take a closer look and you'll understand, master." He did so and his eyes widened when he saw the blue sparks in the blood. He could feel the power radiating from it. "F.O., what is this?" Garaki flinched at the sudden change in his master's tone. He sounded serious, more so than usual. "Garaki, this is the blood from that boy. It has remarkable properties that could help with the creation of the Nomus and possibly heal your F.O., what is his name?" Garaki flinched at being cut off. "Garaki, F.O., what is Garaki, oh Optimus Prime." All for One was silent for a long moment, repeating the name in his mind for a long time. "F.O., leave." "Garaki, I'm sorry." Leave." Not saying another word, Garaki turned and immediately left the room, leaving his master alone. "But not truly. Is that any way to treat your subordinate?" An eerie voice echoed throughout the room, yet had no owner. All for One's lips morphed into a sneer. "F.O., you were the one who wanted privacy." "I suppose I did. But you didn't have to be so mean about it. Especially when the good doctor only sought to help his beloved master." All for One clicked his tongue. "F.O., why are you here now? You've been silent for years, even after my battle with All Might. But the moment you saw this and heard the name, you suddenly became active once again. What has piqued your interest? You're holding it in your hands?" All for One looked at the vial of blood in his hands. "F.O., this blood?" "Not the blood but what flows through it." "F.O., and what would that be?" "Energon." If All for One had any eyebrows, he would have raised them in interest. It seems the elusive voice in his head knew about how special this blood was. "F.O., and why would this be so special?" "Because it is the key to my freedom. And you, my favorite disciple, are going to help." All for One growled at how he was addressed. He first heard this voice around the time when his quirk first manifested centuries ago. At first, he suspected that he had taken a quirk that had turned him mad. But over time, he realized the voice in his head was not the result of a quirk. He didn't know who or what was speaking to him or from where, but he had to admit, the voice had provided sound advice on how to handle his criminal empire and how to deal with foes. Though the voice had taken to calling itself his master, and All for One his student. The arrogance in his voice. The symbol of fear had no master, he was the master of all. Even after all this time, he still didn't know the name of the one who was contacting him. He asked multiple times, but the being refused to answer, claiming he doesn't give his name to lower life forms. Though he took note of something. In the centuries he's heard this voice, not once did it ever make its intentions known. It claimed to see great potential in All for One and wished to cultivate such potential. But it seems he just made his intentions clear. F.O., so that's what it was all about. All these years, whispering into my ears, my dreams. It was all to manipulate me into freeing you? He then used one of his quirks to vaporize the blood. Well, I won't do it. I am the greatest villain this world has ever seen. The one who will destroy this society at its very core. I am not some errand boy for a voice in my head. The voice was now silent. Thinking he had shut the voice up, All for One turned to go back to what he was doing. You dare? When suddenly, a dark aura enveloped the villain. He collapsed to the ground as immense pressure fell upon him. The pain was so sudden and intense that he couldn't concentrate enough to bring up a quirk to use. He started to cough up blood. Did you forget how you came to become the greatest villain in the world? You were weak when I found you. Lost, scared, alone. But I took you in. Because I saw in you something I've never seen before inside an inferior species such as humans. Potential, mixed with a deep ambition, much like myself. I forged you into a being worthy of serving me. And you dare defy me after all I've done for you? Perhaps I should just kill you and move on to your protege. He seems much more eager to do something besides sitting around in the dark brooding. Hearing him thinking of targeting Tamura shot a sense of panic through the demon lord. He fought through the intense pain and moved to speak. No, don't. I'll do it. I'll do whatever you ask. Just leave him be. The pressure continued for several moments before he was finally released, the dark aura dissipating. That's more like it, worm. Remember this. Just because I'm in a different dimension doesn't mean I can't hurt. Find as much blood from that human as you can. You can test some of it on your precious Nomus, but no carelessly wasting it. I'll be watching. And with that, it was silent once again. Being truly alone, All for One used a quirk to wipe away all the blood and moved to contact the doctor. Doctor, get as much blood from the human as you can. Within another plane of existence, an empty void bathed in an eerie green glow, a lone titan floated there. How long have they been here? It may have seemed like centuries on Earth, but for them, it's been eons. That never gets old. Being able to remind those insects of who is the superior species. Unfortunately, I can't do more for it to truly stick. It's true. While they were able to touch Shigaraki, or All for One as he calls himself now, they couldn't do much beyond simply putting pressure on his spirit and weakening him. If they pushed it, they may be able to kill him, but then they would have to mold a new pawn from scratch. And that wouldn't do, not when they were so close to freedom. They admit in the beginning this was for their amusement. Being able to mold a lesser life form into a being of fear was a fun way to pass the time in the empty abyss that was the dead universe. But now an opportunity had presented itself. One that would pave the way for his return. And to think, it was all because of their successor's appearance in the same realm as their apprentice. Thinking about their successor, or more accurately usurper, causes the Titan's body to glow in an ominous dark glow. Their red eyes flashed with malicious intent. They took from them what was rightfully theirs. The matrix of leadership. Something they had been preparing their whole life for. But then, before they could enact their plan for the expansion of Cybertron's empire, they were betrayed and banished here by their mentor, Alpha Trion, and the rest of the old primes. The one who granted them the title they rightfully earned. And then replaced them with that new sparkling. Oh, the rage they felt for Optimus Prime could barely be kept contained. It was a good thing nothing was alive in this realm besides them, or else any other living beings would have died from the darkness they were unleashing. No matter. Whether he realizes it or not, that sparkling has just paved the way for my return. And when we meet face to face he will know the truth. And the darkness they were keeping in exploded outward in a terrifying wave of purple flames and evil. I am the legacy of Primus. Accepting Nizu's invitation to join UA was only the beginning. He couldn't join the current school year, nor did Nizu want him to. He wanted Optimus to start among the freshmen coming into school. He felt he would have the biggest impact on them. Unfortunately, that would mean he would need to take the entrance exam. Nizu thought about getting him in through recommendation, but Optimus refused. When asked why, he said he didn't want to be given any advantage over the students and would get in fair and square. Nizu smiled at his reasoning, proving once again how right he was about Optimus. Over the next 10 months, Optimus Prime was hard at work, learning all he could about his new human body. its limits and how to surpass them. He had found this impressive workout plan on what the humans called the internet. It looked challenging, but Optimus welcomed the challenge. The plan included diet plans, a sleeping schedule, and study time. He didn't know who wrote the Aim to Pass, All-American Dream Plan, but whoever did so was a genius. He also spent much time practicing his quirk. From what he read, quirks were like human muscles. The more you use them, the more tired they become, making it harder to use them. However, doing so helped push their limits and make them stronger. Optimus figured the same would apply to his own quirk, which he and Nizu had dubbed Transmorph. From their observations, Optimus could transform any part of his human body and make it appear like it was with his Cybertronian body. He also seemed to have the same level of durability and a fraction of the strength in that limb as he would in his robot mode, yet it didn't seem to weigh him down at all. Right now, his quirk only allowed him to transform something equal to the amount of space from his elbow to his hand, like from his knee to foot, on one limb. He would spend hours on days constantly pushing his transformation, trying to increase the size of the space he could transform. Maybe one day he could transform his whole body to resemble his Cybertronian body. But he also wasn't just pushing to cover more space with his quirk. He also tried to change his arms into something other than his swords, and it worked. He managed to create his signature ion blasters, as well as energon hooks. He also tried to change his arms into something other than his swords, and it worked. He managed to create his signature ion blasters, as well as energon hooks. He also learned that when he transforms his feet, he can use the wheels from his truck mode as a way to increase his speed and mobility, like those rollerblades he's seen humans use. He also spent time studying for exams. Nizu had told him that UA's entrance exam wouldn't just be practical. While the subjects involving math and science were a breeze to him, thanks to friends like Ratchet, Perceptor, and Raph, human history as well as Japanese were what he struggled with the most. Given that he's an alien robot and on a whole different Earth than the one he's known, it makes sense. Also, while he may be able to speak Japanese thanks to the information he gathered from the web when he was still a Cybertronian, it didn't translate well to writing it. But he was a librarian before he was a soldier, so it shouldn't be too hard to learn it. During these 10 months of training, Optimus was staying at UA's Dorm Heights Alliance. While the dorm wasn't officially in use, Nizu mentioned it was an idea he was thinking of for students who had come from around the nation or overseas and had no way to afford housing. He was even thinking of one day having all the students live under one roof regardless of whether they could pay for it. But for now, Optimus was the sole occupant of Heights Alliance 1A dorm. During his training, he then managed to discover a new asset about his human body. Since he had energon mixed in with his blood, he found that if he concentrated he could unleash a powerful attack or even a supercharged shot from his ion blasters that could destroy a wall. However, discovering this new power drained him of all his energy and caused him to fall unconscious. He woke up in the nurse's office. Then he met and formed a friendship with the school's nurse recovery girl. She was a short but kind old lady dressed in a nurse outfit with a visor on her face, and a syringe in her hair like a hairpin, as well as a large syringe being like a cane for her. She was a short but kind old lady, dressed in a nurse outfit with a visor on her face, and a syringe in her hair like a hairpin, as well as a large syringe being like a cane for her. She admonished him for pushing himself too far, but Optimus didn't take it personally, knowing that it came from a place of love and care. She reminded him much of Ratchet in that sense, someone who always worried whenever he pushed himself too far. Recovery Girl also discovered the special properties of his blood and wanted to study it. But unlike Dr. Ujiko, Optimus could sense a genuine desire to help others from the old heroine. So he allowed it, only if they made sure his blood was safe before they gave it to other humans. Recovery Girl agreed with him completely, not wanting to risk innocent lives for the sake of progress. Nizu had been busy as well these past 10 months. In addition to managing his school, he also has been working on building an identity for Optimus. It was tough work, but thanks to a few favors from some powerful friends, he was able to sort it all out. Being the principal of the greatest hero school in the world had its perks. Optimus' official story was that he was an orphan from the Americas, specifically Canada, who made his way to Japan as a way to start over after a tragedy from a villain attack. He sought to be a hero to make sure what happened to him never happened to another and wished to protect people. While Optimus wasn't a big fan of lying to people, he knew he had to keep his true origins secret from others, or else they'd think he was crazy. And coming up with a believable, if fake backstory was necessary. Besides, it wasn't a complete lie. He lost those whom he considered his family and came to Japan to become a hero to protect others, just not in the way most people would think. Plus, Cybertronians didn't have parents, even if they did have brothers and sisters, so in that sense, he is an orphan. That's how Optimus spent the last 10 months, training, learning, studying, etc., making sure he was fully prepared for the challenges that would eventually come his way. It all passed in the blink of an eye, and soon, it was time for the entrance exams. "We need you, Optimus." "I'm afraid. I'm dead already." "All of this is your doing." "He's lucky to be alive." "I never imagined it would end like this." "It's been an honor to serve with you, Optimus Prime." Optimus woke up with a gasp. Shooting upright in his bed, gasping for air. Cold sweat covered his body. A haunted look in his shaking blue eyes. He felt a fast-paced thumping in his chest, and quickly realized it was his heart beating fast. He was still getting used to having a human heart instead of a spark. After calming himself down, Optimus let out a sigh. Optimus. It happened again. Since becoming human, Optimus has been experiencing many aspects of the human body that Cybertronians didn't have. Things like hunger, thirst, the human body's waste management system. Yeah, that last one wasn't something Optimus was proud to find out about. And of course, sleep and all that accompanies it. Cybertronians didn't need to sleep. Sure, they took stasis naps and rested for long PRDIS, but they could go several cycles without needing rest. The human body, on the other hand, could barely complete a full planetary rotation before needing rest. Optimus tried to avoid going to sleep as much as he could, something Recovery Girl got on his case about a lot. But it was the only way he could escape the dreams. Or in his case, nightmares. He knew what nightmares were from his human friends. Vivid dreams created from the subconscious that are threatening, upsetting, bothersome, or bizarre. In simple terms, scary. They are usually formed from what humans either see or hear in their waking hours. Either horror films, traumatic experiences, and even medication from what he's heard from June Darby. But Optimus knew these nightmares were no figment of his imagination or something he saw in one of those horror films. No, these nightmares were memories. Memories of his greatest failures. Failing to save Zeta Prime. Failing to save Cybertron. Leading soldiers and friends under his command to their deaths. The innocent suffers for his mistakes. And so many more. His mind soon caught hold of several of those dear friends of his who lost their lives following him. Optimus, Alpha Trion, Zeta, Ironhide, Cliffjumper, Elita. He closed his eyes in pain at the last one, shaking his head. Now was not the time to be thinking about them. He grieved them, but his duty as leader of the Autobots forced him to push down much of that grief so that it wouldn't demoralize the others, who needed him to appear strong in those darkest hours. But now, without anyone to appear strong for, those bottled-up feelings were bubbling up to the surface. He also suspected his newfound human body had something to do with it. He knew from experience that humans were sensitive creatures, not that it was a bad thing. Regardless, now wasn't the time for feelings of guilt or regret. Now was the time for action. Today was the day for UA's entrance exam. The day he spent the past 10 months training harder than he's ever had before. With that in mind, a fierce determination burned in Optimus' eyes. Optimus, let's roll. As he stared at the massive structure before him, Optimus couldn't keep the awe from his face. As he stared at the massive structure before him, Optimus couldn't keep the awe from his face. He'd seen the school plenty of times before today, since living in the dorms. Not to mention all the other impressive buildings he's seen and been in on Cybertron. But there was something different about it today. It seemed more majestic, more intimidating than ever before. Its very presence was almost daring Optimus to take the challenge. And he did. Optimus, roll out. He whispered under his breath. He took a step forward but stopped when his instincts detected something about to strike him from behind. Out of my way, extra. Optimus reacted immediately, grabbing the hand about to strike and moving to twist it behind the attacker's back. It all happened in the blink of an eye. It was then that he saw a familiar spiky-colored ash-blonde hair and a black middle school uniform. Optimus blinked as he recognized this boy as one of the two he helped rescue from the sludge villain. Optimus, Katsuki Bakugo? Katsuki seemed to realize the someone who grabbed him had spoken his full name and looked to see the idiot who dared to hold him captive. Only to blink when he recognized the person as the one who saved him and Deku from that sludge monster. Katsuki, Robo-Boy? What are you doing here? Optimus, Robo-Boy? Optimus blinked at the nickname. He's been called a lot of names over the years. Optimus, Prime, OP, Bossbot, Big Guy, etc. But never Robo-Boy. He shook his head as he then let go of Katsuki to address him. Optimus, I am here to take the entrance exam for UA. I assume you are here to do the same. Katsuki blinked at Optimus' words. He didn't know much about the identity of the guy who helped save him, but he could never forget those eyes. Those two blue orbs stared into his very soul. But he thought that maybe he was some unknown pro looking to make a name for himself. It was weird when he saw the guy go off on those other pros for not stepping in. He was right though. But seeing him here, and hearing he was taking the entrance exam, Katsuki realized he was the same as him. Okay, not the exact same. No way was this guy as strong as he was. No one is. But he was still a boy who wanted to be a hero. A kid his age with probably no training and a much weaker Quirk managed to free Katsuki when he had no chance of doing it himself. That made his blood boil. He clicked his tongue before responding. Katsuki, you got that right. I'm gonna be the greatest hero this world's ever seen. All these other hopeless extras who somehow miraculously manage to make it into this school will just be my stepping stones. I'll become even greater than All Might by the time I'm done with my first year. As he listened to Katsuki's declaration, Optimus couldn't help the concern and worry that filled his being. Not for himself, but for Bakugo and his peers. He recognized the attitude Bakugo had. From a young age, he must have been praised constantly for the strength of his quirk, with no one to challenge him or defy him. This was a prime example of why this society was flawed. Place young children on a pedestal leads them to believe they are more powerful than they truly are, leading them to be incredibly arrogant. And Optimus had enough experience to know that arrogance can be someone's undoing. It was Megatron's after all. Thinking of his former brother turned archenemy, Optimus couldn't help but draw parallels between Katsuki and Megatron. They both seemed to be proud warriors who were exceptionally strong. And they let all that pride and ego fill their heads with delusions of grandeur. However, despite their similarity, Optimus was able to see the differences. While Megatron's lust for power seemed to drive him down a dark path, Katsuki seemed determined to use his strength to become a hero. Maybe not the right idea of a hero, but a hero nonetheless. Also, while he did seem to have a huge superiority complex, Optimus could tell there was something underneath that. Something that he did well masking from others. But Optimus was able to see through it almost immediately. A sense of inferiority mixed in all that pride and ego. Katsuki, what are you starring at Robo-Boy? Just so you know I don't swing that way. Optimus blinked, realizing that he'd been staring at Katsuki for a long time. He looked a little sheepish as he rubbed the back of his head, but also was confused by Katsuki's words. What did he mean by, swing that way? Optimus, I apologize. It's just your statement reminded me much of an old friend of mine. Katsuki, is he strong? Optimus, he is the strongest person I know. And also the weakest. It was true. While Megatron was indeed the strongest in many aspects, such as strength and fighting ability, he was also the weakest in others, such as compassion, empathy, and mercy. Megatron used to mock Optimus for fighting for the weak, but at the end of the day, Megatron fought for nothing, which was why he could never truly win. And Katsuki was the same way. He fought for nothing but to become the strongest, which is why Optimus knew he never would be until he rose above himself. Katsuki, well, I'll be even stronger than him. Just watch extra. With that, Katsuki began to make his way to the entrance, but Optimus placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Optimus, if I may offer one piece of advice. I would refrain from calling your peers extras. They are all here for the same reason you are, to become heroes. So, instead of using them as stepping stones, it would be best that you would work together to achieve your goals. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. This extra dared to offer him advice, saying he would need help from those weaklings. Was he looking down on him? He shrugged off his hand and continued. Katsuki, don't tell me what to do. And don't try to gain favor by claiming you saved me. That was all might. Don't you forget that. Optimus sighed as he watched Katsuki enter the school. It seems this school year is going to be interesting if Optimus passes. Optimus then entered the testing hall and took his seat. It was a large auditorium, much like a college classroom. Over 1,000 students were here. Soon the written test was passed around and they all began. The test ended after a couple of hours. Optimus believed he did well on the exam. Subjects like science and mathematics were a breeze for him, as well as literature. But history and Japanese was a struggle. Thanks to his studying over the past 10 months, he was well versed in the history of this world and the language of the nation he now lived in. The spotlight soon flashed and a man dressed like those DJs Miko had shown him pictures of came on stage. He had blonde spiky hair with yellow shades dressed in black. Optimus recognized the man as Present Mike, the voice hero and a teacher at UA. He had seen him in passing during the past 10 months but never spoken to him personally. Present Mike, welcome to today's live performance. Everybody say hey. Silence. Optimus sweat-dropped. One of the things he learned about the hero was that he was a very extroverted person who loved being the center of attention. That wasn't a bad thing, but some people could find it annoying and awkward if no one responded like how he envisioned. Thankfully, the hero didn't seem to take any offense and just continued, which impressed Optimus. Present Mike, now I'm here to present the guidelines for your practical exam. Are you ready? Yeah. Silence. Once again, no reaction. And he was still grinning like a megawatt. He must have had a lot of practice. Present Mike, now like your application said, you're going to be throwing down in our super hit urban settings. That's right, boys and girls, you're going to be rocking out in this 10-minute mock battle. Soon, the screen behind Present Mike showed different city areas labeled AG. Optimus looked at the card he was given and saw that he was in Battle Center B. Present Mike, gird up your loins because after I drop the mic here, you'll be going to your specific battle centers. Sound good? Okay. Silence. After being met with silence a third time, Present Mike just smiled as he snapped his fingers, the screen changing to show several other images. Present Mike, all right, let's check out your targets. You'll have to face 3 different kinds of robots, which we've named faux villains. These guys are worth 1, 2, or 3 points each, depending on their model. You'll need to destroy as many of these faux villains as possible with your quirks and get all those sweet points. But check it, make sure you're keeping things heroic. No, attacking your fellow examines. Optimus felt that rule needed to go without saying. But considering there were people in this room like Katsuki, maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea for a reminder from the teachers. As for Optimus himself, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Fighting robots, it would be like fighting Decepticons all over again. Something he was exceptionally good at. For a brief moment, his hands of flesh and blood were replaced with metal, covered in a blue liquid. Excuse me, sir, I have a question. Optimus was pulled from his daydream by the shout coming from the front. He looked and saw a tall, dark blue-haired student standing in the front row. He seemed to be about as tall as Optimus, and with the same shade of blue hair, if darker with glasses. He stood up straight, his posture reminding Optimus of a disciplined soldier. He didn't know yet if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Present Mike, hit me. On the printout there were listed 4 types of villains, yet you said there are 3? With all due respect, if this is an error, then it is a great disservice to us and the reputation of UA. We are exemplary students, so we expect the best from Japan's most notable school. Optimus himself had also wondered about that fourth type of villain when Present Mike was explaining how the practical would go. He would also like to know but assumed the teacher would explain it all in due time. However, it seems the boy in glasses was too impatient. The boy then pointed an accusatory finger toward a higher point in the audience. "And you?" Optimus followed his finger and found he was pointing directly at another familiar face from the sludge villain incident. Izuku Midoriya. Optimus smiled as seeing the boy here. Glad to see he was following his dreams of being a hero, but he was also confused as to why the glasses kid was pointing at him with such anger. "You've been muttering this entire time, stop it. If you can't bother to take things seriously, just leave. You're distracting the rest of us." As Izuku hung his head down in shame, Optimus frowned and glared down at the boy. That was just uncalled for. Optimus didn't even hear Izuku from where he was sitting, and he had some of the best hearing around. While it would be appropriate to tell another to quiet down during an announcement, the glasses boy didn't need to call him out in front of everyone and then tell him to leave if he didn't behave. That wasn't okay in Optimus' book. To his credit, Present Mike seemed to notice the tension and worked to calm everyone down. Present Mike, for it. Examine no, 7111 thanks for calling in with your request. To answer your question, the fourth type is worth 0 points. You kids ever play Super Mario Bros? That guy is the thump to your chances, he'll be there to get in your way. There's one in every battle center, it's not impossible to beat it, but you're on the clock and there's really no point. I recommend that my listeners ignore it and focus on the ones topping the charts. The kid in glasses bowed in thanks before sitting down. Optimus was confused. Why would there be a villain worth no points? The test of some sort? Also, the reference the hero made. Optimus, what is Super Mario Bros? Sadly, the Prime was not familiar with pop culture. Present Mike, that's all for today, listeners. Head to your battle centers with a little gift. A sample of our school motto. As General Napoleon Bonaparte laid down, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. Now that's one tasty soundbite. So you ready to go beyond? Let me hear a plus ultra. Silence. Optimus, how did that tumbleweed get in here? Present Mike, okay, good luck. The bus door opened and everyone stepped off. In front of them was the gate to Battle Center B. A whole fake city used to help test young heroes. Optimus, UA has way too much money. When Optimus asked Nizu how much money the school had to allow them to use multiple mock cities as test sites, the Chimera simply laughed and showed him their allowance. Optimus' eyeballs nearly rolled out of his sockets when he saw the amount. Even the richest person on Cybertron couldn't compare to the funds the school received. Optimus took a look around and saw various other young men and women either doing light exercises to warm up, chat with friends, or prepare in their own way. Some were wearing some special homemade costumes that would help with their quirks. It made Optimus feel out of place. He didn't need any fancy suit to use his quirk. So he just wore the clothes he wore when he arrived in this world, a red and white jacket with a black undershirt and dark navy blue pants. Nothing too flashy, but Optimus didn't mind. He preferred such humble clothes. He was able to perform some stretches of his own to loosen up when he heard someone shout, "What do you think you're doing?" He turned and saw the kid with glasses was once again confronting Izuku, the smaller boy slightly cowering over the other kid's height. Off to the side, a young girl with brown hair and big round cheeks watching them. Off to the side, a young girl with brown hair and big round cheeks watching them. Izuku, well, I was just... She's trying to prepare for the exam. Are you trying to ruin any chances she has by distracting her? Izuku, that isn't my intention. As Izuku desperately tried to defend himself, a bunch of others looked on, laughing to themselves. Boy 1, hey look, it's the kid who made a fool of himself. Boy 2, I know. To get called out in front of everyone. Talk about embarrassing. Boy 3, no way he's going to pass. Optimus' eyes hardened as he heard them. Standing right in front of them, someone was in trouble, and they didn't think to lend a helping hand. On top of that, they were making fun of him and writing him off. Optimus, and they're here to become heroes. Optimus thought with disappointment as he walked over to Izuku and the glasses boy. Before the taller boy could continue his rant, Optimus placed a hand on his shoulder, getting his and Izuku's attention. Optimus, enough. Glasses seemed to flinch at both his grip and his voice, but Izuku's eyes widened in recognition of the person who saved both him and Kachin. Glasses soon regained his composure, shaking out of Optimus' grip, and spoke. I'm sorry, I don't know who you are, but this is a private matter between us. I advise you to leave. Optimus, I'm afraid I cannot do that. Especially when I see you demeaning a prospective classmate. Glasses flinched at the accusation before glaring. Demeaning? How dare you? I'm not demeaning him. If anything, I'm trying to stop him before he becomes even more of a distraction. Especially to that young girl whom he was trying to distract. Optimus turned to Izuku and spoke in a calm and reasonable voice. Optimus, is that true? Izuku seemed to snap out of his trance and began explaining himself. Izuku, not at all. It's just that. Well, she helped me out earlier this morning and I just wanted to thank her and wish her luck. Optimus, I see. There you have it. He then turned back to the glasses boy. Optimus, he had no intention of ruining her chances. Rather, he simply wished to express his thanks for her help and wish her luck. He holds no desire to ruin her chances. Still, he shouldn't be talking to her at this moment. She's trying to prepare for the exam, and having a total stranger suddenly walk up and talk to her will throw off her focus. Optimus, that sounds rather hypocritical coming from you, young man. Glasses and everyone watching balked at Optimus' words while Izuku looked on in amazement. What do you mean by that? Optimus, you are condemning Izuku for wanting to talk to someone he doesn't know and ruining her focus when you are doing the same to Izuku, if not worse. How is what I'm doing worse than what he was? Optimus, Izuku wanted to thank her and wish her luck on her exams, an action which would no doubt have boosted her confidence. You, however, have done nothing but berate Izuku, causing him to feel ashamed and lose his confidence, which would affect how he does in the exams. If anyone is seeking to sabotage a fellow student, it's you. I assure you, that is not my intention. Optimus, perhaps not. However, your actions say otherwise, even as far back as present Mick's explanation when interrupted his lecture. Interrupted? I merely wanted to ask a question. Optimus. A question that present Mike would have answered regardless if you had asked or not. Not only that, but you pointed out Izuku to the entire crowd, further embarrassing him. If he truly was bothering everyone, then you should have pulled him aside and talked to him privately, not in front of everyone else. Then you told him to leave, which is something I cannot condone. Look, I just meant that if he was only here to distract everyone, he should. Optimus, you had no right. Glasses flinched back as he was cut off and the glare Optimus shot him. Optimus, you do not go to UA, not yet. Nor are you one of its teachers or faculty members. You have no right to decide whether or not a student can enroll here, regardless of their situation. Glasses couldn't come up with a comeback, so he turned and walked away fuming. Optimus, one last thing. Glasses then turned and glared at him, his face screaming, what now? Optimus, good luck with your exam. Glasses certainly didn't expect that, blinking in confusion before he turned and walked away. Optimus turned to the crowd who watched their argument and everyone immediately looked away. Optimus sighed. He then turned to Izuku, who was looking at him in awe. Optimus smiled. Optimus, it is good to see you once again, Izuku. Izuku didn't answer though, still staring at Optimus in awe. Nobody, not since he was a child, had ever stood up for him like that. Not his so-called friends, not his teachers, his mother could only help so much. But here was this perfect stranger, someone he'd only met 3 times, standing up for him as if he'd known him for years. It was incredible for Izuku. Izuku was then pulled out of his awe when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Optimus, are you all right, Izuku? Izuku seemed to snap out of his daze and quickly turned into a stuttering mess. Izuku, I'm fine. Thank you for your help. Optimus Prime. Izuku, right. Thank you for your help, Prime. Optimus, I simply did what others would do. And no need to address me with such formality, you may simply call me Optimus. Izuku, you'd be surprised at how wrong you are. Growing up, Izuku was used to being the outcast of the group, all because he didn't have a quirk. Everyone treated him as something less than human and would turn a blind eye to all the bullying and suffering he went through. So to have someone here stand up for him meant a lot. But then a question soon came to him. Izuku, wait, why are you here? Optimus, I am here to take the entrance exam, like everyone else. Izuku widened his eyes in amazement. When he saw Optimus in action when he saved him and Katsuki, Izuku figured he must have been some new unknown pro-hero he never got the chance to see, or at least an upperclassman. But someone the same age as him was able to rush in and do so much to help him and Katsuki? Incredible. Izuku then reached and pulled a notebook out of nowhere. Izuku, really? If you don't mind me asking, what's your quirk? Optimus moved to open his mouth but then noticed the doors to the massive city open. Present mic. Okay, start. All the occupants were surprised at the sudden beginning. All except Optimus, who was used to having to spring into action with no warning. He turned back to Izuku. Optimus, I will tell you once we enter UA together. Optimus then transformed both his legs from the knee down into his robot parts, shifted the tiny truck tires on the ground, and burned rubber, taking off into the city ahead of everyone else. As he entered the city, he skidded to a stop as he saw 3 different robots trying to stand in his way. Quickly transforming his left arm into his ion blaster, he fired quick, precise shots that destroyed the 3 different robots before they got the chance to attack. Optimus, they move slower than the average Viacon. This won't be too difficult. As he thought that, a one-pointer jumped from the shadows and moved to attack, but a sword found its way jammed up its head unit. Optimus, still, I must not let my guard down. Optimus thought as he pulled his right arm, which had transformed into a sword, from the unit's head. He looked around and then saw the other examines had now entered the city and moved to make quick work of the different villain bots. He had to admit his future classmates did have some impressive quirks. But he knew power alone wouldn't be enough to make it into hero school. Which made Optimus suspicious. He knew there had to be some hidden point system. But what could it be? He then looked and saw a young girl, blinking for a moment because he thought she was an alien due to her pink skin and horns, much like those aliens from that one-star system. But he shook his head realizing it could just be a quirk, and saw she was about to be crushed by a 2-pointer. Optimus rushed over and jumped onto the head of the 2-pointer. The robot moved to shake him off, but Optimus held firm. He then transformed his right arm into an ion blaster and fired into the head. It took several shots to pierce the armor, but once he did, the robot crumbled to the ground. He then jumped off the head and moved to check on the girl. He then stopped before shifting his arm into an ion blaster again and firing at the head several more times. Whoa! A little overkill, don't you think? Optimus, apologies. Are you okay? The girl gave a bright smile. Me, I'm fine. Just a little upset that bot got the jump on me. Optimus, it can happen to anyone. No need to be discouraged. That seemed to make the girl's mood brighten even more. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I'd love to stay and chat, but I need to get back to destroying robots. See you around, handsome. She cried out with a wink before taking off into the city. Optimus, handsome? But that's not my name. Within the monitoring room, the UA faculty were currently watching the whole event entrance exam from the different monitors. Seeing the new students, or in some teachers' cases headaches, that would be joining the school this spring. They soon caught sight of Optimus' rescue of the pink-skinned girl. Why did he continue to shoot to bot after he destroyed it? Maybe he wanted an extra point? He was checking for a pulse. Most of the teachers looked back at the sole man standing in the darkness. He was a scruffy-looking man dressed in all black with long, messy black hair. Young heroes think that once the villain goes down the first time, it's the end of it, which can be the reason that most young heroes lose their lives. So he made sure the villain was incapacitated before checking on the civilian. Smart move. All the teachers stared at the man in amazement. Not at what he said, but that he was praising someone. Aizawa praising a freshman? Is it the apocalypse? Aizawa, shut up, Midnight. If you asked Tenya Ida how his day was going, he would say it was a mixed day. The good was that he was sure he performed well on the written exam, cleared up a nearly grievous error in UA's information sheet, and was doing rather well against these robots, racking up a good number of points. That mutter had distracted him from the presentation, and then there was that other boy who had confronted him before the start of the In hindsight, Tenya could see that it may have been his fault. Maybe he could have confronted the muttering boy and lectured him in a more private setting. But still, what the other boy said was way out of line. To even insinuate that he was attempting to sabotage another student's chance here. Absurd. Tenya would never do that. It would bring shame to the Ida family name, and above all, his brother wouldn't be happy. He tried to shake the discussion as he tore through the robots, his kicks being powered by the engines in his legs. Tenya, alright, that's over a few more and I should secure my place in the hero course. As he said that, a one-pointer dashed from behind a building and was about to pounce on him. He moved to attack, but someone beat him to it. The young man who called him out from the beginning jumped from the side, latching onto the one-pointer's face with an orange glowing hook before pulling himself up on its head. He then formed another hook with his free hand and dug it into the other side of his face before he pulled. The one-pointer seemed to screech as its face was torn apart. After doing so, Optimus jumped off its head and pulled it to the ground with one of his hooks. Optimus, piece of tin. Tenya looked in amazement. While it was easy for him to destroy robots, the engines in his legs gave him an advantage. But that young man used his raw strength to pull the robot's head apart. He was pulled out of his amazement when Optimus spoke to him. Optimus, are you all right? Tenya frowned. Now he was acting all concerned for him, even after their confrontation before the exam. What a two-faced person. Tenya, I'm perfectly fine, as you can see. I had that under control. You didn't have to come in and steal my point. Optimus, I apologize for any point stealing, but when I saw you were in danger, I couldn't help but intervene. Tenya was about to say something, but Optimus' eyes sharpened as he formed an ion blaster and pointed it straight at Tenya, shocking the young teen. Was this delinquent gonna break the school's rules? Tenya, wait. You can't injure other examines. It's against the... Optimus fired, and the blast flew right past Tenya's head and hit a two-pointer that was about to hit him. Tenya reacted instantly and swung his engine-powered leg and finished off the sneaky bot. He then turned back to Optimus. Tenya, his shot hit the robot perfectly. He barely must have had time to aim, and with me in the way it couldn't have been easy. The way he fired with no hesitation. He's either cocky or just that good. You could have warned me. Optimus, I'm sorry. But my body moved on its own when I saw you in danger. There was no time for words. I would never forgive myself if someone got hurt in front of me because I was too slow to react. Tenya blinked at his apology, not expecting it. And the conviction in his voice reminded him much of his brother. He was pulled out of his thoughts when he saw he and Optimus were surrounded by half a dozen villain bots. The two soon got back to back. Tenya cursed himself as he tried to formulate a strategy, but Optimus spoke up. Optimus, when I give the signal, fire off your engines at full power and brace yourself. Tenya, what? But why would... Optimus, trust me. Tenya didn't know why, but he did. Despite their earlier disagreement, he couldn't help but put his trust in his fellow examinee. Soon the villains leaped at them. Optimus, now. Tenya fired off his engines at full power and braced himself for whatever Optimus had planned. The human Prime then grabbed Tenya tightly by the arm and swung him around in a circle. Tenya screamed at the action, but the results spoke for themselves as the two tore into the robots that dared to get the jump on them. What was left was a pile of wreckage left behind. Tenya was impressed as he turned to Optimus. He had thought of doing a combination move like that in the future with another classmate, but he didn't think anyone could handle the stress the power of his engines could put on the other arms, nor have the strength to hold fast and stand firm. Optimus, thank you. Tenya was shocked he was being thanked. It should be the other way around. It was his plan after all. Optimus, excuse me. Tenya blinked as he then saw Optimus speaking to what was probably one of the security cameras. Was he trying to ask the faculty to transfer most of the points from this to him? Tenya thought it would be fair. After all, it was his plan and his strength that allowed them to pull off such a move. Tenya didn't mind. This could be his apology for acting so rude earlier. Optimus, if possible, could you please give all the points from this encounter to the young man standing beside me? Tenya's eyes widened in shock. He counted the points and it was 12, and such a number would be impossible for examinees to get on their own, let alone in a group. And he was willing to give it all away to him. Optimus turned to face him. Optimus, consider this my way of apologizing for stealing your point earlier. Tenya's mouth dropped. That was a mere 1-pointer, and he was willing to give more than 10 times the amount of points to make up for it? He already did so when he allowed Tenya to kill that 2-pointer that snuck up on him. Before Tenya could offer any protest, Optimus spoke to him. Optimus, I am sorry to leave so soon after meeting again, but I must continue to look for more points. I will see you in UA. Without another word spoken, Optimus transformed his legs and took off into the city to find more robots, leaving Tenya to stare off in amazement. Tenya, I was wrong. He's a true example of what a hero should be, courageous, selfless, and generous to others. I'm so ashamed I thought any less of him. I must strive to do better so that I can stand next to him. That means getting into UA. And with that, Tenya took off into the city with a renewed determination. So how should we distribute the points? What do you mean, shouldn't we? Just give them half and half? Yeah, but it looks to me like the sword and gun dude did all the work while the other was used as a mace. Fair point. Maybe we should give the points to, what is he doing? Optimus, excuse me. If possible, could you please give all the points from this encounter to the young man standing beside me? All the teachers were shocked. None of them would honestly blame the kid for wanting all the points, but he was willing to give them all away. Nizu, do as he says. The teachers turned to look at Nizu, who had a cup of tea in his hands and took a long, slow sip. Are you sure, Principal Nizu? Isn't that your guinea pig? Don't you want him to pass? All the faculty knew of Optimus Prime, as he had been living on campus for the past 10 months. Nizu had told them he was an orphan with nowhere to go and decided to let him live in UA's new dorms, as a trial run for dorm life. They didn't interact with him, to not try and get too attached if he didn't pass the exams. Nizu, I am not worried. I have no doubt Optimus Prime will pass the exams with flying colors. After all, he's just made up for more than half those points he gave away. All the staff looked at the screens and saw Optimus standing over wreckage from the robots. They were so surprised that he was able to get that many points back so fast. Maybe he didn't need those extra points after all. Nizu, I believe it's time to see what they are truly made of. Present Mike, send it out. The hero smirked while others looked worried. Present Mike, 2 minutes remaining. Better hurry up and rack up those points. Optimus jumped over a volley of missiles shot at him from a 3-pointer, front flipping over them. Landing with a roll, he fired off several blasts to destroy the mech. Optimus, okay, that brings me up to 65 points. There is little time left for the entrance exam. In all honesty, Optimus could have gotten up to 100 points by now, but he stopped multiple times to help others in need. He just couldn't help himself when he saw another in trouble, even if there was no real danger. He was about to move to find more villains when he stopped. He could feel it. The ground was shaking beneath his feet. The whole city became silent as the other examinees looked around for the source. Optimus knew something was coming, something big. He heard a crash behind him. Turning around, he looked and his blue eyes widened to see a massive mech the size of a skyscraper. Every time the monstrosity moved even slightly, buildings collapsed. This was the 0-pointer. Yet when Optimus looked at it, he didn't see the massive green mech. Instead, he saw something else. A monster from eons ago. One he had a hand in vanquishing. Only after it killed more Autobot lives than any other Decepticon, even Megatron. Tripticon. Optimus stood frozen as he felt the world fade around him. He felt like he was back on Cybertron, feeling utterly helpless as he watched Tripticon shoot down his fellow Autobots who were trying to flee the planet. Other examinees ran past him, Tenya included. But Optimus paid them no mind as he was frozen in the memory of the destruction Tripticon caused. Cold sweat fell on his face as his heart rate accelerated to a dangerous pace. Ow! He was pulled from the past to the present by the shout of a girl. He looked and saw it was that girl Izuku wanted to talk to at the entrance. She was pinned under some fallen rubble. She struggled to stand. If she didn't move soon, she was going to be crushed. At that moment, it all disappeared for Optimus. The fear, the regret, the guilt, it was all washed away as a fiery determination to save and protect burned in his eyes. He transformed his legs and revved up his tires. Optimus, maximum overdrive. And with that, Optimus took off at full speed toward the down girl. He dodged and weaved his way around any debris, whether on the ground or falling from the sky. He made it to the rubble. Optimus, are you okay? The girl looked at him with wide eyes. You need to get out of here. It's not safe. Optimus, I will not abandon you. He transformed his hands and used his strength to lift the rubble off the girl with ease, much to her amazement. It soon turned to fear. Look out. Optimus looked up and saw that the zero-pointer was about to crush them. He moved his body to cover the girl to protect her when he felt the air shift around him. Suddenly all the dust gathered up was blasted away. Optimus and the girl looked up to see Izuku flying up to the zero-pointer at high speed, which surprised Optimus. The human Prime had seen Izuku now and then throughout the entrance exam, mostly trying to avoid getting crushed by other robots, and even helped him out some. But he'd never seen the boy use his quirk. He was curious as to what it was. Optimus then caught sight of the sleeves on Izuku's right arm ripping apart as his arm had glowing red lines running along it. What was he? Smasish. Izuku punched the zero-pointer and the machine collapsed under the power of his punch. Everyone looked on with wide eyes and dropped jaws as they saw the timid and scrawny-looking boy just punch out that monster of a mech. Even Optimus couldn't help but drop his jaw in amazement. Optimus, by the all-spark. However, his awe soon turned to worry as he noticed Izuku's limbs. He may still not be an expert on how the human body should work, but he was certain that his arm shouldn't be that red and bruised, nor should his legs be wobbling in the air like they were. That meant both his legs and right arm were broken, and given how he was just hanging in the air, he had no landing strategy. While Optimus was proud Izuku stepped up and saved their lives, the commander side of him couldn't help but want to chastise Izuku for his recklessness in not having a way to land safely. But that was soon replaced with panic as Izuku began to fall. He moved to fly, but when nothing happened he remembered. Optimus, scrap. He couldn't fly anymore. It may be possible for him to be able to transform his body in the future to include his jetpack once again, but for now, he can only cover one full limb and half of two. But there was another solution. He turned to the girl beside him. Optimus, make me float. What? Optimus, I saw you earlier in the exams using your powers to make the robots weightless and then bringing them back down to the ground. Please do the same for me or else Izuku is going to fall to his death. The statement that one of her saviors may die sprung the girl into action as she placed her hands on his back. He soon felt all the effects of gravity being negated on his body. Okay, you're good? Optimus nodded as he pushed off the ground with all his strength and went flying through the air. He had been in many zero-G environments before, so he was used to floating around without gravity. He then transformed his hands into ion blasters and used the kickback to allow him to control himself and speed up. But he wasn't moving fast enough to catch Izuku. Getting a crazy and somewhat reckless idea, he completely transformed his right arm and let the energon in his blood flow to the limb for a charged shot. He soon fired and was sent flying through the air at high speeds. For Izuku Midoriya, he was panicking. While he was glad he was able to save both Optimus and that nice girl, and that he was finally able to use one for all, he didn't think it would come at the cost of both his legs and right arm, as well as his life as he started falling to the ground. His best plan would be to use his other arm to stop himself just before he hit the ground to stop his descent. But if he did that, then he wouldn't be able to get any more points, and he wouldn't be able to enter UA. He'd let All Might down after training so hard. But he also couldn't die. So mentally preparing himself, he reared back his left fist, only for Optimus to collide with him at high speeds, wrapping its left around him. The two crashed into a building and began falling. Optimus used his metallic limb to try and slow their fall. The shattered glass and concrete cut into Optimus' skin, but he pushed through the pain and made sure to keep Izuku far away so that he wouldn't be cut up. The shattered glass and concrete cut into Optimus' skin, But he pushed through the pain and made sure to keep Izuku far away so that he wouldn't be cut up. He then pushed himself off the wall to the street. He then transformed his back as much as he could to absorb the impact and skidded across the ground. When they came to a stop and they were in no noticeable danger, Optimus let out a sigh of relief. He suddenly felt very tired. Guess the exam, constantly transforming parts of his body, using maximum overdrive, rushing to save the girl and Izuku, the energon-charged shot to propel him forward and straining to hold both himself and Izuku up left him feeling rather winded. Optimus. Another consequence of the human body. Along with the pain. That hurt. But his pain was secondary as he looked at Izuku in his arms, the boy staring at him in awe and amazement. He gave a soft smile. Optimus, I've got you, Izuku. Izuku was once again blown away by the being in front of him. Like during the sludge villain, he felt everything was going to be okay the minute he heard Optimus' voice. It was a lot like All Might, but different. But then, the reality of the situation soon hit him. Izuku, oh no. I need to get points. I haven't gotten one this whole time. I need to go. He then frantically tried to escape Optimus' grip, but the human Prime held firm. Optimus, Izuku, calm down. You are in no condition to fight the robots. Both your arms and legs are broken. It would be suicide. Izuku, I have to. I can't let. Present Mike, time's up. You'd better hope that you earned enough points. Immediately, Izuku fell into an intense despair. Izuku, I failed you. All Might. And with that, Izuku fell into a state of unconsciousness. Optimus momentarily panicked but quickly checked his pulse, knowledge he gained from both June Darby and Recovery Girl, and sighed in relief when he detected a heartbeat. But he frowned in sadness for his friend. That must be why he wasn't able to get any points. His quirk must have been so powerful that it ended up destroying parts of his body. He must have been waiting to save it for a special moment. But he used it without hesitation to save Optimus and the girl, which made the human Prime proud of his friend. Guy 1, did you see that? That was insane. Guy 2, I know the guy destroyed that mech with one punch. Guy 3, what's his quirk? Probably something powerful. Guy 2, maybe, but why didn't he use it before? Guy 1, maybe he thought he wouldn't need it? Guy 3, has some bad drawbacks? Guy 1, still you gotta wonder how he's such a scaredy cat with a quirk like that? Guy 3, maybe he did it to throw us off? Guy 2, don't see how it helped him through, you gotta admit he's something special. Optimus, you don't see it? All those conversing quickly focused their gaze on Optimus. Optimus, it's so blindingly obvious, yet none of you can see it. Are you all that ignorant? Guy 1, what did you say about US? Optimus turned his head sideways with a glare that stopped the boy in his tracks and sent a shiver down everyone's spins. Soon, Optimus took a deep breath to calm himself. It wasn't their fault for being ignorant of the obvious, it was more so this society's. The only reason Optimus saw it was because he wasn't from this world. He'd be surprised if someone in the audience did see what he did. But one did see it. Tenya, he's right. How could they be so blind? They both rushed in to save that girl. It may not have mattered much to the tall one, but for the mutterer, the remaining time. What he needed to pass. Safety. All that and more. None of it mattered as he jumped in to save that girl. Tenya clenched his hands in shame, while those two bravely risked it all to save that girl. He ran away like a coward. Tenya, I mean, sure, if this wasn't an exam, I would have done the same. And that's when it hit him. Tenya, wait, the exam? Could it be? He was pulled out of his musings when the school nurse, Recovery Girl, came onto the scene handing out candy to everyone. Recovery Girl, yes, well done. Well done all of you. Haribo candy for all. Eat it up. She soon came to where Optimus and Izuku lay and sighed as she looked at the state of the two. She looked at Optimus. Recovery Girl, why am I not surprised it was you at the center of this? Optimus, I apologize, Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl, you'll just end up in my office by the end of the week as usual. Still, as for this one. She gestured to Izuku. Recovery Girl, oh my. So your own beloved quirk did this to you. Almost looks as though your body isn't used to it yet. So that was the case. Optimus suspected as much. Recovery Girl puckered up her lips and gave Izuku's head a big kiss, healing the injured limbs almost instantly. Seeing her quirk in action reminded Optimus why UA could afford such dangerous exams like this. However, he still didn't approve. Optimus, the sight of your quirk in action never ceases to amaze me. Recovery Girl, oh, you're such a kind young man. Now come along. We need to get you checked out too. Optimus groaned as Recovery Girl pulled the last shard of glass from his ribs. While she could have easily used her quirk to heal him, it would have trapped any of the glass inside of him, which was not a good thing for humans. She gave him a kiss and the wound healed up. Recovery Girl, that should do it. You'll have a small scar, but it shouldn't be noticeable. Among all the others was left unsaid, but Optimus knew what she meant. When she first got a look at all his scars, she was horrified. She had seen a lot of injuries in her years as a doctor, and a lot of injuries, All Might's missing stomach being the worst. But when she saw his scars for the first time, that opinion soon changed. She couldn't believe that someone as young as Optimus could have such horrific scars and so many of them. It would take several lifetimes to have scars like these. When she asked how he got them, he quickly became reserved and refused to answer. She respected his privacy. Optimus put back on his shirt and turned to the other occupant in the room, who was thankfully still asleep. Recovery Girl, you know him? Optimus, sort of. We've crossed paths a couple of times. I last saw him 10 months ago during an incident with a villain made of sludge. Recovery Girl's eyes widened. She remembers Toshinori telling her about it. He also mentioned a brave young man who rushed in to help save everyone but soon disappeared after being taken away. Seems this was the same boy. She then noticed the melancholy look on Optimus' face. Recovery Girl, what's wrong? Optimus, Izuku tried to get points during the exam, but was unable to do so. It's frustrating. I can see such an amazing spark of heroism in this young man's eyes, and that he may not join UA because he didn't score enough points seems to be ridiculous in my eyes. Perhaps I can... Optimus, ow. He rubbed the back of his head as he turned to see Recovery Girl with a disappointed frown on her face. Recovery Girl, don't even think about it. I know what you're thinking. You want to ask Nizu to let Midoriya attend UA, maybe even by threatening to decline your acceptance if he isn't accepted. Now I don't know exactly what the relationship between you and Nizu is, but I can promise you that it won't work. While that man, mouse, dog, bear, whatever the heck he is, can be a troublemaker in his own right, if there is one thing he won't compromise on, it's school policy, especially regarding the entrance exams. Besides, did you think how Midoriya would feel? Optimus raised his eyebrow. Recovery Girl, if he learned that his place in UA was only allowed because someone gave up their place, he would carry that shame and guilt with him for the rest of his life. If you truly believe that this young man can become a hero, you need to trust that no matter what happens, he will find his way to become just that. Throwing away all your hard work because you pity the boy wouldn't be fair to anyone, especially not him. Optimus hung his head low at that. She was right. He knew she was, but he still wanted to do something for Izuku. Recovery Girl. Besides, I don't think you'll need to worry. Optimus looked back at her in confusion as she gave him a sly smile. Recovery Girl, think about it. How could a hero course reject someone who is committed to saving others, no matter the consequences to himself? After all, that's what makes someone a hero. Optimus' eyes soon widened in realization. Then he smiled as he looked down at the sleeping Izuku. Optimus, well played Nizu. I will see you in UA Izuku Midoriya. Recovery Girl, now get up. It's time for you to get home. I don't want you doing any serious exercise for the next week. After what you went through, most people your age would be in a coma for a month. You'll have plenty of time to work yourself to death once you are in UA. Optimus, very well. Thank you once again, Recovery Girl. He soon left the room. Once he was gone, Recovery Girl sighed. She then looked back to Izuku. Recovery Girl, these boys. They're just like you, Toshinori. Maybe even worse. A week had gone by since the entrance exam. In that time, Optimus had been doing some light exercises. He knows what Recovery Girl said, but that applied to heavy exercise. He was mostly doing stretches and some light jogging. He hasn't seen anyone else from the exam since, but he was certain some of them passed. Knowing what he did, he was sure that many of his future classmates were in for a surprise. Today, the letter from UA arrived. Honestly, since he was living on campus, they could have just told him directly. But he understood protocol. He was sitting in the dorm's massive living room, envelope in hand. He soon tore the letter open and a small object came out. He examined the object for a moment, but then a flash and a large holographic screen appeared in front of him with UA's logo. Soon the screen changed to show Nizu looking at the camera. He had a big smile on his face. Nizu, greetings Optimus Prime. It's good to see you. Well, not see you per se because this is a recording, but details. Sorry I haven't been in touch much the past week, but with great power comes a great deal of paperwork. The Chimera laughed. Optimus didn't get it though. Clearing his throat, Nizu continued. Nizu, as for the results of your written exam, I am pleased to announce that you have passed with flying colors. There is room for improvement, but one step at a time, as they say, Rome wasn't built in a day. Now for your practical exam. I am pleased to announce that you passed with a total of 65 villain points, which would usually place you in second place. Optimus raised an eyebrow. Usually? Nizu, I do not doubt that someone as observant as you have learned there was a hidden factor in the exam. While it is true that fighting villains is one of the most important aspects of being a hero, it is not the main duty of one. Saving lives is what truly makes someone a hero, as I'm sure you know. So we have rescue points. A panel of judges watches and rewards heroic acts beyond just fighting and defeating villains. We keep this part of the exam hidden to not make the act of saving others seem forced or vain. So it was as Optimus guessed. There was a hidden point system. He saw the wisdom in Nizu's desire to keep such a thing hidden, as he knows others would only save others if it meant getting admitted. Nizu, and I must say, you've done an amazing job of inspiring the youth into action. Optimus was confused, but then the screen began to show him performing various acts of heroism. Those students he saved moved to help others in need. And they helped others. And so on. Nizu, your selfless action lit a fire in the hearts of these young men and women. They wished to follow your example and save as many people as they could, and they haven't even joined UA yet. I was glad to see I was right about you, Optimus Prime. You are just what my school needs to change the hero society. Soon a scoreboard was shown with the number of participants who passed. Optimus smiled when he saw Izuku was in the top 10, with 60 rescue points. He also saw Katsuki there, who got in solely on villain points, a total of 77 points, making him rank second. As for who was in first, Nizu, Optimus Prime. For your heroic actions and shining inspiration on what a hero is, along with your 65 villain points, we reward you with 70 rescue points. A grand total of 135 points, placing you first among the freshmen. Optimus smiled. While he was never one to care about where he scored on an exam, he felt a great sense of joy at seeing his name at the top, seeing it more as a testament to his hard work over the past 10 months. Nizu, Optimus Prime, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you to UA High School, your hero academia. Optimus, this goes here. No, that doesn't seem right. Maybe tuck it into this hole then. No, that won't work. This is harder than it looks. Optimus sighed as he stared at himself in the mirror of his dorm room. He was wearing UA's school uniform. He heard Miko say that schools in Japan required people to wear uniforms. One of the reasons she liked the US so much, they didn't make her wear, as she called them, those prissy uniforms. 2 months had passed since the entrance exam. During that time, Optimus was getting ready for the school year. Getting all his textbooks and school supplies, submitting costume ideas to the support department, doing more studying, training, etc. It was now April and school was starting today. Optimus had showered, changed, and collected all his supplies. But one thing stood in the last Prime's way. He didn't know how to tie a necktie. Being recently human, Optimus didn't have much experience with clothing. He mostly wore the clothes he arrived in this world with some comfortable sleepwear. This was his first time wearing something as nice as a uniform, and consequently, his first time tying a necktie. He had watched several videos on how to do it, But that wasn't helping all that much. To others, this would have been funny. The great Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots, last of the Primes, and savior of Earth and Cybertron, is defeated by a mere necktie. He knew Ironhide would have a field day. Thinking about his old friend brought a frown to his face, how he failed to save him during the exodus from Cybertron. He closed his eyes and shook his head. Optimus, focus. Optimus told himself as he pocketed the tie. He would figure out the piece of cloth later. Right now it would be best if he got to class. Grabbing his school bag, he moved to exit the door, hand on the knob. Before he opened it, he took a breath to calm himself. If all those Earth movies Jack, Miko, and Raph showed him taught him one thing, it was that he was about to enter a place that no amount of training could prepare him for. A soul-bruising, confidence-crushing, apocalyptic environment. High school. Optimus had never been to the main campus building in the year he's been living in the dorms. Nizu had forbidden him from entering because he wasn't yet an official student, which was fine with Optimus. He would need to earn the privilege to walk in these school halls. He would have been lost, but he thankfully found a map and was able to find his way to his classroom, 1A. Soon Optimus arrived and was surprised. Optimus, that is a big door. Indeed. The entrance to 1A's classroom was very tall. Not as tall as he was in his Cybertronian form, but close. Optimus figured it must be for people whose quirks make them very tall. That was considerate of UA. He entered the classroom and saw there were 21 seats in rows of 5, 6 tables for the row close to the window, and 5 for the rest. Seeing as there was no one else here, not even the teacher, Optimus took the odd seat in the very back. His eyesight as a human was perfect, so there would be no need for him to sit so close to the front. He'd let his classmates have that advantage. He sat down and waited for class to begin. He looked at the clock and saw he was there almost an hour before school started. He guessed those habits of being early from his days as an archivist and a soldier stuck with him in his human body. Optimus then took a look out the window. The sun had just risen over the horizon, illuminating the city of Mustafa. Cars were back up in traffic and people were walking on the road without a care in the world. The birds were flying in the air, some perches on branches, enjoying the quiet. As Optimus observed the morning routine of the city, he had one thought: he didn't belong here. And it wasn't because he wasn't completely human, nor that he came from another dimension. It was because this world, despite its flaws, was peaceful. There was no immediate threat. No wars threatening them. No signs of impending doom. It is in a state of peace. And it was precisely that reason why Optimus felt so out of place. He knew what he was: a soldier. He has been for countless eons. It was battle after battle. Every day a constant struggle for survival, not knowing if he would live the next day. He had moments of rest, but it was ruined by the reminder that the war would still be there the next day. He's been fighting for so long and lost so much that he was used to being in war. So to suddenly be in a place where he didn't even have to think about preparing for a war made him feel out of place. That doesn't mean he didn't wish for peace. His whole reason for fighting was to bring peace to Cybertron and Earth. To end the war so that no more lives would be lost. But it was only now that when he achieved said peace and didn't have to worry about fighting in a war, that he had no idea what to do with himself. If he's being honest, he was slightly relieved when he realized he would have to give his life to allow Cybertron to allow life to flourish again. At least it meant that he wouldn't have to worry about finding something new to do with his life. He could have gone back to being an archivist, but after everything he'd been through, he had changed far too much to go back to that former life. He could have taken charge and led Cybertron, but he didn't want that. He didn't want to be the leader of his people during a time of peace. He wasn't sure how he would lead them after fighting for so long. Not knowing what to do with himself now that the war was over. It honestly scared him. That was another reason why he accepted Nizu's offer to come to UA. While he wouldn't be a soldier or fight in any wars, not that he wanted to, he was relieved to at least have a sense of purpose and a goal to work towards. But it was in moments like these when he looked out at the city that made him wonder, what would come after he achieves his goals? If he does end up helping change hero society and stop this threat Alpha Trion warned him about, what would he do next? What would be his reason for living? Ah, it's you. Optimus was pulled from his thoughts and turned from the window to the class entrance where a familiar young man stood. Tenya, I figured if anyone would get here before me, it would have to be you. Optimus, really? I didn't think I gave off that impression. Optimus admitted as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. The young man spoke again, this time chopping his arms like a robot for no apparent reason. Tenya, of course you do. After everything I've seen in the entrance exam, you give off the air of someone who wouldn't waste their time on trivial things. Optimus, I do? What does he mean by trivial things? Tenya nodded but then looked sheepish as he rubbed his arms. He then took a deep breath, and before Optimus could ask what was wrong, he bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. Tenya, I would like to apologize. I'm sorry for my behavior towards you before the entrance exam. I had pegged you as some sort of delinquent or troublemaker. But I see now that I have completely misjudged you. You recognize something more in the entrance exam, something that completely flew over my head. As a student and a prospective hero, you are far superior to me. I only ask that you... Optimus, I forgive you. Tenya blinked as he looked up from his bow and saw Optimus smiling down at him. He didn't expect his apology to be accepted that fast. Tenya, why you do? Just like that? Optimus, why shouldn't I? It would be wrong for me not to accept after you came and apologized sincerely. Tenya, but I was so rude to you and your friend? Optimus, I know your words came not from a place of malice, but rather from a deep respect for UA and what it represents. You wanted to make sure to honor that history, which is something I understand. However, I will admit there are better ways to do that than criticizing others for not meeting your standards. Tenya, yes. I see now that it may not have been the best move. Even more so after talking with my brother. But then how would I get others to see what an amazing honor it is to walk among these halls? Optimus, I would suggest leading by example. Emulate the attributes UA promotes in your life, and you will do well to honor the school and the standards it seeks to impart in all of us. Tenya's eyes widened in awe at the suggestion. It made perfect sense. If people saw him follow the rules perfectly, then surely they would understand the honor that comes from attending UA. Tenya, thank you once again. Your superiority to me is even clearer to me now. Optimus, it is not my intention to be superior to you or anyone else. We are all equals, all striving to become heroes to protect others. There is no need for one to be better than the other, despite what society tries to make us believe. Plus, Optimus then rubbed his neck sheepishly. Optimus, I must confess that while I did suspect a hidden aspect of the exam, I did not know of the rescue points until shortly after the exam. And it was only after a massive hint from a friend of mine. So I am in no way superior to you. Tenya, he's not only strong and insightful but also humble and kind. He's like my brother but more. Optimus, besides it is not me you should apologize to, but to Izuku, the boy you were yelling at. Tenya looked down in shame as he remembered the spiky-haired freckle boy. He too had misjudged him, thinking he was some loudmouth who sought to ruin the experience of UA for others. But that all changed when he saw him rushing to save a girl who was trapped under some fallen debris from the zero-pointer. He then knew that he was both a student and a hero who was superior to him. Tenya, I know. I'll be sure to apologize to him the next time I see him. Hopefully we have the same class. Optimus, I am glad to hear that. He then surprised Tenya by holding out his hand. Optimus, let us start over. My name is Optimus Prime. What is yours? Tenya looked at the hand for a moment, pondering over his name, before smiling and shaking it. Tenya, my name is Tenya Ida from Semi-Private Academy. It's a pleasure to meet you, Prime. Optimus, there is no need to be so formal with me, Tenya. Simply call me Optimus. Tenya, of course, Prime. Optimus, you still didn't. After that, more and more students began to walk in, and some surprised the Prime greatly. One was a tall figure who had multiple different arms and no real mouth. Another had a bird head for a wallet. And another was just a pair of floating clothes. Optimus had to admit he was bewildered by the appearance of some of his new classmates. He knew that Quirks could cause a vast array of different mutations, but he never saw them up close, besides Nizu, who was unique among Quirk mutations. Optimus, Then again, I am an alien robot life form from another dimension who was transformed into a human. So who am I to judge? Well, this is a surprise. I didn't expect to see you here. Optimus then turned to the voice who spoke to him, and his eyes widened when he saw a familiar face. Optimus, Momo Yaoyorozu. The girl's eyes widened. Momo, you remembered my name? Optimus, of course. How could I forget my savior who paid for my meal? Speaking of, Optimus reached into his pants and pulled out a wallet Nizu gave him. He then pulled out some of the money Nizu lent him to help pay for himself. Optimus, here is the money I owe you from that time. I added a little extra to cover the amount of time it took me to pay you back. Momo, oh, you don't need to do that. I was happy to help you that day. Optimus, please. I insist. Momo tried to refuse, but seeing the kind determination in Optimus' bright blue eyes, she couldn't help but cave. She took the money. Momo, very well. Maybe Uncle Donald will appreciate more money for his money suit? She muttered the last part to herself, but Optimus heard her. Optimus, who would make a suit out of money? I'm pleasantly surprised to see you here among us, Momo. I didn't know you had taken the entrance exam. Momo was slightly caught off guard by the use of her first name, but this Optimus did look Western, and people do call each other by their first names in the West. But she quickly composed herself and answered his question. Momo, that's because I took the recommended exam, a specialized exam for students who were given recommendations by alumni or the faculty. Optimus seemed to recall there was such a thing, as Nizu had offered him the chance to take said exam instead of the normal one. But Optimus refused, rather wanting to earn his place instead of having his place all but secured. But he didn't find any fault with those who took the recommended exam. After all, they must have been strong and full of potential to be recommended by a full-fledged hero. And he certainly didn't hold anything against Momo. Momo, oh, your tie is crooked. Optimus looked away embarrassed. He hoped no one would notice. Optimus, yes it is. Sadly, I haven't worn anything as nice as a uniform before, so I don't have much practice with tying a necktie. Momo, he must be from a poor family then. That would explain why he didn't have money to pay for the meal at first. Would you like me to assist you? Optimus looked surprised before smiling. Optimus, I would very much appreciate that, Momo. Momo soon got to work to help Optimus with his tie, going slowly so that he could follow along and do it himself in the future. As she was helping him, she couldn't help but notice how well the uniform fit him. Momo, he must work out a lot. She also looked at his face, watching her hands work on her tie. Those big blue eyes stared at her hands, watching and recording her every movement in his mind. A part of her wanted them to look directly at her instead of one aspect. But at least it wasn't that aspect he was staring at. She already got enough of that from perverts. She soon finished. Momo-da. Perfect. Optimus took a look at the tie. The way she went about doing it and even explaining the process bit by bit was so much better than the videos he looked up on the internet. She was a natural at things like this. He looked up at her and gave her a big smile. Optimus, thank you, Momo. Momo couldn't keep the blush off her cheeks no matter how hard she tried. The way he thanked her sounded so genuine, more so than the thank yous she received from other people growing up, people who wanted her and her quirk for something. But Optimus' thanks were real and sincere, and for something so small too. She gave her a smile of her own. Momo, you're welcome, Optimus. Tenya, get your feet off the desk right now. And why should I for ice? The two turned to look and saw Tenya lecturing an ash-blonde boy who was lazily putting his feet on the desk he was sitting at. A boy Optimus knew. Optimus, Katsuki? Momo, you know them? Optimus, somewhat. Excuse me, Momo. I should go and de-escalate this before it turns into something worse. He soon left her and began walking toward the arguing pair. As for Katsuki, he was in a rather sour mood. He wasn't having the grand start to UA like he thought he would. First off, some jerkwad by the name of Optimus Prime went and stole his first place in the entrance exam. Seriously, what kind of name is Optimus? And how dare they try and steal his first place? When he met them, he'd make them pay. Second, Deku somehow managed to cheat his way into UA. He didn't know how that quirkless loser was able to do it, but he did. He tried confronting about it, but Deku surprised him by standing up to him. Whatever, he'd put that nerd in his place soon enough. Finally, this four-eyed elitist had the ball to tell him what to do. No one tells him what to do except his old man and the hag, and even then he'll do it begrudgingly. If this extra knows what's good for him, he'll back off. Tenya was frustrated. It was the first day and this newcomer was already disrespecting the desks their upperclassmen used. He wanted to go off on this delinquent but then remembered Optimus' advice. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Tenya, let's start over. My name is Tenya Ida, from Semi-Private Academy. Katsuki, Semi-huh? So you think you're an elitist? How about I blow you to bits? Tenya, blow me to bits? Are you sure you're in the right place? Optimus, if he passed the entrance exam, then I believe he is. Both boys turned and saw Optimus walk up to them. Tenya was about to greet him when Katsuko spoke up. Katsuki, Robo-Boy? Did you manage to pass the exam? Tenya, Robo-Boy? This person has a name. That's Optimus. It's all right, Tenya. Optimus quickly calmed his friend down by placing a hand on his shoulder. He then turned his attention to Katsuki. Optimus, yes I did. And so have you. Well done. Katsuki huffed. Katsuki, those robots were weak. They were nothing in front of my explosions. But I'm not too surprised to see you did. Katsuki had to admit that if there was anyone he knew would pass the exams other than him, it was Robo-Boy. The guy had skill and knew best how to use his quirk. Fighting robots meant he didn't need to hold back. Still weaker than him though. He glanced at the entrance, and his scowl returned much fiercer than ever before. The other two followed his gaze and saw Izuku standing at the door, looking nervous. Izuku. Optimus smiled as he went to greet his friend. Optimus, hello Izuku, I am glad to see you are here today. I knew we would see each other in you. Izuku, why you did? Pausa. Before Optimus could say anything, Tenya interrupted them as he began stomping toward them. Tenya, good morning. My name is Tenya Ida from So. Izuku, I heard you the first time. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's super nice to meet you. Tenya, Midoriya, you saw there was something more to the entrance exam, didn't you? I must admit, I completely misjudged you. As a student, you are far superior to me. And I apologize for my actions to you, both in the auditorium and before the exam. Please forgive me. As Tenya bowed to Izuku, the green-haired human looked shocked someone was apologizing to him. This was a first. Optimus, however, looked on with a proud smile, glad to see Tenya was willing to admit when he was wrong. Izuku, it's okay. Really. I forgive you. And to be honest, I didn't know anything about the rescue points. Tenya looked shocked. Tenya, that means you acted instinctively without the desire to advance yourself. You truly are the shining example of heroism, Midoriya. Izuku was unaccustomed to all this praise. He didn't know how to react. Hey, I recognize that hair. Falling boy. Izuku turned around and froze when he saw the nice girl from the entrance exam. The one who was willing to give him some of her points to help him. If he remembered from the video, her name was Achiko Uraraka. Achiko, that was so cool how you just jumped and smashed that big robot with one punch. She exclaimed excitedly, using her hands for emphasis. Izuku, she looks really good in that uniform. Oh, it was no big deal. Izuku tried to play it off, his face red like a tomato. Optimus looked concerned. He remembered June Darby telling him signs of human sickness, one of them being a red face. Achiko, and you, the robot guy who caught him. I'm sorry, what was your name again? Optimus, I am Opt. If you're here to make friends, then you're in the wrong place. Optimus was cut off as all eyes soon went to the floor and they saw a man wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag pull out a juice box and take a sip. He then unzipped the bag and stepped out, showing his unkempt black hair and tired eyes. He was dressed in all black with a gray scarf around his neck. Optimus, is this man all right? It took you a full 8 seconds to quiet down. Not good enough. Everyone get to your seats. Nobody moved at the hobo's words. Get to your seats? Everyone complied. The man then walked up to the podium and introduced himself. Aizawa, my name is Shoyuta Aizawa. I'm your homeroom teacher. Class 1A, teacher? The class was shocked. This hobo was a school teacher. Did UA just allow anyone to become a teacher here? Even Optimus was surprised. He didn't expect the best hero school to have such a man as a teacher. Then again, it did have a chimera as a principal. Also, that name, Aizawa, was one he heard from Nizu before. Before the school year began, Nizu pulled Optimus aside and gave him a rundown of the people who would be teaching him this year. He highly praised every one of them, but he had a special opinion about Aizawa. Nizu confessed that Aizawa's way of teaching was unorthodox and could be seen as harsh by others. When Optimus asked why he was still a teacher, Nizu confessed that while his teaching methods may be extreme, he couldn't argue that most of the best students to come from UA in recent years were the ones who had Aizawa as their homeroom teacher for at least 1 year. Optimus was intrigued to see whatever this man had planned for him and his classmates. As it turns out, he had planned a quirk assessment test. Not that he told them at first. He just handed them their gym uniforms and told them to get changed and head outside, then left. Optimus saw no point in wasting time and moved to get changed first, preferably before anyone could see him and his scars. He wouldn't want to ruin the others' first day. After everyone had changed, they all met outside, and that's where Aizawa, with a softball in hand, announced the quirk assessment. Achiko, but what about orientation? Or the opening ceremony? We'll miss it. Aizawa, a waste of time. One of UA's major selling points is its flexibility with how we teachers can conduct our classes. Optimus, that would explain how you can get away with all the unorthodox things Nizu must have mentioned. Aizawa, throughout elementary school and middle school, you were banned from using your quirks in any physical activities. A waste if you'd ask me. Today, we're gonna see what you're all capable of with your quirks. Prime? Optimus, yes sir? Aizawa, you scored first place on the practical exam, is that right? Optimus, yes sir. The whole class looked at him in shock. The guy just so casually admitted he scored top place in the most elite hero school in the industry. None were as shocked as Katsuki. Katsuki, what the heck? Robo-Boy beat me in the exams. No way. Sure, the guy seemed tough, but there's no way he could overpower my explosions. He must have cheated. Aizawa, what was your record for a ball throw in middle school? Optimus, I'm afraid I cannot say. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Aizawa, why? Is it considered private or classified? Optimus, it is because I did not do any sort of ball throwing in middle school. Nor did I even attend middle school in the first place. That confession caused everyone to look at him in confusion. Aizawa, so where'd you get most of your education if you came to be one of the top scorers on the written test as well? Optimus, I was taught mostly by the head librarian from the library where I worked growing up. It wasn't a lie. Most of his education and knowledge came from Alpha Trion during his time as a clerk in the Iacon of Hall of Records. The entire class had dropped their jaws. The top scorer used to work in a library before coming to UA. He didn't even attend middle school. Izuku, Achiko, and Tenya were all shocked that someone of Optimus' skill could come from such a humble background. As for Katsuki, I got beat by a frickin' librarian? He wasn't taking it well. Aizawa sighed. Aizawa, I see, well just throw the ball normally first. Then use your quirk. Optimus, understood sir. Aizawa let Optimus take the ball and walked up the circle. Optimus took a second to loosen up his arm. In all honesty, he wasn't sure he could a good enough score. Back on Cybertron, they did have many sports involving ball and energon spheres. But Optimus spent all his time in the library or with Megatronus, so he couldn't play many games. He did play some that his friends managed to rope him into, but he wasn't all that good. Still, being able to play games with the likes of Ironhide, Megatronus, and Elita without a care in the world was a happy memory to the human Prime. Too bad that daydream ended when Aizawa spoke again. Aizawa, we don't have all day Prime. Just throw the ball. Optimus sighed, disappointed in himself that he let himself get distracted by the past. He then pulled back his arm and threw the ball with all his might, much like he saw those pitchers do on Earth. The ball went flying for quite a distance before landing. Aizawa looked at a distance gauge device in his hand and showed the distance to the class. 140.2 meters. Class 1A. That's such a high number for not using his quirk. Isn't that more than the current world record for farthest thrown pitch? Yeah, I think the author made it that high to show how much stronger Optimus is compared to a base human without using his quirk. Are you breaking the fourth wall? Possibly. Izuku, Tenya, Ochako, and Momo were all surprised. Optimus threw the ball way over 100 meters and didn't even use his quirk. Katsuki just scoffed, though he was slightly jealous this extra's throw was better than his baseline. A dual-colored hair boy with white and red hair narrowed his heterochromia eyes at the Prime. Aizawa had a bored expression on his face. But inside he was surprised. He heard from Recovery Girl that this student's body was unique compared to the others, starting with his blood. But there was more to it than that. Aizawa, try again with your quirk. Optimus, yes sir. Optimus then picked up a new ball and looked at his right hand, taking a deep breath. Optimus, transform. His whole right arm then took on the look of his Cybertronian form. His classmates all stared in awe at the metallic limb. So cool? Is that his quirk? Wonder what it can do? How'd it change like that though? I think the author wanted to leave the way the limbs transform ambiguous to let the readers decide for themselves how they transform from flesh to metal. You're doing it again. Dang it. Optimus paid the comments no mind as he pulled his Cybertronian arm back and threw the ball into the air. This time a huge gust of wind came from the strength of his throw. Everyone had to cover their faces. The ball soared through the sky, going higher and further away until it was out of sight. The whole group waited in silence as they turned to Aizawa. He looked at his phone, eyes slightly wide as he showed them the score. 1986.8 meters. The class balked. That was more than 10 times the amount of his first throw. He threw it almost 2 kilometers. That looks like fun. I want to try it. Izuku had pulled out his notebook from Primus knows where and started scribbling away many notes. Izuku, so his robotic limbs nti just allow him to kanjahishan sanfeeten tau epens but the also increase his strength. Wonder how Makofis bought a heckin transform? From what I remember oft sludge villain, Hekuden lie transform from Thilbo down, no heckin cover swallerm, wonder if Heku dunde transformeries whole body? As Izuku delved into one of his famous mutter storms, scaring several people, Momo looked at the robotic limbs in awe. Momo, incredible! What type of metal is that? It seems so alive, and he doesn't seem to be hindered by it at all. It looks so alien. The heterochromia boy's eyes narrowed even further. This was Shoto Todoroki, son of the number 2 hero Endeavor, and the other student who got in through recommendations. Shoto, seems like I've met a powerful rival. Shoto then took a moment to look at his left hand and clenched his fist hard. Shoto, if I beat him, I can prove that I won't need his quirk to become a hero. Aizawa, it looks fun, huh? All the students focused back on the teacher at his words. The way he sounded made it seem like he took pleasure in causing pain. Aizawa, you have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? All right, the one who comes in last place in all tests will be judged to have 0 potential and be expelled from UA, effective immediately. That sent a shock through the whole crowd of students. Many of them cried out in outrage at such a punishment and many began to look afraid. It was then that Optimus realized what Niza meant when he said Aizawa's methods could be considered extreme. Ochako, but we just got here. It's the first day. That's not fair. Aizawa, and natural disasters are? What about villain attacks? Highway accidents? What? Optimus flinched when Aizawa said the last one, something the teacher caught before continuing to make his point. Aizawa, the world is full of unfair things. It's your job as heroes to combat that unfairness every day. The kitty gloves are off. If you want to be heroes, you need to push through your comfort zone. That's our school's motto. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Your fate is in your hands. Show me what you can do. Many of the students still looked fearful. They all thought after all the hard work they put into the entrance exams, then they would be able to attend UA with no more problems. But now they're faced with this threat of expulsion. Optimus, he's right. Everyone looked at Optimus, shocked that he was agreeing with the teacher. Optimus, this world is full of unfairness. Full of sorrow and tragedy, much of it brought about on purpose. Our duty as heroes is to fight against the world's unfairness. To stand as the first and last line of defense against it and the innocent. If we were to falter in our conviction now, we would have failed before we ever truly began. And bring disgrace to the word hero. Many of his classmates felt a fire burning in their souls. Even Katsuki felt inspired by his words. Izuku especially. Given the fact he couldn't completely control One for All, he was worried he would fail the tests, but Optimus' words filled him with confidence once again. Optimus then looked at Aizawa, a fiery determination in his blue eyes. Optimus, you wish us to show you what we are made of? Then we will show you. There is more to us than meets the eye. Aizawa, for the first time in a long time, had nothing to say. He was impressed. Most of the brats he taught would be peeing their pants after his declaration, worrying so much about how they're gonna pass. But not this kid. His whole body, the way he carried himself, and the tone in his voice carried a powerful confidence Aizawa would see in only the most seasoned pro heroes. His words had an instant effect on his classmates, lifting their spirits and sparking a fire inside them, more so than his threat of expulsion. Aizawa, maybe you were onto something after all, Nizu. And with that, the quirk assessment test began. 50-meter dash. Many of the students with speed-based quirks like Tenya managed to ace this part of the exam. Optimus transformed his legs and went into maximum overdrive to clear the dash in 2.5 seconds. Tenya's pride as a speedster took a hit. Grip strength. The students grasp a handheld device that reads the force their grip exhibits in kilograms. Mizo Shoji, a tall student with multiple arms, got the best score of 540 kilograms. Everyone looked to see Optimus, his right hand transformed, holding the remains of the shattered grip measuring device. Optimus. Oops. Aizawa, you're fine. Standing long jump. Optimus transformed his legs and used the wheels to get a running start before using the energon in his blood to give his jump a boost that sent him well past the sandbox, clearing it with ease. Others weren't so lucky. Sidesteps. Optimus didn't use his quirk for this, but he was in the top 3 for this test. The only ones who did better than him were Katsuki and this short kid with purple ball on his head. Ball throw. Katsuki, die. Boop. Katsuki screamed as he sent a ball flying into the air with his explosion quirk, gaining an impressive distance of 705.2 meters. But for Katsuki, it wasn't enough. Katsuki, still under Robo-Boy's score. It's not even halfway close to it. Dang it. Katsuki was frustrated. He'd thought he'd dominate these tests and show these extras who the future #1 hero was. But Robo-Boy has been outperforming him in most of the tests so far, something that was not okay in the mind of Katsuki Bakugu. Optimus, who was sitting out from this test because he had already taken it, was standing beside Tenya, Izuku, and Momo looking quite confused. Optimus, is it normal for one to scream, die, when throwing a ball? Should I have done that? Izuku, let's just say it's more normal for Kaken to do it than anyone else. Optimus, I see. Thank you, Izuku. Izuku seemed not to register the thanks as he looked down in contemplation, something Optimus caught. The Prime speech might have helped light a fire in Izuku, but his performance on the tests so far seemed to have diminished it. Optimus was curious about why he hadn't yet used his quirk, but he recalled in the entrance exam that when he did use it, he ended up breaking his limbs. Optimus. He just needs to find some way to channel his power so that it doesn't injure him too much. If only Ratchet or Perceptor were here. They'd probably find a way to help Izuku in a flash. Next up was Achiko, who lightly touched the ball with her hands before lightly throwing it in the air. The ball kept going and going, showing no sign of hitting the ground. Aizawa turned and showed the score on the phone. Class 1A, Infinity. Optimus. It makes sense, considering her power removes the gravity from anything she touches. As Achiko came back, Izuku walked forward and took the softball in his hands, looking at it in contemplation. Tenya. If Midoriya doesn't start taking things seriously, he'll be going home. Katsuki. Of course, he's gonna go home. He's a quirkless loser. Those nearby looked at Katsuki in shock. Tenya, he has a quirk. Did you not hear about what he did in the entrance exam? Katsuki, huh? He hadn't. Optimus, however, found this comment interesting. It didn't seem like Katsuki was lying either, but he was there. He saw Izuku use his power against the zero-pointer, but it had left him with broken bones. He didn't think someone who had their quirk all their life would allow that trend to continue. Unless he didn't have it all his life. Optimus. So he either breaking his bones has been something of a constant since he was young, or his power came in recently. The Prime then had the feeling they were being watched. He tilted his head slightly and saw All Might looking in at them. He heard the number one hero was meant to become a teacher here, but why was he staring so intently at their class? Plus his gaze seemed to linger on Izuku specifically. Optimus. Interesting. Izuku took preparations to throw, his arm glowing ready to throw. Optimus' eyes widened. Optimus, wait. Is he going to break his arm, this soon? If he did that, he wouldn't be able to do any other tests. He moved to stop him but was too late as Izuku threw the ball. Only for it to land 42 meters away from them, much to Izuku and Optimus' confusion. Izuku, what? But I was sure I activated? Aizawa, I erased your quirk. Everyone turned to see Aizawa, but he didn't look anything like the lazy teacher they saw this morning. He looked like he could go several rounds with an insect icon and come out on top every time. His scarf floated around him, his hair caught in an invisible wind, and his eyes glowing red. Aizawa, the entrance exam was not rational enough. Letting a kid like you enter. Izuku stared at his teacher. Then a flash of recognition entered his mind. Izuku, erase my quirk? Those goggles, I recognize them. You're the eraser hero Eraserhead. The underground hero who doesn't like media attention because you believe it hinders your work. Optimus' mind recognized the term. Underground hero. They were heroes who operated more in the shadows than out in the opening, taking care of threats unseen by the public, much like he and his Autobots were robots in disguise. In his mind, those types were more in line with what a hero is. Someone who works not for recognition or glory, but simply because it's the right thing to do. And one of those heroes was his homeroom teacher with the power to erase quirks. He looked down at his hand. Optimus, could he erase my transformations then? Despite everyone calling his abilities a quirk, he had his doubts. Since these abilities belonged to his original body, he doubted they could be classified as a mere quirk. But there was one way to find out. He put these thoughts out of his mind as he focused back in on Izuku and Aizawa's conversation. Aizawa, so you've done your homework, good for you. From what I can tell, you can't control your quirk, can you? Do you intend to become incapacitated and have someone save you again? Izuku, no. That wasn't my age. He was cut off when Aizawa's scarf wrapped itself around Izuku and pulled him closer. Aizawa, whatever your intention, I'm saying that's what those around you will be forced to do. In the past, there was an oppressively passionate hero who saved 1,000 lives by himself, becoming a legend. You have the same reckless valor, but with the way things are now, you'll be decked and become useless after saving one person. Midoriya, with your power, you can't become a hero. Izuku felt as if his world was shattered. He had no words. He thought after inheriting All Might's power, he could save people just like him. But Aizawa was right. If he couldn't control his quirk, the only thing he was gonna be was a burden. Useless, just like he was for most of his life. Before he could dwell any further on his plight, the carbon fiber scarf holding Izuku was suddenly cut like butter by a glowing orange blade coming down between him and Aizawa, severing the two from each other. The entire class looked mortified at the action. As for Aizawa, you better have a good explanation for this, Prime. He asked in the coldest voice anyone had heard from him, sending a shiver down everyone's spines. As Optimus transformed his hand to normal, he stared back at his teacher, unflinching in the presence of his gaze or the sound of his voice. Optimus, I do, Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa, I can't imagine what excuse you could give that can save you from this. Teacher can lead to immediate expulsion. Not even Nizu could save you. Optimus, with all due respect, Mr. Aizawa, I did not attack you. Rather, I attacked the scarf that you used to bind Izuku. Aizawa, and why would you do that? Optimus, because you are wrong. Aizawa raised an eyebrow daring. Aizawa, I'm wrong? Optimus, yes you are. There is truth in what you say though. If Izuku cannot master his power, he will end up only being a burden to others. Izuku looked down at that. Optimus, however, isn't that the purpose of UA? To teach us how to hone our powers and to use them safely. And besides, you forget that control over power isn't what makes someone a hero. Aizawa, and what does? Optimus, the will to act when someone is in danger, regardless of the consequences. Something I know without a doubt Izuku will do. Izuku looked up at Optimus in awe, surprised to see someone standing up so strongly for them. The class themselves also looked on in amazement to see someone standing up to their scary teacher. Katsuki just looked confused, wondering why someone would go so far to help that quirkless nerd. Aizawa, be that as it may, it still doesn't change the fact that the moment he uses his quirk, he's effectively useless after that. Those with one-shot quirks are the ones who die first. Optimus, you are correct however, if you give Izuku a chance, then I promise he will surprise you. And if that is not enough, then I propose a wager. Shocked cries ran through everyone in Class 1A. Aizawa, you want to make a bet with me? Optimus, yes. If Izuku can produce a satisfactory result in this and the remaining tests, you will take back your statement and apologize. Aizawa, and if he doesn't? Optimus, then you may expel both him and me, regardless of my place in the tests, for my actions earlier. More gasps of shock went through the crowd. Even All Might was surprised. To see someone showing such faith in his successor and willing to risk his spot in the hero course because of his faith, was heartwarming for the pro-hero to see. Izuku went pale. He couldn't accept this. He couldn't let Optimus sacrifice his place in the hero course, not for him. Izuku, no. You can't do this, Opti. Aizawa, I accept. Again, the students froze. Their teacher so easily accepted the bet. Why? He then tossed the ball to Izuku. Aizawa, I was gonna give him another chance anyway. Remember you're part of the wager. He then walked away. Izuku then turned to Optimus with a panicked expression. Izuku, why would you do that? You're willing to give up something you worked so hard on, for me? Look, you have to change Mr. Aizawa's mind somehow. I can't do this. I'll only be ruining both of our. He was cut off when Optimus placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Izuku stared into his blue eyes, seeing the confidence and compassion in them. A smile was on Optimus' face, one that a younger sibling would find in a big brother. Optimus, I believe in you, Izuku. That was all he said as he walked back to rejoin the class. One little sentence. Only 5 words. Yet they were words he'd never received from anyone, not even his mother, throughout his whole life until All Might. It felt so good to hear it from another person. He was tempted to cry right then and there. As Optimus rejoined the others, he ignored the looks of disbelief and shock on his classmates as he focused on Izuku. Tenya, are you made Prime? Tenya shouted, chopping his arms furiously in the air. Tenya, not only did you attack a teacher at UA, but you had the gall to make an actual bet that risks your place here. I had thought you were level-headed, but was I this wrong? Momo, I agree. While what you did may be seen as noble from one perspective, it was incredibly immature from another. Optimus rubbed the back of his head, giving an awkward laugh. Optimus, in hindsight I will admit that was a little reckless. Everyone, a little. Optimus, however, when I see someone struggling, I cannot help but intervene. It's just how I was built, it seems. Many of the students looked at him in awe, but some were confused by his last statement. What did he mean, built? Izuku took a deep breath to calm himself down before winding up his pitch and began to throw the ball. Izuku, Mr. Aizawa and Optimus were right about what they said. If I can't control my quirk, there's no way I can reach my full potential as a hero. For the first time in my life, people believe in me, All Might, Optimus, I can't let them down. I have to work way harder than everyone else here if I want to succeed. So with everything I've got, I'll focus on what I can do right now. Concentrating, he focused the of one for all into his index finger, maximizing the power in that one part of his body. As he did so, he thought back to the words Optimus said at the beginning of the exam. Izuku, and show everyone that there's more to me than meets the eye. Smash! With a powerful yell, Izuku sent the ball flying high into the sky, much to the shock of his classmates, except Optimus, who had a proud smile on his face. He did it. He managed to control one for all, if only slightly. His finger was broken, but compared to his whole arm, he'd take it. Izuku, it hurts, but not as bad as before. As the ball soon landed, the score on Aizawa's phone read 705.3 meters, 0.1 more than Katsuki's. Izuku, Mr. Aizawa. The teacher looked over at the green-haired boy and saw he was fighting back tears, clenching his fist. Izuku, I'm still standing. And then Aizawa smiled, not a sadistic, evil smile, but one that showed pleasant surprise at the outcome. Still looked creepy though. Aizawa, this kid. Maybe he could become a hero after all. All Might, from his hiding place, looked on with a proud smile. All Might, I was worried about you, young man, but you're doing a great job. You knew you needed to use one for all at full power but were able to concentrate it into a single finger for maximum output as opposed to your whole. What the heck, young Midoriya? How did you go and get so cool? The rest of the class was buzzed with amazement. He threw it over 700 meters? Achiko, nice. He's finally showing us his true power. Tenya, but his finger looks broken, much like his arms were? His quirk is very odd. Optimus, for now. But with enough training and hard work, I believe Izuku will be able to master his quirk to avoid such injuries. Momo, let's hope you're right. I don't know how many times I could watch someone repeatedly break their body like that. Optimus was about to respond when he felt something. A dark aura of anger and malice. With a strong desire to inflict harm on another. It was something he'd experienced countless times during the war for Cybertron and on Earth, mostly from Megatron whenever they battled. Killing intent. And it was coming from Katsuki, who was staring at Izuku with such a shocked expression it was as if his jaw would have fallen off. Katsuki, what the heck was that? If it was a quirk he would have gotten it when we were kids. This is impossible. He's up to something. I'm getting to the bottom of this. Small explosions went off in his palms, something only Optimus noticed as his eyes widened. Optimus, Katsuki don't. But the explosive teen ignored him as he charged at Izuku. Katsuki, hey, tell me how you did that or you're dead. Izuku screamed as Katsuki closed in on him. However, before he could reach Izuku, the blonde was pulled hard from the back of his collar and yanked down to the ground. As he tried to stand, a foot stomped on him to keep him down. Oh, he was gonna murder this extra for thinking they could just stomp all over him with no consequences. Katsuki, get off my you? He shut up when he saw the high-tech blaster pointed directly at his face. Optimus looked down at him with a fierce glare, the same one he saw during that time during the sludge villain. The one that made him feel small and weak, made him want to obey. Soon though, whether it was bravery or stupidity, Katsuki spoke out. Katsuki, get off me if you want to live, Robo-Boy. Optimus, not until you calm down, Katsuki. Katsuki, don't tell me what to do. I'll blow you and your robot arms apart. Optimus, then by all means. Try me. Everyone looked in awe and some had a mix of fear. Optimus moved in the blink of an eye and pinned Katsuki to the ground and had him at gunpoint in less than 2 seconds. Even Aizawa was surprised by Optimus' reaction speed. He was even faster than him with his scarf. But what surprised him even more so than his reaction was the look in his eyes. They weren't that of an inexperienced youth who was naive to the world. No, these were the eyes of someone who had been through hell and back multiple times and come out stronger for it. A look only seen on the most experienced pros. Aizawa, who is this kid? He didn't buy much of the story Nizu gave to the staff. There was something off about this kid. He couldn't tell if it was something good or bad, but there was something not normal about this Optimus Prime, at least compared to the others. He'd need to keep an eye on him in the future. But for now, he needed to stop this. Aizawa, okay, that's enough. Prime, get off Bakugu. I'll use my quirk and scarf to keep him in place. Optimus merely stared Katsuki down for a long moment, almost like he didn't hear Aizawa. The teacher was about to repeat himself when Optimus transformed his hand back to normal and stepped off Bakugo. Optimus, very well, Mr. Aizawa. I am sorry for being so forceful with you, Katsuki. He held out his hand for Bakugo to take, only for the bomber to slap it away and move to his feet, glaring at the Prime. First, he takes him down like it was nothing, threatens him, and then offers to help him to his feet. It's official, Robo-Boy made it on Katsuki Bakugo's kill list right under Deku. Speaking of Deku, he was about to rush him again when he was suddenly wrapped in Aizawa's scarf. He struggled to move, but couldn't. Even tried his explosives with no success. Katsuki, what's this scarf made out of? Aizawa, carbon fiber. Now will you calm down? My quirk gives me a serious dry eye. Everyone, that's what he's complaining about? Everyone thought with a sweat drop. Katsuki glared at the teacher. This was a first, a teacher had the galls to tell him what to do. Throughout elementary and middle school, no teacher would ever dare go against him, because they thought with his strong quirk he could raise the prestige of their school once he got into UA and became a pro. He could do whatever he wanted within reason, including putting Deku in his place. He thought it would be the same here, but it seems he was wrong. Looks like he would need to find other ways to put Deku in his place later on. So for now, he stood down. Aizawa. Good, now let's get on with the rest of the tests. As Izuku moved back to join the others, Optimus gave him a proud smile. Optimus, I knew you could do it, Izuku. Izuku, thanks for believing in me, Optimus. Optimus, always, my friend. The 3 remaining tests include sit-ups, seated toe touch, and a long-distance run. Optimus outperformed everyone in all 3 of these tests. Despite being new to the human body, he worked hard to strengthen it over the past year. For the long-distance run, he transformed his legs and used his wheels to keep going. The only one who kept up with him was Momo, who somehow had a moped with her. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know her quirk. Now would be as good a time as any to ask. He pulled up beside her during the run and asked, Optimus, Momo, if I may ask, what was your quirk again? I don't believe you shared it with me. His sudden appearance caught her off guard. But she composed herself and answered his question. Momo, my quirk is called creation. Using the lipids in my body, I can create anything, as long as I know the molecular structure of it. I can't create anything living. Optimus' eyes widened in amazement. Momo recognized that look and internally sighed. Here it comes, the usual, you're a genius and you're so lucky praise. Optimus, amazing. You must have worked incredibly hard. Momo blinked. That was new. Momo, what? Optimus, to use your quirk, you must have needed to study long and hard to know how to create all the things you can. The moped, including the fuel and parts needed to power it, is the perfect example. The level of thinking and training one must go through to create something complicated like that in only a few seconds is remarkable. The amount of training and sacrifice you put into your quirk is admirable. Momo was shocked. No one besides her parents and servants has ever praised her for her hard work. Everyone she met just saw her as a natural-born genius who knew everything the day she was born. Someone who was born with a platinum spoon in her mouth. It bothered her greatly because they ignored all the hard work she put into learning how to use her quirk. But Optimus saw the hard work and effort she put into her quirk. Must have been able to see how many nights she spent up late studying. The sacrifices she made to learn how best to use it, including not being able to make any real friends. It warmed her heart greatly to have someone outside her family finally recognize the amount of effort she put into learning how to use her quirk. Momo, thank you, Optimus. What about you, what's your quirk? Optimus looked off to the side, unsure for a moment before explaining. Optimus, my quirk is called transformation. I can transform any part of my body into metal, which can also transform into a weapon. At the moment I can only transform enough area on my body to cover one full limb or one side of my upper body. Momo, why so little? Optimus, because my quirk only manifested last year. Momo's eyes widened in shock. He was a late bloomer. She's read of such cases where some people don't get a quirk until they are 10, but never has there been a documented case of someone gaining a quirk in their teens. And the way Optimus used his quirk, You would think he's been using it all his life. Momo, how are you so? Aizawa, Yaoyorozu. You're done. I know you two can continue, but if you do, we'll be here all day. Momo's question was cut off by her teacher's voice. She and Optimus looked behind them and saw most of their classmates had stopped, completely out of breath from the looks while they didn't look winded. She turned to Optimus, who shrugged before pulling to a stop and doing the same on her moped. Aizawa, alright, let's get this over here. Here are the scores. He pressed a button and the scores showed up as follows on a screen. Optimus Prime, Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugu, Tenya Ida, Fumikage Tokoyami, Mizo Shoji, Mashireo Ojiro, Ajiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, Achiko Uraraka, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato, Sia Ajui, Yuga Oyama, Antasiro, Denki Kaminari, Kyokujiro, Toru Hagakure, Minoru Mineta, Izuku Midoriya. Optimus was at the top of the exam, much to the surprise of others, but it didn't matter much since with Izuku at the bottom, he would be expelled too. Izuku felt a pit in his stomach as a weight of guilt fell upon him. Optimus worked so hard and was so far the best in the class, and now because of him, the Prime was going to leave. Aizawa, oh, and by the way, I was lying about the expulsion. The entire class, except Optimus and Momo, froze. Aizawa put the results away and had a creepy smile on his face as he explained. Aizawa, it was a logical deception intended to push yourselves. Everyone, W-I-T. Izuku was so shocked he turned ghostly pale as he felt his soul leave him. Achiko's mouth was so wide open bees could enter and set up a colony. Tenya's glasses cracked. Momo, of course it was a lie. Momo then looked and saw all her classmates staring at her in shock. She then looked embarrassed. Momo, should I have said something? Everyone, yes. Optimus, however, wasn't so sure. There may have been a lie, but not about the expulsion. The man was dead serious in his statement on expelling anyone who failed to show potential. Either Aizawa changed his mind, or in his mind, everyone had the potential to become a hero. Aizawa, now that that's all over with, head back to the class to pick up your syllables and head home for the day. Midoriya, have Recovery Girl check out that finger. Prime, you stay for a moment. Everyone followed their teacher's directions and returned to class while Izuku went to the nurse's office. Only Optimus remained in the field with Aizawa. Optimus, was there something you needed from me, Mr. Aizawa? Aizawa, I'm gonna be blunt with you, part of me wants to expel you while the other wants to give you a pat on the back. And for the same reason. Optimus, and that would be? Aizawa, standing up to me. I'll admit all of my students and most pro-heroes didn't have the guts to do what you did, attacking my scarf and telling me I was wrong straight to my face, without looking away. I admire that about you. You're not afraid to stand up for what you believe is right, something that is crucial in becoming a hero. On the other hand, you directly challenged my authority and had the guts to make a bet with me, something I won't tolerate. You're lucky that Sword Strike was aimed at my scarf and not me, otherwise, you would have been expelled no matter what Nizu could do. Since I can't decide, I'll leave you with a warning. Don't do that again. Optimus, as long as you, or anyone else, doesn't give me a reason to, I will not. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. He just said, no promises politely. Bold words. He was starting to see why Nizu liked this kid so much. Aizawa, well, I suppose that's the best I can ask for now. You're free to go. Optimus nodded and made his way back to the classroom, but then he stopped. Optimus, I am glad we met your expectations, Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa looked at the Prime. Optimus, you were lying about there being no expulsion. If we didn't show any potential, you would have expelled all of us, regardless of whatever we placed on the test. Am I correct? Aizawa's eyes widened as Optimus walked away. When he was gone, Aizawa let another creepy smirk grow on his face. Aizawa, kid smart. Smart and perceptive. In all his years of teaching, no one has ever managed to figure out the true meaning of his test so quickly. He was looking forward to more of what Optimus Prime would show him. By the time Optimus got to the locker room, all the other boys had changed and left, which was a small mercy for the Prime. He soon changed back into his uniform, able to tie the necktie thanks to Momo, and went to the classroom to grab the syllabus. He would give it a closer look once he returned to the dorms. As he exited the main building, he spotted Izuku and walked over to check on him. Optimus, Izuku? The green-haired boy jumped when someone spoke to him. He turned and relaxed as he saw it was Optimus. Izuku, oh, hey Optimus. Optimus, how is your finger? Izuku, it's fine. Recovery girl fixed it up well. Optimus, I am glad as always, she does remarkable work. Izuku, huh? Do you know Recovery girl? Before Optimus could answer, Tenya approached. Tenya, hello Midoriya, Prime. How's your hand doing? Izuku, all well and good, like I just told Optimus. Tenya, that's good to hear. And what about you Prime? Did you get into any trouble with the teacher? Optimus, he left me with a warning not to pull stunts like that again. And please Tenya, no need to be so formal with me, simply call me Optimus. Tenya, apologies. It's just ingrained in me to act formally around everyone. But I shall strive to do better Prime. Optimus, you still did it. Tenya, still, even so, you should refrain from pulling such stunts like that. It wouldn't do you any good to be expelled. Optimus, I understand. Doesn't mean I'll follow along through. As the three began walking to the front gate, Tenya gave his thoughts on the day. Tenya, I was a bit concerned by how Mr. Aizawa conducts his class. But I trust the school's judgment. UA is the top program. Even so, lying is downright immoral. As Tenya gave his review of the day, Optimus couldn't help but have a nostalgic smile on his face. Now that he thought about it, the way Tenya acted reminded him much of Ultra Magnus. They both had such a serious outlook on all they did, but it came from a place of love and respect. Though at times that serious, by-the-book attitude clashed with those who did not conform to normal military standards. Magnus' conflict with the Wrecker Wheeljack is the perfect example. He only hoped Tenya's attitude wouldn't cause the same problems with other classmates. Achiko, hey, are you guys going to the station? The three boys turned back to see Achiko Uraraka run towards them with a big smile. Achiko, wait up, I'll join you. Tenya, you're the Infinity Girl? Achiko, I'm Achiko Uraraka. Nice to meet you. Your name was Tenya Ida, yours is Optimus Prime, a weird name, and yours is Deku Midoriya. Izuku seemed to flinch as she said Deku. Izuku, what makes you think that? Achiko, isn't that what that angry blonde kid, Bakugu, called you during the fitness test? A memory bubble then appeared with Katsuki calling Izuku Deku, with explosions going off in the background. Optimus, Achiko, I believe that was meant to be an insult rather than a use of his actual name. Izuku, yeah, my name is actually Izuku. Kaken only calls me that to make fun of me. Tenya, that's unsportsmanlike. Achiko, oh I'm sorry I didn't realize that. I'm sorry. But you know what, it could make a great hero name. Plus I think it sounds kinda cute. Immediate, Izuku's attitude toward his demeaning nickname took a 180 as his face blushed bright red and Optimus was worried Izuku had somehow been going through some meltdown. Izuku, Deku it is. Tenya, but you just said it was an insult. Optimus, sometimes what can once have been a weakness can turn into a source of strength. Tenya, such as wise statement Prime. Optimus, you're still calling me Prime. Eventually, the four arrived at the gate and Optimus moved to leave for the dorms. Optimus, I will see you all tomorrow. Achiko, wait a minute. Optimus turned to look at the three. Optimus, is something the matter? Achiko, why are you going back to school? Did you forget something? Optimus, no. The dorms are located just west of the main building, still on campus. The three looked surprised. Achiko, UA has dorms? Since when? Tenya, it's the first I've heard of this. It must be something new they're implementing. Izuku, why are you going to the dorms? Optimus, I live there. The three were once again shocked. Izuku, you live in the dorms? Why? Tenya, surely you must have some living conditions before attending UA that it doesn't force you to live in the dorms. I know you are a foreigner, but you must have someplace to be staying that's close by. Achiko, yeah. Doesn't your family have a place they paid for you? Optimus, I have no family. He said it like it was nothing, but the revelation caused the trio to look shocked, before casting their heads down in shame. Tenya suddenly bowed and loudly proclaimed. Tenya, we're sorry for our insensitivity in asking our questions. We should have known something was amiss when you mentioned living in the dorms. We shouldn't have asked. Please forgive us. Achiko, we're so sorry. We didn't mean to make you upset. Optimus, why would I be upset? The three looked back up at him and saw that he was fine, with no traces of sadness in expression. If anything, he seemed surprised at their sudden apology. Izuku, why you just said you didn't have any family? Optimus, I did. So? Izuku, and that doesn't bother you? Optimus took a moment to think. Was he bothered that he didn't have a family? In all honesty, he wasn't. On Cybertron, the concept of mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters, even family itself, wasn't a concept for Cybertronians, since they were born from the All-Spark. Sure, some Cybertronians were twins, like Dreadwing and Skyquake, but Optimus didn't have that. He had someone he considered his brother, Megatron, before they became enemies. But he never had a true family in the human sense. Guess for humans that would seem strange. Optimus, not really. From the day I was born, I had no family. But that doesn't mean I was alone. I had friends, a mentor, and people who looked out for me, and I looked out for them. There was even a time I found someone I considered a brother in all but blood. And that was enough for me. I know it may seem strange to others, but for me, that never really bothered me. The three looked at him in concern mainly because they had such a close relationship with their family. Izuku with his mother, Tenya with his older brother, and Achiko with her parents. So to hear someone admit they didn't have something they treasured and say he was fine made them feel like it was maybe wrong. They were silent for a long moment before Izuku stepped forward, a look of determination on his face. Izuku, if you ever need someone, you can count on me. Optimus was surprised by Izuku's sudden declaration. Achiko, we'll be here to cheer you on and help you out in place of your family, she declared, pumping her fist in the air. Tenya, if you ever need someone to talk to Prime, you can come to us, or anyone in Class 1A. We'll help you however we see fit. Optimus wanted to assure them he was fine but stopped himself. He could feel the kindness in their words. So much so he couldn't deny them. He also began to feel something warm and gooey inside him. It was unlike anything he had felt before. Was this another side effect of becoming human? So, unable to turn down their offers for help, he simply smiled. Optimus, thank you. My friends. The three had the biggest smiles on their faces. They soon waved Optimus goodbye as they headed home. Optimus did the same. That night in the dorms, Optimus couldn't help but think about his new classmates. A lot of them reminded him of his old friends, some even reminded him of old enemies, but in more of a positive light. He couldn't help but smile in nostalgia. Maybe it wouldn't be so unlike home after all. Drifting off to sleep, one person in particular stood out in his mind. The reason for this was because this person reminded him so much of her. Optimus, Elita. School began in earnest the next day. The classes that followed were English, literature, modern hero art history, mathematics, lunch, and then heroics class at the end. However, for some reason, the teacher on the last one was blank. Present Mike, the hero who led the entrance exam, taught English. He was incredibly enthusiastic the whole class. Too bad the students didn't match his enthusiasm. Optimus did well in the class, given that English was the first language he spoke when he came to Earth. Momo was just as good as him. Cementos, a hero that looked like a walking block of cement with a man bun, taught modern literature, a subject Optimus struggled greatly with. While he was a former librarian, he was more familiar with Cybertron's texts than he was with Earth's, even less an alternate reality of Earth. Thankfully, Momo helped him a lot. Modern hero art history was taught by the R-rated hero known as Midnight. She taught a good lesson, but she struck these strange and random poses as if to show off. Optimus was greatly confused by these actions and even found them detrimental to the lesson since two of his classmates, a blonde with a light streak in his hair and a purple-haired midget, seemed to pay less attention to the lesson and more than the teacher herself. Optimus was greatly confused by these actions and even found them detrimental to the lesson since two of his classmates, a blonde with a light streak in his hair and a purple-haired midget, seemed to pay less attention to the lesson and more the mathematics was taught by ectoplasm. Given his people's advanced society, simple problems like calculus, trig, quadratic equations, and geometry were easy for him, even if he wasn't as well versed in math as his friend Perceptor. Given his people's advanced society, simple problems like calculus, trig, quadratic equations, and geometry were easy for him, even if he wasn't as well versed in math as his friend Perceptor. Lunch came around and Optimus dug into his food. This had to be his favorite aspect of being human, eating delicious food such as this. The food was cooked by a hero known as Lunch Rush. Izuku tried to get the hero's autograph as they all dug into their food. And finally, it was time for the heroics class. Optimus was curious as to who the teacher could be since they left it blank. He soon got his answer as the door opened, and the one who came bursting into the class was none other than "I am here," coming through the door like a normal person. All Might. Immediately, the entire class was in awe. Many couldn't believe he was here, teaching them. Some even noticed the costume he was wearing, calling it his Silver Age, whatever the scrap that meant. Optimus himself was in awe that All Might was here as well. He hasn't seen him since the incident with the sludge villain but has done a ton of research on the man since. He was known as the world's symbol of peace and the undisputed #1 hero, the one everyone aspires to be. Optimus had to admit that while he did see flaws in the hero society, he couldn't deny that All Might was the epitome of what a hero should be. But if this man was the #1 hero, why was he here at school? Was this part of Nizu's plan to help reinvent the hero society starting with the youth, having All Might as a teacher to help teach true heroic values? He was also confused at his entrance. Optimus, is that really how normal humans enter? A room? Perhaps he needs to rethink how he enters a room from now on if he wants to appear human. All Might walked up to the podium and addressed the class. All Might, welcome to the most important class at UA High. Think of it as Hero 101. Here you will learn the basics of becoming a pro, and what it means to fight in the name of good. Let's get into it. Today's lesson will pull no punches. He then pulled this card from out of nowhere that read, Battle, on it. Katsuki, Fight Training. Izuku, Real Combat? Optimus, so soon? Katsuki sounded excited, Izuku nervous, and Optimus confused. Was it so wise to have a battle practice so early into the school year? But he then shrugged to himself. This was a school for heroes. Makes sense that they would do things differently. All Might, but one of the keys of being a hero is looking good. All Might pointed dramatically to the wall and it opened up to reveal 21 cases with the numbers 1 to 21 on them. All Might, these were designed for you based on your Quirk registration forms and the requests you sent in before school started. The class erupted into gasps and cheers. All Might, get yourselves suited up, and then meet me at ground beta. Everyone, yes. A short while later, the class arrived at ground beta, all dressed in their hero costumes, save for a few who had yet to arrive. Most of the costumes were practical, allowing the hero students to be able to use their quirks more effectively. A lot of them were flashy, intending to attract others' attention while others were more low-key. All Might, they say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are proof. Take this to heart. From now on, you are all heroes in training. This is getting me all revved up. You all look so cool. Now shall we get started, you bunch of newbies? Everyone was eager to begin class. However, so far 2 people have been absent from the gathering of students. And lo and behold, one was joining them right now. Izuku stepped out from the tunnel, dressed in a green uniform. A mask with long bunny ears and a mouth guard shaped like a certain someone's icon grin with his signature red boots. Izuku, this is it. My hero costume. Achiko, oh, hey Deku. Izuku, hey Uraraka. He greeted her but flinched when he saw her in costume. It was meant to look like an astronaut, fitting since her quirk was 0 gravity. The problem was that it was so skin-tight. It left Izuku into a blushing mess. Achiko, love your costume. Not too flashy, you know? I should have been more specific about what I wanted. This bodysuit is skin-tight. Not really my style. As Izuku was shaking in nervousness about being around such a pretty girl, a purple-haired midget with ball on his head dressed in a purple suit with a large diaper, for no apparent reason, looked at Ochako before turning to the readers. I love this school. Izuku was shocked, but the fourth wall was broken. All Might seemed to immediately pick up on the similarities between him and Izuku's costume. From the ears to the grin-shaped mouthpiece. He was shaking as he was trying to keep himself from bursting out laughing. All Might, you're so obvious. He managed to calm himself down and soon addressed the class. All Might, I notice now that we're missing someone. Where's young Prime? Izuku. He said he needed to check over a couple of things with his costume before coming. Optimus, I'm here. Everyone turned back to the tunnel and saw Optimus walk out, and were surprised at his hero costume. Something like this. However, now and then, remove the lines under his eyes and make his hair more unkempt. Most of his classmates were in awe of his costume. So manly. Such a cool and unique design. He is the near epitome of elegance. Only behind moi. For Optimus himself, he was happy with the design of his costume. The reason he stayed behind was because he didn't want the other boys to be unnerved because of his scars. He had to admit when he first heard he needed to submit an idea, he didn't see the appeal for it, but Nizu had informed him he had to do it or make a homemade costume. So, not wanting to be the only one without a costume, Optimus submitted his requests. He went for practicality over looking cool. The plates were separated, which allowed him a full range of movement. Nothing too bulky or it would slow him down. He was pleased to see the support course honored his requests. He had to admit, when he first put the costume on, he felt like himself again. Like he was a Cybertronian once again. It brought a smile to his face. Ochako, looking good Optimus. The Prime turned to see Ochako and Izuku walking toward him, the latter writing away in his notebook of Optimus design. Izuku, yeah, your costume looks so cool. Optimus smiled. Optimus, thank you. Your costumes look good as well. Ochako, really? Because mine is super skin tight. Optimus, that is good. Both Ochako and Izuku froze. Both, huh? Optimus, with it being tight, it wouldn't allow you to be caught on anything that could trap you in place. The tighter and closer it is to your body, the less chance someone has of using how loose it is against you. Oh, so that's what he meant. Both of them let out a sigh of relief. Optimus, though Izuku, I must ask. What is the purpose of those large ears? Izuku blushed in embarrassment. He didn't want to appear any more of a fanboy than he already appeared to be. Izuku, All Might, now that everyone's here, gather around. Izuku, let's go see All Might. Saved by All Might once again. Izuku jumped on the opportunity and moved to join the others. Optimus and Ochako looked at each other before the latter shrugged and moved to join Izuku, the former following. All Might, now that you're ready, it's time for combat training. Tenya, dressed in a suit of armor resembling that of a knight, raised his hand. Tenya, this is the fake city from our entrance exam. Does that mean we'll be conducting urban battles again? All Might, not quite. I'm going to be moving you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors. Think about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. Optimus had to agree with All Might. Decepticons such as Soundwave, Shockwave, and Arachnid, who were considered some of the most dangerous Decepticons, did most of their dark deeds in the shadows. Even Megatron, who preferred the open battlefield, knew when it was best to strike from the shadows. All Might, for this training exercise you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Isn't this a little advanced? Asked a frog-like girl, tilting her head to the side in worry. This was Tsiu Azui, and her quirk was frog, explaining the frog-like qualities. Optimus had to agree with her. This felt like a little too much for just the first day of class. All Might, the best training is what you get on the battlefield. Optimus grimaced at that statement. Loath as he was to admit it, All Might was right. The best kind of training he got was during the war. The endless battles and constantly being on guard are what honed his reflexes and sharpened his senses into what they are today. All Might. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time. You're dealing with actual people this time. That was probably a reminder that doesn't need to be said, but Optimus was grateful for it. He needed to make sure he held back to not harm or even kill his classmates. Though, he was left with one question as he noticed a glaring problem only an idiot wouldn't have noticed. Momo, sir, will you be the one deciding who wins? Katsuki, how much can we hurt the other team? Achiko, do we need to worry about the losers getting expelled like last time? Tenya, will you be splitting us up based on chance or comparative skill? Yuga, isn't this cape marvelous? Optimus, there's 21 of us here, sir. How will we be split up into teams of 2? All Might was quickly overwhelmed by all the questions sent his way as his throat choked. They were all good and reasonable questions except the one about the cape. Of course it was dazzling, no need for him to say it. He tried to clear his throat. All Might, I wasn't finished talking. Man, teaching was a lot harder than it looked. He honestly thought that after all his years being the #1 hero, teaching these kids would be easy. Boy, was he proven wrong. Now he began to feel guilty for how he made his teachers feel back when he was in high school. Not to worry, though. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out his secret weapon. Optimus, is that a script? Optimus was dumbfounded. While he found it acceptable for teachers to use notes to help, for All Might to have to rely on a script to teach was beyond careless on the #1 hero's part. He should have prepared better for this class. All Might then explained the training exercise. 2 villains had a nuclear bomb and hidden it in the building. The heroes needed to either find the weapon and touch it to disarm it or defeat both villains in under 15 minutes to win. If the timer ran over 15 minutes or both heroes were captured, the villains would win. It sounded to Optimus like one of those classic action movie setups Jack, Miko, and Raph talked about. And after all, he's been through many situations like this before. A threat with little time to resolve and barely any information to go off of. All Might, time's limited, and will choose teams by drawing lots. Tenya, isn't there a better way? Izuku, think about it. Pros often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot, so maybe that's the reason we're seeing that here. Optimus saw the logic in Izuku's statement. It made sense, after all. He didn't always have the luxury to bring whoever he wanted with him on his missions, nor had the opportunity to work with those he got along best with. A perfect example is when he and Wheeljack had to save Bulkhead from Dreadwing. Optimus didn't have anything against the Wrecker, but he wouldn't be eager to travel in the Jackdaw again anytime soon. Primus was his ship cramped. Tenya, yes, I see. Life is a random series of events. Excuse my rudeness. All Might, and no sweat. Now let's draw. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C, Momo Yaoyorozu and Minoru Mineta. Team D, Katsuki Baku and Tenya Ida. Team E, Yuga Aoyama and Mina Ishido. Team F, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui. Team I, Mishiro Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. Team J, Eijiro Kirishima and Hantasiro. Team K, Optimus Prime. Soon, 10 teams of 2 were formed and 1 team of 1. This is what Optimus was worried about. Given the odd number of their classmates, it would leave 1 student by themselves, and as the humans would say, he drew the short straw. Optimus, All Might, sir? All Might, yes, young Prime? Where is your partner? Do we have another person with an invisibility quirk in the class? Optimus, I have no partner, All Might. There were 21 of us in the class, meaning 1 was going to be left alone. Did you plan for this to happen? All Might began to sweat nervously. He didn't plan for this to happen. He's got to do something to salvage the situation. All Might, not to worry, young Prime. Soon enough, I'll explain what we'll do to accommodate you. When we get there. Not a moment sooner. All Might then walked away before he could let it slip anymore. All Might, perfect. This way he won't suspect a thing. Optimus frowned as he watched the retreating hero. Seems being the #1 hero didn't translate to being a good teacher. Optimus then looked towards his classmates. Some seemed excited to be paired with their partners, others annoyed, and most indifferent. Achiko, wow, what are the chances? We're a team. Achiko cheered as Izuku looked nervous. All Might dig his hands into 2 separate boxes, labeled Villain and Hero. All Might, I declare that the first team's TO fight will be these guys. In his hands from the hero box, he drew the letter A, while from the villains he drew K. All Might, to me, will be the heroes. I will be the villains. That would mean Izuku would be fighting Katsuki head-to-head, and that worried Optimus. He may know little of them, but he could already tell that both boys had some history with each other, and it wasn't pleasant. Whatever Izuku did, or what Katsuki thought he did, was enough to send the blonde bomber into a rage and try to attack Izuku yesterday if Optimus and Aizawa hadn't stepped in. But now without an instructor or Optimus present, and this being a real fight, how far would Bakugo go? Optimus only prayed to Primus it didn't go too far. All Might, everyone can go to the monitoring room to watch. Everyone? Yes, sir. As everyone else made their way to the monitor room, Izuku stood in place, sweating nervously. He turned to see Katsuki glaring at him, causing him to feel even more nervous. He felt a hand on his shoulder and looked to see Optimus. He gave Izuku a calming smile. Optimus, do your best, Izuku. That was all he said before he walked away. And that was all he needed to say. Izuku felt a surge of confidence swell within him as he turned to glare at Bakugo. The blonde was surprised by the act of defiance and gnashed his teeth. Denki, who do you think is gonna win this? Ijiro, I'm gonna go with the villains. Bakugo looks super strong and his quirk is really powerful. Practically made for combat like this. Also, Ida is no slouch with those engines in his legs, his kicks must hurt a lot. Tsuyu, to be honest, it doesn't look like that good of a matchup. The heroes don't seem to have much combat ability compared to the villains. Uraraka's quirk seems more towards support, while Midoriya's breaks his bones. I don't see a clear way how the heroes can win this. Rikido, yeah, the villains got power, mobility, and an advantage in time limit. The heroes are definitely at a disadvantage. Optimus, power is not everything in a battle. Everyone looked at Optimus, who was staring at the screen since they arrived in the monitoring room. Mina, watch mean OP? Optimus, I mean that power isn't, wait, OP? Mina, yeah. It's your nickname. Optimus Prime, OP. Like overpowered, 'cause you're at the top of the class. You don't like it? Shoto seemed to narrow his eyes at the Prime while Momo had a contemplative expression on her face. Optimus was surprised at the nickname. It's been a long time since anyone's called. The nostalgia caused him to smile. Optimus, no, I do not mind. You may call me that if you wish, Mina. As for what I was saying, power isn't everything in a battle. Quick thinking, adaptability, and an unyielding desire to push through despite the impossibility of succeeding are what decide a battle, not some mere illusion of strength. Many of the students looked in awe at the Prime's words. It sounded so different from what they'd heard of all their life. They were told that only those with strong quirks would be able to make it far in life, but here was someone who claimed that such things were unneeded. Momo frowned at Optimus' words. What he said about quick thinking and adaptability being key factors in deciding a battle was something she struggled with. Given the nature of her quirk, she needed to think through her plans so she wouldn't waste any of her lipids. So to hear Optimus call out her weaknesses, if though unintentionally, made her feel a pit in her stomach. All Might, wise words, young Prime. Everyone looked to see All Might had returned from his meetings with Team A and D. All Might, a hero shouldn't give up just because the odds are against them. We face the impossible every day as pros, and it is our duty, nay, our responsibility to push against that tide. Understand? Everyone? Yes, sir. All Might's permanent grin only widened as he moved to begin the battle trial, but before he did, Optimus stopped him. Optimus, All Might, sir, I have a concern. All Might, if it's about your situation, remember I said I would tell you when the time was right. Optimus, it's not about that, it is about this matchup of Team A versus Team D. Or more accurately, Izuku versus Katsuki. All Might looked for Optimus to continue. Optimus, as I'm sure you saw from your spying on us yesterday during the Quirk assessment test. All Might, he noticed me? Optimus. You saw Katsuki attempt to attack Izuku after he had thrown his ball. Me and Aizawa stopped him, but it was clear he was aiming to seriously hurt Izuku. All Might, who was sweating guiltily from being caught, asked Optimus. All Might, what are you trying to say, young Prime? Optimus. It is clear that there is some sort of animosity that Katsuki holds for Izuku. And now that they are in this battle trial, I fear Katsuki will use this as an excuse to hurt Izuku far more than is allowed. All Might, what do you expect me to do then, young Prime? Call off the exercise and draw 2 new teams. The heroes and villains are already set up. We'll be burning daylight if we don't start soon. We only have a limited time in class after all. Optimus, does class time matter when someone's life is on the line? That question caused All Might to freeze. To be honest, he agreed with Optimus. He was also worried about young Midoriya and young Bakugo fighting each other. He knew from Izuku that they had some sort of history, but he never went beyond saying they used to be childhood friends. He guessed they may have had some sort of fallout, but how bad was it for Katsuki to attack him? He also thought about redrawing when he drew the teams. But he just couldn't do it. The class wasn't the only thing on a time limit. He only had a little less than 3 hours in his muscle form, and it wouldn't be good to transform into a walking skeleton in the middle of class. Plus, if he drew again just to keep young Midoriya safe from Bakugo, it would be seen as favoritism, and as a teacher, he couldn't play favorites, at least so blatantly out in the open. Even though young Midoriya was his successor. Finally, he knew Izuku needed to do this. He needed to face what was once his childhood bully. It was an important step into becoming the hero All Might knew he could become. He needed to conquer his demons. All Might, I understand your concern, young Prime. It warms my heart to see such compassion for your classmate. It did. All Might was glad Izuku was able to find a friend in the likes of Optimus. Someone who was strong and was not afraid to stand up for him. All Might, but being a hero is about facing adversity, not running away from it. Sooner or later, young Midoriya and young Bakugo will come to blows. Since that is inevitable, wouldn't it be best to do it in a classroom setting where we can stop it before it gets out of hand? Optimus had to admit that All Might has a point. If things got out of control, at least All Might was nearby to stop it. Plus, maybe a newfound respect could grow between them if Izuku emerges victorious. But that didn't stop Optimus from worrying. Optimus, very well. I'll trust your judgment, sir. All Might's smile widened. All Might, thank you, young Prime. Now let's begin the exercise. As the battle trial began, Optimus couldn't help but think. Optimus, I have a bad feeling about this. As it turns out, that bad feeling was correct. The battle trials had been brutal and devastating. From the beginning, Katsuki had gunned straight for Izuku, blowing through walls to get to him. While the Greenette had managed to get the upper hand on the blonde due to his knowledge of Katsuki's fighting style, the bombers soon turned the tables and began brutalizing the teen. While the others thought he was just playing his role as a villain well, Optimus could tell the hate and killing intent towards Izuku was genuine. He almost killed him with a massive explosion from his gauntlets that nearly destroyed the building. At that point, Optimus thought All Might would step in, but to his surprise and disappointment, All Might only left Katsuki with a warning. The Prime couldn't believe it. All Might said he would step in if things got too far, which they have. But he's doing nothing. All Might argued that despite the explosion, Katsuki moved his arm to make sure he wouldn't kill Izuku. That may have been true, but his actions could have caused the building to collapse, killing all 4 of them. The battle soon reached its end when Izuku used his quirk and sent a massive blast of air upwards toward the room where the bomb was. Achiko capitalized on this moment as she used her quirk to send a meteor shower of debris toward Tenya, who was guarding the bomb. She used that distraction to grab the weapon, winning the match for the heroes. Denki, what a weird way for this to end. The losers are practically untouched and the winners are both on the ground. Tokoyami, how does the old saying go? They may have lost the battle, but they won the war. Tsuyu, This class is intense. As the others were talking amongst themselves, Optimus was looking down, his hair covering his eyes. He clenched and unclenched his fists, trying to calm his raging heart. He looked at the screen and saw that Izuku was being carried away by robots, most likely to Recovery Girl's office. At that moment, he didn't see Izuku passed out from his injuries and exhaustion. Instead, he saw Raph, who was slowly dying due to being exposed to dark energon. Once again, he failed to protect a friend. He then turned and moved to leave. Hanta, hey, where are you going? Optimus, to check on Izuku. Mishiro, I don't think you need to worry, those robots have it handled. Tsuyu, besides, you could get in trouble for leaving class. Optimus, I do not care. Make sure to tell All Might of my absence. And without another word, Optimus left the room. Everyone was silent for a long moment before someone spoke. Ijiro, not looking back or freezing at the fear of punishment, but pushing forward. Man, that exit was manly as heck. In the nurse's office, Optimus arrived just in time to see Recovery Girl give Izuku a kiss that healed most of his injuries. She turned at the sound of the door opening to see Optimus enter. Recovery Girl, hello Optimus. Optimus, hello Recovery Girl. How is Izuku? He asked as he looked over Izuku. He looked for the most part healed aside from some remaining burns and bruises. Recovery Girl, he was exhausted when he came in. As you know, my quirk only works best when the person is awake and conscious, as it requires a lot of the person's stamina. I can't do much outside of normal treatment when the person is asleep. Optimus, I see. The two stayed silent for a long time looking over Izuku. Recovery Girl, shouldn't you be in class right now? Optimus, I'd rather be here checking on Izuku. Recovery Girl, never took you for the rebellious type. Optimus chuckled. Optimus, you have no idea. He was the supreme commander of the rebel Autobots against the Decepticons after all. Recovery Girl, are you alright? Optimus, I am fine. Recovery Girl, bull crap. Optimus looked at the doctor in shock. Recovery Girl, you've been clenching and unclenching your fists since you've got here. And the way you're looking at Izuku seems like you're a million miles away. My eyesight may not be what it used to be, but I can recognize the look of shame and guilt on a person's face. Optimus sighed. Was there nothing he could hide from this woman? Optimus, this is all my fault. Recovery Girl, no it isn't. The doctor was shocked when Optimus punched the wall in anger, cracking it. Optimus, yes it is. I knew something was wrong with Izuku and Katsuki. I knew something needed to be done. But I did nothing but stand aside and expect someone else to handle it. And now Izuku is lying there because of my carelessness. Just like Raph nearly died from. He cut himself off as he realized the slip-up he made. Something Recovery Girl caught. Recovery Girl, who's Raph? Optimus, a friend of mine. One who nearly died because of me. He then shared with Recovery Girl how Raph nearly died due to poisoning from a dangerous substance given to him by someone Optimus refused to stop multiple times throughout his life. Of course, that someone was Megatron and the substance was dark energon, but Optimus didn't tell her that. When he was finished, Recovery Girl gave him a flat stare. Recovery Girl, you're an even bigger idiot than I thought. He wasn't expecting that. Optimus, I don't Recovery Girl, none of that was your fault. You didn't ask this person to hurt your friend. Taking the blame for something you didn't do isn't noble, it's selfish. Optimus, but? Recovery Girl, and this isn't your fault either. It's this boy's, the blonde bomber, and that big oaf. Midoriya could have forfeited but he was too stubborn to do so. That Bakugo kid should have held back but was too prideful to lose. All Might should have stopped the match, but even he got too absorbed in the fight to stop it. So stop blaming yourself. Save that guilt and shame for things that are your fault. Optimus was silent. She was right. He should save his guilt for when something is his fault. She was just like Ratchet in that way, who would at times try to talk him out of his self-loathing. He then smiled. Optimus, thank you, Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl, no thanks necessary. Healing the sick and talking sense into morons is what I do best. Optimus chuckled as he moved to leave. Optimus, I'll try and pay you back for the damage I caused your room. But if you'll excuse me, I should be getting back to class. Recovery girl, go on. You wouldn't want to get into any more trouble than you already are. Optimus then opened the door, but Recovery girl called out to him. Recovery girl, go easy on those kids though. I would hate to have any more patients on the first day. Optimus chuckled as he shut the door. Optimus arrived back in the monitor room as soon as the fifth battle ended. Everyone's eyes were on him, except Bakugo, who looked lost in thought. Tenya and Achiko ran up to him. Achiko, is Deku okay? Optimus, he is fine, but it seems he will be resting for the rest of the school day. He was so exhausted Recovery Girl's quirk couldn't heal him completely. Achiko sighed in relief. Achiko, that's a relief. Tenya, I am glad to hear Midoriya is well. However, that does not excuse your actions, Prime. Leaving in the middle of class, and without a teacher's approval, is strictly against the rules. He admonished the Prime while chopping his hands like a robot. All Might, he's right, young Prime. The trio turned to look at All Might. He still had a smile, but there was a tint of disappointment in his expression. All Might, while I am glad to see you care for your classmate, you still left in the middle of a class without my permission. I already saw what you tried with Aizawa yesterday. Please try to not make this a habit. Optimus was silent before he responded. Optimus, yes sir. All Might nodded and moved back to the front of the class with the 3 students following him. Kyoka, you were lucky you weren't here for the second match. Optimus, what? What happened? Mina, it was crazy OP. Todoroki just touched the wall and the whole building was covered in ice in less than a minute. The cold even got to the monitor room. Seriously, it was freezing, even All Might was shaking. Optimus' eyes widened. One person had that kind of power. It was so cold. I was so glad I had my costume made from the fabric of my hair instead of going naked as Kohei Horikoshi, the author of the manga, made me. Mashiro, but you're invisible. Nobody would even see anything. Toru, it's the principle of it. Optimus took the moment to look over at Shoto. The boy glared back at him. He did see Shoto using his ice power during the assessment test yesterday, but it was small things like ramps, making the ground ice to slide on, etc. But to think he could freeze an entire building and not end up killing anyone. He would become a powerful hero with that level of control. But Optimus could tell from the look in his eyes there was something wrong with the boy. He was broken in some way. Sad, angry, resentful, some it towards himself, some of it towards another. What could cause such emotions in someone so young? All Might, all right class, we're now at the final battle for today. For this last round it will be Team K versus any volunteers. It was clear from the way All Might was nervously sweating that he just pulled this out of the air. Optimus sighed in disappointment. It seems he hasn't come up with a good enough plan for Optimus after all. Both Shoto and Katsuki perked up, the latter coming out of his depressed state for a moment. This was it, a chance to fight against, from what the quirk assessment test showed, the strongest student in class. A chance for each of them to achieve their goals. Shoto, if I beat him, I get closer to my goal, proving I don't need his quirk. Katsuki, I'll show this extra he's just another stepping stone to becoming number 1, and make up for my pathetic loss against Deku. Both teens moved to raise their hands, but someone beat them to it. Momo, we will. Everyone looked at Momo and Minoru in surprise. The two had managed to win their battle against Team G with ease. Minoru seemed shocked at his partner for volunteering them, but before he could voice anything against it, All Might spoke. All Might, perfect. Team K will be the hero, and Team C will be the villains. Then move along to the designated. Chop chop newbies. Optimus and Team C complied as they moved to exit the room. Minoru, so back here again. Minoru commented as he looked at the fake bomb, knocking on it. Off to the side, Momo was in deep thought. After a moment of silence, Minoru spoke. Minoru, so anyway, not that I don't mind the chance to be alone with such a hot girl, but why did you volunteer us for this fight? Momo didn't answer him. Minoru growled. He hated it when a beautiful girl ignored him, which was all the time. Minoru, hey. Momo seemed to snap awake as she turned to her partner. Momo, sorry, what did you say? Minoru, I asked why you volunteered us for this. Momo, Minoru, I mean, if you wanted an easy win then I can understand. Momo, it won't be an easy win. Minoru was surprised by the level of seriousness that entered Momo's voice. Her eyes were hardened and her face determined. Minoru, what do you mean? I mean, sure, the guy is the strongest in class, but after the show Todoroki did, I'm sure that belief's been shattered. And there's 2 of us and 1 of him. Besides, we have the better Quirks. My ball can be super sticky to whatever they touch, and you can create anything with that rockin' body of yours. All he can do is transform parts of his body into a robot. We got this in the bag, babe. Momo sent a glare that made the purple pervert stand upright before sighing. She just had to be paired with the pervert. Not that she wasn't used to it, many young men lusted after her, but none were like Minor Mineta. If she didn't need him for the exercise, she might as well have tied him to a real nuclear bomb. But she also couldn't deny his points. On a surface level, they had a clear advantage over the heroes, or just hero in this case. They outnumbered him. Knew the layout of the building better than he did. Already done the exercise. Plus, he had no idea the extent of either of their quirks since he was absent for their battle. It should be an easy win. Momo, so why do I feel so nervous? Indeed, despite the reassurance that they had the advantage, she just wasn't sure they had a chance of winning. She didn't even feel this nervous when going up against Team G, and they had more advantages than Optimus. She knew why. Because she had underestimated him before and paid dearly for it. When she first met him, she thought he was a simple, timid boy who didn't have enough money to pay for a meal. Someone to be pitied. But she was surprised when she saw him in UA almost a year later. She figured then he must have had some skills, but that first impression of him was still in her mind, especially after she saw he didn't know how to tie a necktie. Then was the revelation that he scored first on the entrance exam and got first in the quirk assessment, that in standing up to Aizawa finally shattered the image she initially had of him in her mind. He was strong, no doubt about it, if not physically then certainly in spirit. His eyes carried a willpower she'd never seen before. That's why she was nervous, but also the reason why she wanted to fight him. Her underestimating him led to her second placement in the test yesterday. She wanted to face him again, knowing what he was capable of. She would beat him. And then an idea came to her. It was time to turn a weakness into a strength. Momo, Mineta. The pervert stood at attention. Momo, here's the plan. Standing outside the building of the mock battle, Optimus sat on the ground crossed-legged. He was meditating, clearing his mind from any distractions or unpleasant thoughts so that he could focus. Recovery Girl suggested he try it to help clear his mind at times. He was going up against Momo and Minoru. Momo would create any non-living thing with her quirk, so she could create any number of items against him. He would need to be ready. Minoru was a bit of an unknown to Optimus. He saw him use those purple ball on his head to jump around in the side steps during the assessment, so he knew he could have enhanced mobility thanks to it, but there was more to him than meets the eye, he could feel it. However, since it was just him against 2, All Might gave the handicaps that all he had to do to achieve victory was touch the bomb. He even took away the villains' comm devices so they wouldn't be able to communicate. But with someone like Momo, he figured such an action would be useless. Regardless of the challenge, he would push forward, as he always did. And then the bell rang. All Might, battle start. Optimus opened his eyes and his iconic faceplate shut around his mouth. Time to show his classmates what he's made of. Time to show his classmates what he's made of. Moments earlier. Back in the monitor room, the students began to gossip among themselves. Hanta, who do you think is going to win? Rikido, it's gotta be Team C. Team K is just one person. Denki, yeah, and remember he left after the first match, so he doesn't know what their quirks are. Kyoka, he almost missed you making a complete fool out of yourself and me. Denki grumbled in embarrassment at her statement. He tried to surprise Team C by releasing a power shock, but Momo had created an insulation sheet to keep them safe. The attack left Kyoka dazed and Denki dumb, costing them the match. Mina, I don't know. I mean, OP was the one who got first in the entrance exam and apprehension test. If anyone could solo this match, it'd be him. Or Todoroki. The ice and fire user said nothing as he stared at the screen, watching Optimus sitting outside. Katsuki, Robo-Boy is gonna win. Everyone turned to look at Katsuki in shock since that was the first time he'd spoken since his defeat, and he was doing it in praise of someone else. Ijiro, what makes you say that, Bakugu? Katsuki scared at the extra so casually chatting with him but didn't lash out. His mind flashed back to the sludge villain and apprehension test from yesterday. Robo-Boy had managed to save, man, he hated using that word regarding himself, he wasn't weak. Him while the other pros stood on the side, cutting with the right amount of force and precision to free him. It also managed to pull him to the ground and keep him there with one. But more so, it was the look in his eyes. They had a fire in them. Not a raging burning inferno, but a tempered flame, honed by years of experience. Experience that could only be gained through one method for one so young. Robo-Boy had been through hell and came out stronger from it. He'd been through more than the average youth could even imagine and was all the stronger for it. No way any of these extras would be able to beat him, except for maybe Icy Hot and himself. Both Tenya and Achiko found themselves agreeing with Katsuki, not that they would admit it out loud. They were with Optimus during the entrance exam and saw that he was a force to be reckoned with. But that was against robots. How would he fare against living people? All Might himself even had a strong belief the Prime would win. He was there during the sludge villain and saw him heroically charge in after young Midoriya and helped protect both boys as he bulked up. He also saw his performance on the entrance exam and quirk test Aizawa had them do. He was without a doubt incredible. All Might, time to see what you can do, young Prime. Battle start. Before Optimus entered the mock building, he hung outside and drew his ion blaster. He then peeked inside, looking for any sign of movement. He even picked up a rock and threw it inside, seeing if the sound would cause any disturbance. There was none. He then leaped into the room and whipped his blaster around, looking for anyone who may have been trying to sneak up on him. He surveyed the area around him, looking for any sign of someone being there before him, and found none. Optimus, no sign of any movement down here. Which means the bomb must be on a higher floor. Optimus then proceeded to the second floor, hugging the walls and keeping his blaster charged and ready. He entered several rooms and quickly looked inside, keeping his blaster leveled. Nothing so far. Denki, what's he doing? All Might, he checking the rooms, while keeping his weapon ready should anyone seek to surprise him. It was strange to All Might though. The way he was checking the rooms and keeping himself out of sight wasn't how any normal hero student would do it. Rather, it was as if he was a seasoned soldier who had done this countless times. All Might, interesting. Optimus had just finished checking the last room. Optimus, not down here either. Higher then. He moved to the stairs, keeping his blaster up and his body calm. Which was a lot harder than it seemed. This silence, this tense feeling in the air, reminded him much of the battles on Cybertron, one such instance being when he and his fellow had to sneak through the Kaon prison complex to rescue Zeta Prime. He shook his head, trying to clear the memory from his mind. Guess his meditation didn't help much after all. Seems he'll need to work on it more. As he was ascending the stairs, he saw something thrown towards him. He quickly aimed his blaster and fired. The objects were destroyed. Minoru, ah man. I was sure I had you. Optimus pointed his blaster at the source of the voice. Minro flinched as the blaster was pointed in his direction but soon gulped and began to assume his villain persona. Minoru, welcome to my lair, hero. You were foolish to come here alone. You stand no chance of stopping the villainous grapefruit and his harem of femme fatales. I would suggest rolling over and dying now to save yourself the embarrassing defeat. Optimus was at a complete loss. He didn't know Minoru well, but he was sure he wasn't normally like this. And what in the name of Primus harem, or femme fatales? More Earth phrases he would need to research later. He then recalled that All Might said that to win this exercise, the students needed to immerse themselves in the role of both heroes and villains. It seems Minoru was doing exactly that. Then Optimus should do the same. But he was going to do it his way. He then put away his blaster. Optimus, must we do battle grapefruit? Minoru, huh? Minoru certainly wasn't expecting that sort of question. Why didn't he want to fight? Was he a coward? Optimus, I do not know what it was that led you down this path of villainy, but I do know that every being possesses the capacity for change. And I believe that you can too. I know you must have suffered much in your life, but there must be better ways than by endangering innocent people. Please stand down, tell me where the bomb along with your partner is, and let us find a way to move forward. Together. Ijiro, why is he just standing there? Mina, yeah, come on OP. Flatten that little pervert. Tsuyu, why did he put away his weapon? That doesn't seem smart. Toru, looks like they're talking. What are they saying? What are they saying? Kyoka, I don't know. All Might, who was able to listen to their conversation thanks to his earpiece, was astonished by what he saw. Never before had he heard of a hero trying to end conflict in this training exercise by asking the villain to stand down. But the more he thought about it, the idea itself was brilliant. Perhaps he should have that be a hidden condition in future classes. Minoru looked at Optimus in confusion. Was this guy so afraid to fight real people that he covered that with the excuse of not wanting to help him? Minoru had to admit, though, that if that was his strategy, it was working. He was brought up to not want to fight, to stand down and go along with Optimus' ideas. Suddenly, playing the villain didn't feel right anymore. But then he remembered his reasons for wanting to fight this guy and shook his head. He needed to beat Optimus Prime. If he did, then he would claim the status of Class 1A's top dog. All the ladies would fawn all over him after that, especially Yaoyorozu. He wasn't blind. He could see the real reason why she wanted to fight this stud. She had the hots for him. It made him hate the Prime even more. Barely 2 days into the school year and he's already got the hottest girl wrapped around his metal fingers. Minoru, nice try hero. But I won't fall for your self-righteous act. I will never surrender, especially not to a coward like you. Optimus seemed to look regretful. Even though this was an exercise, he hoped his plea would be able to reach Minoru enough for him to stand down so no one, mainly Minoru, would get hurt. But it seems he was too fixed in his villainous ways. He then looked at Minoru with a determined expression that made the midget flinch. Optimus, so be it. I gave you a choice to end this peacefully, and you refused. Now live with the consequences. He then redrew his ion blaster and opened fire. Minoru was surprised and barely dodged all the blaster bolts. Denki, whoa, he's shooting him. Is he trying to kill him? All Might, not to worry. Young Prime's weapons are strictly non-lethal. At worst, young Mineta will simply get a concussion for a bolt. I hope. Minoru was scrambling to dodge the blaster fire. His small size helped, and using his ball as a springboard helped him to bounce around the hallway. Optimus' blaster stopped to cool down, and that's when Minoru took his chance. Minoru, take this. Grape Rush. He then began throwing multiple sticky ball at the Prime, who moved into the other room to dodge. He held his now cooled down blaster and waited for the barrage to stop. When there was a pause, he leaned out and opened fire. Minoru dodged and continued to throw the ball on the ground. Optimus then stepped out completely from the room into the hallway and opened fire. His blaster hit the ground next to Minoru, and the impact sent him flying back, ceasing his assault. Optimus moved to check on him but found he was stuck. He looked down at his feet and saw they were stuck to the ball Minoru threw to the floor. It was then that he realized Minoru's plan. Minoru, you fell right into my trap, hero. I'm sure you didn't know this, but my ball can stick to any surface. But I don't stick to them, I just bounce off them. I wouldn't even dream of breaking free. It's impossible to do so. No one has ever managed to escape my sticky grape trap. It's over, hero. I did it. I beat the stud. Hot ladies, here I come. He began walking to the hero, pulling out his capture tape. Optimus tried to lift his feet, but the ball held him in place. He had to admit, Minoru had him a well-thought-out plan on the fake villain's part. But Optimus had a way out of this. He fired into the ground and caused the ground to give way, and he fell through the floor. Minoru was surprised and ran to check on the Prime. The hole dropped Prime to the second floor, but the dust from the debris clouded Minoru's vision. He felt his heart beating faster as he moved to step away when a hand shot out to grab his leg. He felt his heart beating faster as he moved to step away when a hand shot out to grab his leg. Minoru screamed in terror as he was pulled down the hole. Used his quirk and stuck the ball to the floor before he fell completely through the hole. He felt his body almost torn in two as he held onto his lifeline with a death grip. After a few tense seconds of struggling, the floor the ball were sticking to was torn up and Minoru fell through the hole with a scream of terror. He landed on the floor with a hard thud and a boot stomped on top of him. He looked up and saw Optimus aiming an ion blaster down at him. Minoru gulped as the blaster was aimed at him. Optimus, this did not need to end in violence, but you forced my hand. Now tell me, where is Momo and the bomb? Minoru was terrified of the person standing over him but managed to gulp the lump down his throat. Minoru, I won't tell you anything, Hiro. Optimus' gaze only narrowed as his blaster charged up. Minoru, 5th floor. Northwest corner of the building. Across the hall from the room with a window. Please don't kill me. Minoru whined, the tears falling from his face. He stopped as he then felt the sound of tape and felt it wrapping around his leg. He looked at the appendage and saw the Prime wrapping capture tape around his leg. All Might, Minor Mineta from Team, has been captured. He looked at Optimus and saw that he had a grateful, if regretful expression on his face. Optimus, thank you Minoru. I'm sorry it had to come to this. Optimus then got up and walked away. Minoru, Yaoyorozu's waiting for you. She has the whole floor rigged with traps, no way you can beat what she has planned for you. Optimus stopped. Minoru had a point. From what he gathered due to his interactions with Momo, she seemed to be a calculating person who tried to prepare for every expected outcome. So the only way to beat her was to do the unexpected. He looked out the window and got an idea. Momo wiped the sweat off her brow as she finished the last line of her defenses against Optimus. It wasn't that long since her perverted partner was eliminated, so she got to work on finishing the traps she had for him. The stairs leading up to the 5th floor were filled with tripwires that when tripped, her signature Matryoshka dolls would explode. Not in a flaming explosion but with either glue or any other adhesive to trap Optimus in place. If he made it up the stairs, he would need to contend with 2 automatic tennis cannons, shooting tennis ball at 110 miles per hour. Nothing lethal, but it would certainly leave a mark. She then had each of the rooms rigged with different traps in place should he try and search them. The final touch was a cannon directly in front of the door to where she and the bomb were, triggered to fire a soccer ball the second the door creaks open. And even if he managed to make it through all that, he would need to get past her and her trump card before he got to the fake bomb. She then looked at the timer she made when the countdown started. Less than 5 minutes remaining. She had a feeling all those traps wouldn't be able to stop him, but they would at the very least slow him down. Hopefully until the timer runs out. It was a foolproof plan. She took every possible entrance into account, even choosing one of the windowless rooms. No way would he be able to sneak past her and her traps. She pulled out a high-calorie protein bar to eat to help replenish her lipids just in case when she heard something. A sort of rumbling. And it was coming from the ceiling. The roof caved in, forcing Momo to move back as Optimus dropped from the ceiling and landed on the ground. He stood up, tall and proud as he gazed at her. Momo was speechless as stared at him. Momo, how did you get around all my traps? Optimus, I knew you were expecting me to come from either the stairs or even a window, which was why you chose this room. So I chose to attack from someplace you wouldn't expect me. He then pointed upwards. Momo, from above? But how did you get up there? Optimus, I climbed. It's the truth. Optimus had exited the building and used his energon hooks to help scale up the building. He then moved over to where he believed the room would be and broke through the roof. Momo narrowed her eyes. Once again, she underestimated him. All her hard work, all the energy and time she spent creating those traps, wasted. It made her blood boil. Optimus, we do not need to fight Momo. Simply stand down and let us resolve things peacefully before more innocent lives are lost in this madness. She was a bit surprised at his words but figured he was just playing his role as the hero, trying to get her to lower her guard. She narrowed her eyes. She wouldn't surrender, even if all her hard work amounted to nothing, she wouldn't just give up. Using her quirk, she created a metal staff and got into a bojutsu stance. Optimus realized her intentions and sighed. Soon though his gaze got serious and he transformed his right arm into a sword and got into a stance. Optimus, very well. Let's end this. The two combatants stared at each other for a long moment before Optimus made the first move. He lunged at her, swinging his sword horizontally for her to block with her bow's staff. She shoved the blade away, striking at his head, but he blocked her attack. The two stared into each other's eyes, at that moment acknowledging each other as warriors, and then the duel began in earnest. If only it could be called that. Since her first creation, Momo had been hard at work learning how to use the items she created to the best of her abilities, which included weapons. She practiced with swords, nunchucks, and sai, learning several techniques with each of them, but the one she spent the most time with was the bow staff. Since making her choice, she was then tutored by the best teachers money could buy, and she had a lot of money. They had all taught her so much, and after all these years of training and finding her style of fighting with bojutsu, she could confidently say no one here at UA could hope to match her when it came to wielding a weapon. Until now, that is. She could tell from Optimus' stance that it wasn't his first time wielding his sword. On his first strike, he knew how to swing, on his second he knew how to defend, and on the third, he knew how to fight. Better than her. This was less of a duel and more a dance he was leading with Momo struggling to follow along with. It was ironic that the high-class young lady was being led around by a normal commoner in a dance. Oh, some of her father's friends would faint if they saw her. But it was the truth. From the beginning, Optimus had complete control of the fight, directing it to wherever he wanted it. Controlling the pace of their strikes, the moments where they could breathe. Everything was under his control, and Momo was struggling to keep up as she felt the pace increase. It wasn't helped that she was exhausted from using her quirks so much just before this dance. For Optimus, he was surprised. With quirks and how powerful they were, he wasn't expecting someone to take the time to learn how to use and fight with a weapon unless it was required of them. But Momo had proven him wrong on both accounts. When he saw her create that staff, he thought she was just hoping to take him off guard and try to buy herself a few seconds while she created something. But he was surprised when she reacted fast enough to block his opening strike and quickly moved to counter. He could tell from just those two strikes and the look in her eyes that she knew how to use her staff. So, acknowledging her unspoken request, Optimus decided to cut loose a bit and the two engaged in a duel. Optimus started slow, for him at least. He wanted to get a feel for where Momo was in her skill. She was no beginner, maybe even close to a master. But she was tired, he could tell from how much her arms were straining from his strikes and how heavily she was breathing. He did recall she uses her lipids for her quirk and she mentioned traps, so she must have been exhausted from all that. But Optimus wouldn't do her a disservice by going too easy on her. Deciding to test her adaptability, Optimus swung his blade up with all his strength, his Cybertronian blade slicing her metal staff in half, much to her shock. He then delivered a Spartan kick that sent her rolling backward and hitting the wall. He jumped and moved to stab her in the face, but she moved her head just in time as his blade stabbed through the wall. She recovered as she created a handheld taser moved to strike him. He grabbed her hand with his free hand and disarmed her with ease. He then dragged his sword through the wall to strike, but she rolled under the blade as it passed overhead. The moment he took his sword from the wall, she had finished making another metal staff, this one being made from stronger metals. Optimus, if I take any longer, then the bomb will go off. Time to end this. And for that brief moment, he stopped holding back. He was a whirlwind of speed and grace. His blade struck with laser-focused precision. Momo barely lasted 5 seconds before she was so overwhelmed by his swordsmanship that her staff was knocked from her hand. She began to create another one but stopped when his blade was at her throat. His blue eyes, which were usually so kind, were staring directly at her as if daring her to make a move. Optimus, this has gone on long enough. Stand down. Momo had to admit he beat her, and she admired him for that. But if she was going to go down, she was going to go down fighting. She had enough lipids for maybe 2 more creations, which was enough. She created a flashbang, pulled the pin, and threw it directly at the Prime, forcing him to cover his eyes. She had already made the mask to cover his face from the blinding white light. While Optimus was blinded, she grabbed her fallen bow staff. She then moved to strike the back of his head. If she used enough strength, the attack could either stun him or incapacitate him. He then grabbed the staff before it could hit him. At first, she was surprised he recovered from the flashbang so quickly but saw that his eyes were still shut. Momo, he predicted where I would strike. Her astonishment was short-lived as he gripped the pole with both hands, lifted her over his head, and slammed her down to the ground. Momo groaned as she had landed on her side, thankfully not on her back. Optimus threw the staff away and looked down at her, his eyes now recovered from the blinding light. Optimus, this duel is over. You have lost. Momo tried to stand back up, but she was too weak to do so. Her lipids were exhausted, and even if they weren't, she couldn't think of anything to use to surprise him. He had completely defeated her. Now all that was left was to wrap the capture tape around her and he would win. Only he didn't. Momo saw that he was walking away from her and moving to the bomb. Momo, what are you doing? Optimus, defusing the bomb. Momo, what's the point? You already beat me. Just wrap the capture tape around me and you'll win. Optimus, perhaps in this exercise, but not if this was real. Simply defeating the villains will not result in the bomb's deactivation. Stopping the villains should be secondary to ending the more immediate threat to people's lives. Besides, that was the condition All Might had given me to win. Momo's eyes widened. What he said made sense. But that was for it he couldn't take down both of them, which he did. But if his goal was the bomb then? Optimus moved to touch the bomb when he noticed something. The bomb was covered with a thick metal sheet that prevented one from touching it directly. He noticed purple balls sticking the metal to the bomb. He looked back at Momo with wide eyes. Optimus, what have you done? Momo couldn't help the prideful smile on her lips. Momo, so that's what you look like when you're shocked. I knew that because of your disadvantage of being alone, you would maybe aim to touch the bomb to win. So to keep that from happening, I created the metal sheets and had Mineta use his quirk to keep them sticking to the bomb, so even if you sneaked past us, you wouldn't be able to touch the bomb. And since that's your condition to win, it seems you lose, hero. Optimus was impressed. Momo was extraordinary, being able to come up with a backup plan like this, to turn a handicap into a way to achieve victory. That took true innovative thinking. However, he wasn't just gonna sit back and lose. Optimus, very clever Momo. However, I will not just stand here and give up. Not when so many lives are on the line. Momo was in slight awe at the level of conviction in his voice. Optimus then grabbed the metal sheet and pulled it. The metal creaked but wouldn't budge. After several seconds of trying, Optimus pulled back and took several deep breaths. Momo, I told you it's no use. You have less than a minute. You've lost this battle, hero. Optimus didn't pay her any mind as he looked at his hands. He had less than an idea soon came to him. Optimus, haven't practiced this move as much, but what better time than the present to try it out? Energon surge. The energon in his blood began to glow bright, making his veins appear blue and his dark blue hair grew brighter. Momo was surprised by the power-up, finding it beautiful even. Optimus then moved back to the bomb. Using his energon-enhanced strength, he ripped the sheets from the bomb. All Might, hero team wins. Inside the monitoring room, everyone was in awe of Optimus' victory. Ijiro, he took on 2 people and managed to pry that steel from the bomb. So manly. Rikido, I can't believe he won the exercise all by himself. I mean, someone like Todoroki I can see winning solo, but Prime? Kyoka, well, he did score first place on the assessment test yesterday. Denki, man, I'm glad I wasn't the one going against him. Mishiro, his skill with a sword is incredible. Even Yaoyorozu's Bojutsu was incredible. Mina, it was like they were dancing. With OP leading. Tenya, as expected of Prime. I knew he would triumph despite the odds placed against him. Achiko, way to go Optimus. And you too, Yaoyorozu and Mineta. All Might was giving the Prime a silent congratulations. But his mind was focused on one moment specifically. The moment he pried off the doors, All Might saw the veins on his arm glowing blue, much like how young Midoriya would glow red with One for All. He began to wonder if there was a connection. Shoto himself was in awe of the battle. Optimus Prime fought with incredible skill, intelligence, and power. He was a force to be reckoned with. And Shoto needed to beat him. If he did that, then he would prove he could be a hero with just his ice. Katsuki's expression was unable to read as his hair covered his eyes. He clenched his fist in frustration. Momo was speechless. That was her trump card. The last desperate move she could pull to stop him. And with nothing but his raw strength, he forced it aside. It was incredible. And it made Momo feel like a failure. Momo now hung her head in defeat. She tried her hardest. Used everything she had to try and beat him, yet it wasn't enough. Was she really that weak? Was she that useless? Optimus, are you okay? Here negative thoughts immediately ceased as she looked up and saw Optimus' hand outstretched to her. She stared at his hand and then up to his face to see a concerned expression on his face. She took his hand and he helped pull her to his feet. Momo, yes, I'm fine. Thank why. She didn't as her legs suddenly gave out and she would have fallen had Optimus not grabbed her. Optimus, Momo, are you okay? Do you need a doctor? I can take you to Recovery Girl immediately. Momo, how can he go from trying to destroy me to showing such concern for me? Momo thought with a blush. Momo, no need for that, Optimus. I'm fine. Truly. Just lost the strength in my legs. Also, I used all my lipids so I'm very weak at the moment from lack of food. Optimus breathed a sigh of relief. Optimus, I'm glad you're okay. Will you be able to walk? Momo took a tentative step forward but was barely able to move before gravity took her, with Optimus catching her. She blushed in embarrassment. Momo, not likely. Guess I'll need to wait for the medbots to carry me back. You can go on ahead. Optimus didn't feel comfortable leaving Momo here alone, even if it was safe. Then he got an idea. Something he saw once in an Earth movie. Optimus, I believe I have a solution. Momo, a solution? What is W8? What are you doing? Momo suddenly screamed as her whole face burned red. Optimus, I am carrying you. Is there a problem? Momo, not exactly a problem per se, aren't I a little? Optimus, not at all. Optimus had decided an easy way to get her back to the monitor room was to carry her himself. It would save time, plus he was strong enough to lift her without any difficulty. Plus he had worked enough with Ratchet to know how best to hold someone who was injured or exhausted. It made sense and was logical. The only problem, or at least for Momo, was that he was doing the famous princess carry. To be carried like a princess was a fantasy every young girl wished for, and Momo was no exception. As she got older, that wish soon devolved into a silly childhood fantasy. But now it was happening for real and all Momo could do was blush and look embarrassed. At that moment, Momo couldn't help but feel how strong his arms were as he held her with them, nor notice how broad and sturdy his chest seemed as he held her close to him. A small smile found its way onto her face. Momo, I guess it isn't so bad to live out silly childhood fantasies. Optimus himself started to feel his heart rate accelerate for some reason, but Optimus paid it no real mind. Optimus, perhaps my body is still calming down from the use of the energon in my blood. As they were walking back, Minoru couldn't help but bite his lip in frustration as he watched Prime carry off Yaoyorozu like a princess. Minoru, I'm gonna kill you, Optimus Prime. This I swear. After Teams C and K returned, All Might had concluded the class, rushing off to who knows where. The students changed out of their hero costumes and hung out in the classroom. Save one explosive bomber. Katsuki, finally the day's over. Today had not gone the way Katsuki Bakugu had envisioned. He was sure he would establish his status as the top dog in the school, put Deku in his place, and wow everyone with his quirk as he did throughout elementary and middle school. But nothing had gone according to plan. First, he lost the first mock battle of the school year, to Deku of all people. Then he got a front-row witness to both Icy Hot's and Robo-Boy's power, and that further dampened his mood. It was a real eye-opener. He thought with his quirk and the amount of effort he put into mastering it, he would have no competition like always. But those two. Icy Hot had a power that could counteract his own quirk while Robo-Boy's skill far surpassed anyone in class, even his own. They were the real deal. But what irked him the most was that Deku, that lying piece of crap, didn't even need to use his quirk, at least directly against Katsuki, to win. Just one use and he managed to help his team win the whole match. Katsuki, just go home Katsuki. Just go home, murder a bunch of germs in your teeth, and don't think about Izuku, Kaken. Wait up. Katsuki, are you kidding me? What? While he was fuming on the inside, his vocal words sounded unnaturally calm, which unnerved Izuku, who had his arm in a sling. Izuku's lip was trembling, wondering if he should even be saying this. Izuku, I haven't told anyone this secret. Not even my mom. I have to tell you something. Maybe then, you'll understand what's been going on. I wasn't hiding my quirk from you. It was given to me by someone else. Recently. Katsuki perked up at that. A quirk was given to Deku? Izuku, but I can't tell you who it is, so don't ask. Sounds crazy, I know. It's like something out of a manga or comic book. Only it's real. The thing is, I don't really have any control over this power yet. I haven't figured out how to make it my own, but I'm trying. That's why I didn't want to use it against you in the exercise. But in the end, it was the only way that I had a chance of winning. I've still got a lot to learn. I know that. That's why I'm here. You'll see. I'll work until I have full control of this narrowed quirk. And I'll finally beat you with my own power. Throughout his whole explanation, Katsuki was shaking in unbelievable rage, it only growing with Izuku's every word. Izuku seemed to realize that he trailed off from what was his original meaning of chasing after him, to clear up the misunderstanding that Izuku was tricking him. Katsuki, how dumb do you think I am? His question caused Izuku to gasp. Katsuki, borrowed power? Don't talk to me like I'm an idiot. You already made a fool out of me in that training exercise. So, did you come here to rub it in? I lost. And to make matters worse, it was to you. I already lost once when I came second in the exam to Robo-Boy, but that's not enough. When I was watching that ice guy, and when I saw Robo-Boy take down 2 people on his own, I realized I couldn't beat either of them in a head-to-head fight. I even agreed with what that girl said about launching a full-scale attack indoors. My attack was so stupid. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Enjoy that win, Deku. You won't get another. I'm just getting started. Got that? I'm gonna end up the #1 hero, no matter what. Katsuki had tears in his eyes as he laid bare all his insecurities since coming to you. But this loss managed to light a fire in him. He would get better. He wouldn't fall behind his classmates. He'd become the greatest hero ever. Izuku seemed to acknowledge Katsuki's determination and nodded. The blonde glared at Izuku for a moment before walking away. Katsuki, you'll never beat me again, you loser. Don't even try. Yes, he will. Both Izuku and Katsuki turned to see Optimus standing at the entrance, a stoic look in his blue eyes. Izuku, oh Optimus? How much did he hear? Did he hear the part about his quirk being given to him? Katsuki, you got something to say, Robo-Boy? Optimus, my name is Optimus Prime. Try and remember that, along with the rest of your classmates, Katsuki Bakugo. As for what I said, Izuku will surely beat you next time. Katsuki, what makes you think that loser stands a chance against me? Optimus looked toward Izuku and smiled. Optimus, because he fights for others. He risks his body, his health, and his very life to protect others. Fighting for others, especially those dear to you, can give you the strength to do the impossible. I've seen it done many times throughout my life. Izuku was in awe of Optimus' words. The Prime then turned to Katsuki and frowned. Optimus, but you fight for nothing. That is why you will never win against Izuku or anyone else with a desire to protect others. Katsuki glared at the Prime, who stood unflinching at his gaze. Katsuki, whatever. I'll beat you to Robo-Boy. Just watch as I'll make you eat your own words. He then continued on his way. Izuku let out a breath he didn't even know he was holding. All Might, there you are. Both Izuku and Optimus were blown to the side as All Might came bursting through and placed his hands on Katsuki's shoulders. All Might, Bakugo, I found you. Just so you know, pride is an important attribute to have. But while you certainly have the abilities of a pro hero, there's still plenty you have to learn. Katsuki, let go of me, All Might. Right now. All Might was confused at the rejection as he looked down at Katsuki, who covered his eyes. The blonde looked at the hero, tears lingering in his eyes. Katsuki, save your speeches. I'll be more famous than even you, and I'll do it without your help. All Might didn't exactly know what to say. Usually, when something like this happened, he would say just a few encouraging words and everyone would feel better. Guess that didn't help much compared to teaching. Optimus, All Might, sir? The number one hero turned to see both Optimus and Izuku there. All Might, young Midoriya and young Prime. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Izuku, no worries. We're both okay. All Might, that's good. While I have you two, I would love to hear some feedback. What did you think of class today? Izuku, it was amazing. Minus the pain and all. But being able to be taught by the number one hero was such a blessing I'll cherish for a long time. All might expect such a response from Izuku, given that he was a hero fanboy. But he really wanted to know Optimus' opinion, since he would give him an unbiased one. All Might, glad to hear it, young Midoriya. And you, young Prime. What did you think of your first heroics class? Did I live up to expectations? Optimus was silent for a long moment as he pondered his answer. Optimus, I have to be honest. For a class on heroics taught by the number one hero, I am very disappointed. Both Izuku and All Might flinched at his statement. He was disappointed in a class taught by the symbol of peace. All Might, what do you mean, young Prime? Optimus, you came to class almost completely unprepared to teach, having to rely on a script to answer everyone's questions. I know sometimes teachers will need notes to work off of, but that you shouldn't need to rely wholly on a script to teach a class, else it isn't you teaching the class, but a piece of paper. He got him there. He did mean to study the lesson plans Nizu sent him, but he was so busy training Midoriya to receive one for all that he had no time. He'd thought it'd be okay if he just copied the lessons onto a script to not appear completely lost. Optimus, then there was how you were planning to organize the team battles, specifically with me. You assured me that you would have a plan for how to handle there being a team of only one. But you put off thinking about the problem till the last minute and scrambled to find a solution when it was time for me to fight. He was right. All Might was so used to following the lesson plan for 20 students, that he never thought about what to do if he had, so he just went with whatever popped into his head when the moment called for it. Optimus. Third, there was how you handled the matter with Izuku and Katsuki. You knew that Katsuki held extreme animosity towards Izuku and tried multiple times to attack him. Yet knowing that, you still pitted them against each other. I understand not wanting to show favoritism to any of the students, but you disregard the safety of everyone in that exercise. Especially when Katsuki unleashed his attack. Instead of stopping the exercise, you let him off with a mere warning when his actions in a real-life scenario could kill innocent civilians. All Might was sweating now. He knew he should have stopped the exercise after Katsuki's attack, but he wanted to give young Midoriya the chance to face and defeat his childhood bully. Optimus, and finally, is your favoritism for Izuku. Both users of One for All flinched at Optimus' statement. All Might tried to wave him off with a laugh. All Might, what do you mean, young Prime? I don't have any favoritism for young Midoriya. He's just my student. Same as you are. Optimus, All Might. His tone caused the number one hero to freeze. Optimus, I know you may have more experience being a hero in this world than me. But don't think of me as an idiot. I can see you have some sort of relationship with Izuku. A strong, personal one at that. Izuku tried to stop Prime's train of thought. Izuku, now wait. We really don't have a... Optimus cut him off by raising his hand. Optimus, I do not care what the truth of your relationship is. Whether you two are master and apprentice, father and son, or even just a hero and his fan, it's none of my business. Both Izuku and All Might sighed in relief. Optimus, however, remember this, All Might. Izuku is not your only student. You have an entire class, an entire school of young men and women who all look up to you and want to learn from you. Don't focus so much on Izuku that you end up neglecting them. All Might had no words to say. Optimus Prime was able to easily pick apart all his flaws as a teacher after only one day of class. It was both impressive and scary. Optimus then bowed. Optimus, I apologize if my words were blunt and offensive, but I wanted to give you my honest opinion since you asked. I hope you take these words to heart and work to improve yourself, All Might. I know you have a lot to teach us. And with that, Optimus moved to turn in the direction of the dorms. Izuku and All Might watched him leave. Izuku then turned to his mentor. Izuku, All Might. Don't let what Optimus said get you down too much. It's only your first day after all. All Might held his hand up to stop his protege. All Might, don't, young Midoriya. Please don't discount what he said. Everything he said was right after all. Izuku was shocked by All Might's admittance to criticism as the pro bowed his head and had a depressing chuckle. All Might, I thought my 4 decades of experience being a hero and our 10 months of training would have prepared me for teaching a class how to be heroes. Boy, was I wrong. I just fumbled through the lessons and reacted to any problems that came my way like a hero. But that isn't how a teacher is supposed to act. They should already have a plan in case things get out of hand like today. And I shouldn't focus all my attention on you, young Midoriya. If I do that, I'm failing 20 other students who are depending on me to teach them everything I know. Izuku, All Might. However, the number 1 hero soon clenched his fist, and a brilliant smile full of determination was on his face. All Might, which is why I make this promise, here and now. From this day forward, I will strive not only to continue being the number 1 hero in the world but also work to be the number 1 teacher in the world. I will teach not just you, young Midoriya, but everyone in UA Hero Course how to become the best heroes in the world. I promise you. Izuku began to tear up at his hero's words. Glad to hear that he's trying to become even better than before. Off to the side, unbeknownst to the two, Nizu had a pleased expression on his face. Nizu, you even managed to get All Might to work harder than he already does. Well done. He then looked off in the direction of the dorms. Nizu, I look forward to seeing what other changes you will bring to our school, Optimus Prime.